Hello, Buster. Hello, struggler. All right. Sound good, yeah. Y'all like my Snuggie? I have made my dreams into reality. Now, finally, it is the truest Baja on the edge of blast. Although this thing is kind of wide. Like, if I stand up, it's fine. But sitting down, it kind of scrunches up on itself. And deadass, is it not possible that one of you could just use this to green screen me? I feel like you could. Hell yeah, it's fucking cozy. This is cashmere, nigga. It feels like I'm wearing a velour glove. I can also be a fucking gooner and do that whole look at my waistline shit. Look at that. Svelte. Weakness, my curves. Yes. Yes. It also catches the heat from my heater. So I don't have to readjust a giant thick thing to hold the air in. It just permeates. That's $25 I've ever spent. And yes, Boster did indeed afford this. I did a lot of Christmas shopping well, not that much for myself, but my woman and other people. I already said that I was going to buy this at 1.2 star, and she was like, but what if I give you my Snuggie? I'm like, no, I don't want your Snuggie. I want my Snuggie. I want a Snuggie for me. And now it's the Edge of Blast every day. Boy, I'm gonna wear this. I'm gonna sleep in this. I'm gonna this. Not just kidding. Or am I? Anyways. How was everyone's holiday eve? Bossers at work. I'm assuming Struggler is also at work. Make me laugh, Carl. Today has been hell. What happened? What happened, horror? Feel like you roll the stream back a couple of seconds, you're gonna see me do something real funny that'll make you laugh. But it's okay, you just shut up. It's a little bit on the stupid, sexy Carl side. Where's my window? There's the window. Almost lost Hero. Hero was a pet. Storm wind blew out the side gate door and he got out. Thankfully I was able to find him. My service system was shot and I'm just pure adrenaline still. Okay. I'm sorry to hear that happen. That's fucking crazy. Shit. Is the animal okay? Okay. I will do my best. I have been vested with an important job, chat. Entertaining white women. Fortunately, with this complexion, it's my speciality. Okay. 4 days ago, Sam Hyde put up a feminist debate panel. He's doing a bit in character, but he's unironically asking these women questions. And I think the answers that they gave each other during this panel is extremely viable and worthy to listen to. So we're going to listen to it. Straddle in, chat. Straddle in.
And I'm Jamie White.
And you're watching Wells Fargo Presents Vice Media's Her Story.
Hi, everybody. Welcome.
I'm Allison Bradley.
And I'm Jamie White.
And you're watching Wells Fargo Presents Vice Media's Her Story.
We'll be taking on a selection of topics.
A vacant chair for our allies. That's what it says there.
I'm Allison Bradley.
And I'm Jamie White.
And you're watching Wells Fargo Presents Vice Media's Her Story.
This shot here is the thumbnail. And I saw this thumbnail when it was live. And I thought to myself, wow, I'm watching this. And I ended up seeing it in the middle while I was presenting. Just a little bit, like maybe a minute and 2 minutes, 2 minutes 30. And it was the reason why I wanted to make sure to watch it. But I'm not gonna waste any time. I'm not gonna waste any time. Let's get in. Let's get it in.
We'll be taking on a selection of topics. Things that you care about.
What's America talking about? What does America need to be talking about? But on top of the great investment advice and financial products you find day to day at wellsfargo.com, we're also talking about ladies.
One of the largest epidemics facing this country right now.
I'm going to refer to you as humans. I think that's the most limitless term for what you can call a group of people. Equity versus equality. What does it mean? Let's talk about it. starting with whoever wants to speak first.
Equity is something that you hope to attain throughout your lifetime. I see I'm probably the only oldest person here, so I can speak from experience that I own my own home. After 27 years, they keep trying to raise my taxes, raise my insurance. It's a whole other story.
I think he meant equity more in a social sense.
I think equal doesn't always mean fair.
Here we go.
So, like, for example, how do I put this? Like, if,
There's a phrenology of white women. I know we always talk shit about white women, but there's a phrenology of white women. And there's a lot of white women on display here. This one is probably the worst looking one. Fashion-wise.
Does anybody have gaffer tape? You got gaffer tape back there? You got tape?
Max, gaffer tape?
Thank you. Is this okay? Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Does it sound fucked up? Testing. Okay.
You were saying equity isn't always fair.
well, I was saying that, like, equality doesn't always equal fairness. So, like, let's just say there's like a housing situation where there's a whole bunch of people living in a house. We should all be paying like equal parts rent, but
Eric,
like
can you
if
throw me
your
that water?
family,
Another metal bottle?
I see. So he's gonna fuck with them the entire time during his own panel. Got it. However, equality doesn't equal fairness. Therefore, and she was about to go to something with the housing crisis. Something housing crisis. Just because I put people in housing doesn't mean I'm necessarily giving them fair treatment that is proper and equal, because some housings could probably be dog shit and not worthy for a person to live in, and another person basically has nice rent control, nice estate value, it has great views, and it's something that's actually livable versus a fucking rat hole. Yeah, in places where the rent control explicitly and purposefully is held up to a certain standard that they either can't lower the number on purpose, which then destroys the amount of rent-controlled housings that are actually available, and or the people that are responsible for making sure everyone gets fair housing comparative to what should be considered livable for a livable wage, and what is actually offered to them is something controlled directly by by offices like that of what's now in the hands of socialist Mamdi. And it's always specifically like democratic strongholds that have this problem, because that's one of the things that they use as one of the many entitlements to put people inside of the forever rent trap. And yes, it appears that they don't know who Sam Hyde is. I don't know how he found this gaggle of people that don't know who Sam Hyde is, but he did it.
I'm sorry, guys. Go ahead.
So,
Sorry.
run it back. You were just saying.
okay, so you're like scrounging and saving and eating ramen noodles.
In today's society, what is a woman?
A person born with 2 X chromosomes. Whatever she does with her life after that point, she's still a woman.
Sounds like a complicated answer.
I agree, though.
See, I think it's more about not what is a woman, but who is a woman.
What does it mean? What does it mean? Not imagine what is a woman, but who is a woman. Is this about to go into a transgender question? Let's find out.
A woman is someone that can reproduce life.
Exactly. A woman is not high heels, makeup, and gender roles.
But you're saying that it's somebody who can reproduce life, but you've had a hysterectomy yourself. Does that mean that you're no longer a woman because you cannot produce
No,
life?
because I was born.
No, because people were born with the ability to produce life. If having the ability to spawn was not a primary or secondary sex characteristic of being a woman would be an adult human female, and a female child is somebody who would have been born with the XX chromosome, the same way that a male would have been born with the XY chromosome. Just because that person cuts their cock off and cuts their balls off does not mean that they were not biologically born a male. There have been a couple of studies and a couple of reports where there is now going to be a type of surgery that will allow you to change the physiognomy of your body, specifically your hip bones, so that supposedly you could be able to give birth with the artificial womb technology they're working on. Let's see if I can pull up that article real quick. Let's see here. I can see a couple of pre-2025 articles on it, but let me see if I can find the transgender reaffirming surgery one on it. Here we go. From the AI overview with a link directly from the Gender Confirmation Center, Left Autism MD, Mainline Health, OHSU. Surgery to wider hips in gender reaffirming care, called hip feminization surgery, aims to create a curvier, more feminine shape by adding volume or altering the bony structure, typically using fat transfer, silicone implants, or neural implants such as pelvic plasty, to address gender dysphoria related to narrow hips, as hormone therapy does not change bone structure. These procedures, including fat grafting for fullness and sometimes bone-altering implants for bone widening, help align physical appearance with gender identity, boosting confidence and self-esteem for trans, feminine, and non-binary individuals. And then having the three types of hip widening procedures and what they're used for. This is just from the AI recap here on the side. White Shnia. And then from the articles, you've got the Gender Confirmation Center that's doubling this, posted March 29th. You've got hip implants in Beverly Hills with a number to Leaf Rogers MD, talking about hip implants in general, but not just for gender reassignment. But it also mentions not just medical history, but hormone therapy and surgical procedures. Must be generally 18 years old or have parental legal guardian consent if under 18. And you have to have a stable, healthy medical history, including body mass index within a healthy range. And then listing all of the results of what it can do for you. Very nip tuck. Then you've got Mainline Health with gender body affirming body contouring. A hotline to call and a breakdown of the gender affirming contouring for plastic surgery techniques. And then finally, the OHSU, with transgender health program for gender affirming surgery, specifically for plastic surgery, things for Adam Apple, body contouring, face surgery, genioplasty, hysterectomy, nipple renovention, oophorectomy, orthorectomy, vocal surgery, as well as top surgery and bottom surgery, with other types of plasties and tummies that I do not know off the top of my head. But they explain it all here. But going to theirs, assuming I can find it. So they have nipple aoria, and I can't say words. Like areola. They have ovary removal, testicle removal, vocal surgery, removal of cervix and uterus, general genioplasty, facial surgery, and they just put their entirety with the hip stuff under just basic body contouring. Theirs saying that they're going to use liposuction. 18 or older, mental health support, hormone therapy with a stable dose, body mass index over 20 and 35. Those under 20 won't have enough fat for liposuction. Those over 35 will have fat inside the belly that can't be removed with liposuction. And how the surgery targets the area. You must not need skin removal, such as tummy tuck, arm lift, or thigh lift, as these are only cosmetic. So there are a handful of different surgeries that have actually tried to start exploring how to actually change the definition of what is gender affirming care, that now includes outright body modifications to the point of cracking your fucking hip open so that you can have a more feminine figure from the back. If a conversation is going to flow in the direction of having a conversation about what is a woman and how does a woman perform and behave in public, it's never going to be able to escape the the worldview and the truth that biologically a person is going to be born female or born male, and that unless you're going to accept the fact that born male but presents female, or born female but presents male, and all the body modifications you do in the world is not going to deny whatever transgender theories gobbledygook you could possibly talk about, because it's not useful to the conversation. It is a form of dogma that doesn't actually have any power in the realm of the DNA, period. Like, you could probably have a lot of conversations about it back and forth, but you destroying your body to transform yourself into a homunculi of what you call female does not undo the fact that you were born with a cock.
With those productive parts.
Okay.
That's what I meant.
Oh, can I call you Black?
Sure. If you
Black. It sounds like you wanted to push back there a little bit. What's the reason for the pushback?
You know, I think that woman is a gender, whereas like male or female is your sex, you know? Like, whether you're a woman or a man or non-binary or all gendered or whatever, like that's in here. Like male or female, like that's what's down here.
Exactly my point. I think the constant back and forth between sex and gender is itself something that people don't do, because most people use sex and gender interchangeably. For the sake of most consideration, most people don't care, because it is literally just a placeholder. Medically speaking, it is the information necessary to save your life. Socially, it is a placeholder. I do not deny your femininity or your transgender status if I say, hey dude, grab that wrench. Because if that's supposed to be the case, they really ain't going to like it when I call them a nigga. Because it's just pointless. Agonizing over such details and trying to create a phrenology and a dogmatic approach of how you can attempt to cancel out just basic nomenclature. It is the definition of pedantic. Which is why it's so annoying that the most annoying people are the ones that then decide to call themselves transgender. Because then they try to tone police you and agonize over speech.
I just don't think it's fair to say that what makes a woman is whether or not she can reproduce, because there's plenty of female parts having people who can't reproduce, or people, you know, who were assigned male at birth who identify and present as a woman.
But
I mean, this is true, but that's why I explained the caveat of you medically being born. It does not undo the fact that you are a woman by biological imperative. I would say the most disrespectful thing is to say that the full experience of a woman is that you have to deny the fact that a person who chooses to live as a dink is less of a woman than somebody who chose to be a stay-at-home housewife or a career woman who still has time for a family because she has a stay-at-home husband.
I mean, being a woman is not like a feeling. It's a state of being. You can't just like wake up one day and be like, oh, I'm a woman now because I'm wearing high heels and makeup.
Right.
It's reducing womanhood down to, you know, I mean, misogynistic stereotypes.
True. You can only truly be a woman if you're getting violently and savagely fucked the way that you told and asked them to, in the lingerie that you told them to buy for you, with the image and mirror pictures and boudoir pictures that you specifically scheduled so that you could hang them around your house. I agree. But no, dead ass. For some people, that's probably the best definition of what technically you would define as a part of the male and female experience. There is a TikTok photographer. That's actually disrespectful to say. He's a photographer who has most of his content on TikTok by the name of Taco. He has two different accounts. One is his boudoir account. The other one is his just naturally existing reaction account. He's like probably a Southern French Cajun. And he is really good with the blam blams. Half the time, especially when it comes to boudoir shit, because there's plenty of people who do it. There are women who sometimes only do it for women. There are men that do it for men and women. There are gay men that do it specifically for men, and it's not a sexual thing. But I think Taco is probably the best example of somebody who defines that sexuality is something that you are able to not necessarily only perform, but is something that you can only truly be able to see if you're trying to find it. Because if beauty is in the eye of the beholder, then it is very much on you to witness it. Why is TikTok giving me all these fucking slider puzzles for Catchba? I hate this shit. There. Got it? So, Taco reacts. This is where I think most of his reaction shit is. And sometimes he intercuts some of... Oh my god! I just answered it to get on this page! But sometimes he intercuts... I swear to Christ, if it shows me another one if I try to scroll down the page... But often he intercuts his content that he does into his reactions. The work that he puts up is comparative to the kind of best reactions and best work you could get out of professional studios that show that just because a person doesn't look like a runway model doesn't mean that they aren't a woman. See if I can find one that I can actually show you on screen. If TikTok doesn't keep trying to show me a goddamn catchba every time I roll halfway down the page. Just keep going.
You're saying that we can't define women because less than 1% of the population is intersex? So we have to create new language and we can't call women women because people's feelings?
Well, no, I think everybody's entitled to their own feelings on, what it means to them, but that's just what it means to me personally, but everybody's entitled to their opinions and how they would like to perceive it,
Well, he did ask what is what is society is, what a woman is to society, and I think it's what is on your ID. If you go through the biological changes to get that changed, then you're a woman, but it's an adult who has the little W on their ID.
You mean an F?
Oh, female. Yes, I'm sorry.
The government ID, the self, or modern psychology, and nature.
I think at Wells Fargo, what we want is a way to merge them all together.
And get them equity.
If you could change one thing about the world, what would it be?
I'd like to change time.
Change time. Wouldn't we all?
I think housing should be a basic human right.
I think animals should be free. All animals should be free.
I guess the big corporations, I think we need to get back to the little guy.
Let's not...
Okay. I have found one that I think I should be able to show you because it looks like everything's covered up. Give me 1 second. Off with Twitch. Okay. So, here's an example of the work that he does. He does big women, he does small women, he does big men, he does small men. And he has this on his secondary account, PDB Studios. And he does tasteful shit. I don't think many people would disagree with the fact that you don't have to have a long-form conversation about what is a woman to be able to understand some of the most basic, inherent forehead examples of the gender expressing and performing some of its basic concepts and social concepts. Just because someone wants to get into a philosophical ideal of attempting to round the circle of what a woman is, just because they don't understand that spawning isn't connected to womanhood. Just like impregnating isn't involved and isn't related to fatherhood or manhood. Yeah, manhood, not fatherhood. Okay, back on with the Twitch stream. Specifically Twitch. I cannot show that there. Not fucking risking it.
Go there.
Well, it's interesting that you say, like, let's not go there, but I thought this was supposed to be like a, no holds barred sort of open discussion.
About women. Open discussion about women.
Okay,
Let's
but what
get
I said,
back on track.
basic affordable housing doesn't necessarily have to be just about women.
We can talk affordable
freeing
housing.
the
Wells Fargo
animals
has
and-
many programs in place to help the underserved, underprivileged communities. New York City and Queens, we just donated $20,000 to the Red Fern Housing Project. I'm proud of the work that we do with under-income housing. It's not an issue to talk about housing.
We gave $20,000 and made a beautiful park out of old tires.
What are we thinking? Is it time for white women to stand aside?
Well, it's actually a pretty noble observation that I'm noticing that there are no POC present with us today.
Indeed.
All people of color. That has nothing to do with the fact that there were people of color, but that did, in fact, happen.
I think we actually have a good representation. I think we have a
it.
decent representation here today.
I represent as Caucasian. My grandparents fought for that
Sure.
proper title. Caucasian is like hardly ever in a discussion. And everything I fill out is non-Hispanic, non-Latino. And I hope I don't interfere with anybody else's thoughts process. But just speaking as a non-Latino and non-Hispanic person, that's not the only ethnicity.
Yeah.
Like, how can you be a non?
Sometimes we see some of the forms and some people write space alien.
And I think some white women do need to stand down, just because the privilege gets out of hand sometimes. Not exactly the privilege, but the savior complex of I need to represent these groups when a lot of the groups didn't ask for it and
Big true.
don't need it.
But the thing is, these people wouldn't have a voice if it weren't for white women.
I don't
nobody
think
would
that's
listen.
True. I don't.
That's the
think
problem.
Listen, I grew up in a different age as all these people here. I was told to go home to the kitchen. I was going to be a police officer. I had many things thrown at me. And to this day, if you look in Rhode Island television, that's all you see in the background of white men, white men, white men. Once in a while, you'll see a person of color.
A misogynistic blue state.
Sorry.
I know, I know.
I was told many times I had children. I said to the cop, I said, well, who takes care of your children when you come to work? He says, well, my wife, of course. I said, well, maybe mine will. Like, what's the gig?
Right.
What's the problem with that? I need a job. He goes, well, there's many men that need jobs. They have families to support. No child support.
Yeah.
And so I struggled, whatever.
Maybe Wells Fargo can help you with some financing to provide those for you.
No, my rate's lower than it is right now, but thank you.
Excellent. Well, we'll definitely keep in touch.
What is it with men's obsession with female body hair?
So, there's more than enough to say that we must begin talking about women's wrongs just as much as we do women's rights. But truthfully, chat, can we talk about white women's rights? Not Horror. She's one of the special ones. But other white women. The white women for whom which privilege is the reason why they are allowed to have such pants-on-shitting head splitting decisions and conversations. People like Frogan, for example. Literally yesterday, we discussed Frogan's inability to take accountability for her own actions. I don't know if Wells Fargo actually is attached to his bit. I don't know, Fatal, which I think is part of the joke. But Frogan, in her infinite privilege, is allowed to cry and say, I hate doing broadcasting. I hate doing streaming because you people make it unbearable. And yet, Those people, like Frogan, are enabled by people like Cutie Cinderella. They're enabled by people like Ludwig. They're enabled by people like Valkyrie, Pokimane, Mizkif, NMP, most of the current standing members of One True King, most of the current standing members that are the Redditors that make up Livestream Veils, and all the drama that they use to clip farm to improve themselves and to enrich themselves. The Burnt Peanut, who is very clearly a white male. Every single piece of the puzzle that goes into a lot of the socialite problems of a place like Twitch all wrap themselves back to women. White women. Some of the biggest drama amongst, like, the political lolcowdoms, like J-Stalk, are actually connected to women. White Nervosa, responsible for destroying the majority of BreadTube and CornbreadTube because of their coke addiction to that powder. Demon Mama, a white male that became a transgender white female. Jesse Gender, and other people that belonged to the Nebula Nigga complex that are all directly attached to Lindsay Ellis, thinking that she can lecture us about politics and how to feel about the world. Because suddenly she pops out a couple of kids, and that now means we need to feel sorry for her and forget about what she said and what she did and how she did it and how she tried to control entire conversations about herself and only her influence. There are plenty of examples of white women quite literally being responsible for the worst problems. To the point that, like a hoplite sneaking in a Trojan horse, they're the ones that open the door for the problem, and then everyone gets destroyed because of their bad decisions. Kitty Strandlebella probably being the best case example of who affected all of those individuals that are themselves minorities and descendants of foreigners that are natural human citizens, natural American citizens of Twitch, because of her need to inject herself into FaZe and try to cover for Hassan Piker. However, I think there's actually a very interesting conversation that you could probably get into with just the trans femme white women. How many times have we seen shit get real fucking wicked online because of a transgender involving themselves in a place where they impress their self-importance onto a group that they then try to silence with whatever privilege they believe that they were granted into some level of authority that they believe that they were granted as being in that space. I stopped counting after at least 100 this year. There's been thousands, but I stopped counting after 100. The most based example that I can remember close to my sector of work was the Real Game Awards that was being hosted by Side-Scrollers. And that account by the name of Boster S, that was the transgender individual who made the Nightmare Cart video game that was nominated, that then tried to virtue signal to get the Real Game Awards to basically disavow her because trans political ideology means that they had to basically try to piss them off as a form of counterculture clashback. Presenting themselves as the PlayStation X animated bunny that basically tried to claim an entire phrase to themselves and plaster themselves everywhere because that's what transgenders do. They make noise and they take up space. But the way in which they tried to take up space was probably the most irritating of all because they were speaking on behalf of multiple people from multiple walks of life, not just the transgender walk of life. That happens all the time in politics. It happens all the time in academia. It happens all the time in policy making inside of politics. There's a very seriously interesting contingency of trans femmes basically using patriarchy as a cudgel to punish one side, and then feminist dialectics as a barrier and a shield, like my velour snuggie, to protect themselves from the criticism of born women and even other trans women that simply want to be left alone, that uses it as both a defense and a weapon to justify grabbing power inside of their spheres of influence. Like, this happens more often than not in developer spaces, since, ironically, the trans femme coder is itself a transgender archetype. So I find it very interesting, the idea of the conversation of whether or not white women have gone too far, because I rarely ever hear people talk about the transgender connection to that question. Because granted, all white women are not white women, right? A Wisconsinner and a Southern Georgian are not comparative to a Sunset Boulevard Californian or a proper Napa Valley or Santa Fe Californian. Or a normal Nevada, like, or a normal Nevadian? How would I even pronounce that? Or a normal Nevada resident comparable to a Canadian, a Canuckistanian, a Frostback, if you will. And certainly a Floridian and a West Virginian are not comparative to a Vermonter or a Rhode Islander. All white women are made in the same font, and they're not a part of the same font family, as you would. I think Horror once described herself as a hot topic white woman. Like, I forget exactly how she described it, because it was during the Game Awards night when she was talking to her chat room. I forgot exactly how you said it, Horror, if you remember, because it was your words. But something to do with, like, the standard mall goth, mall white woman. A normal standard strip mall or mall white woman, you could not compare to somebody who grew up on a farm, for example. They have different mindsets, different worldviews, different values. So, constantly smashing all white women in the statement, white girls fuck dogs, is not fair. Because not even a woman from here in the trailers would ever think to do something to animals like that. They love animals even more than the basic white girl that you'd think would come from a place like Texas. It's kind of the same thing that happens with people making fun of blacks. Not every single African American is cut from the same cloth. I can sit in a room with somebody calling me a hard R to my face, and I'm not going to flinch. Because I have a pocket racist and bigot who says worse. But, yeah. Like, no one really ever has that conversation outside of, like, the performative standard of deciding who it deserves to be involved in the description of what they say. Because it's like trying to have the same conversation with race. Like, who's going to decide who's correctly Filipino, whether or not they do or do not like Dragon Ball Z? Who's going to say who is properly black, whether they do or do not want to throw their life away and do something like, I hate you nigga, let's die, out in front of a courthouse or out in front of a police precinct, because they are really on their haterade that they've been sipping while they've been stalking somebody on social media. Because just like if blackness and whiteness and Asianness is not cut from the same cloth, whiteness is obviously not cut from the same cloth. And when you're talking about performative whiteness with some connection towards politics, there is definitely a conversation there that very often does not get had, because you then have to start rounding up the question. Because if not all white people are the same, and not all black people are the same, and not all Asians are the same, then certainly not all migrants would be the same too. The purity spiral would start to fall down. Because they need that necessary function in order for that dogma, in order to stand itself up and exist.
What's going on there?
I've seen both sides of the spectrum. I dated a guy who didn't like me to shave at all, nothing. But then I've been on the opposite
King behavior, king!
side where it's any stitch of hair, just disgusted.
Yeah.
So-
Lame, boo, pee-pee, How can you dare appreciate? How can you be able to appreciate womanhood if you can't handle the bush?
Oh, I mean, I shaved my legs to come here so I could wear this dress.
Thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
A lot of people think that the male obsession with specifically the lack of body hair goes back to like
Attraction to prepubescent.
yes.
Oh! For the record, I have never once been interested in a person that has had to shave off every single iota of hair on their body in order to present themselves as attractive to me. I've never made that request of a woman or a man. And I am annoyed that people continue to have the discussion that actually men's desire to see a woman in a dress goes back to the idea of them wanting to fuck kids because they're attracted to prepubescent children. Do I look like I play Blue Archive? No, I do not. And yet, all men, because they want to see their woman in a gown that they might have even bought for them because they know that they'll look good in it. Rapists to children.
Pedophile tendencies, the want for someone to look younger and hairless and clean and tiny.
I haven't removed.
Mind you, she's the youngest one there. So if the 19-year-old is saying that, I don't know what the fuck to tell you, man. I look like I should play Nikki or Azur Lane. Unfortunately, I don't play both. I don't play either.
Any of my body hair since I was 14 years old.
I believe you.
Always lived that way. I've always sported it shamelessly, and nobody's ever really given me any hell over it, you know? Like, I'm comfortable in my own skin. I'm proud of who I am. And, you know, you would think that, like, there would have been some people along the way, like, you know, commenting on that in a negative light, but there actually hasn't been. If anything, I've received more, you know, praise for it than anything.
But you think that it borders on what you would call extreme
not-
pedophilia.
That's not my personal opinion. I think
You
that's
say your personal opinion is that it's extreme pedophilia.
no.
I think it borders on that. I mean, we're women, and you know, we naturally have hair down there. So when a man is like, "Oh, all off," it's like, "Well, I'm a woman. Do you want a woman or do you want a little girl?" You know, and that is what bothers me.
You know, over 100.
There is a level of this that I can agree with, only in the sense of, you're a grown-ass man, what do you mean you've never seen a beaver? That's it. Because, like, the shaving thing, if it's your legs, if it's your arms, if it's your armpits, that's, like, probably 15% normal for most men to ask for. If he's telling you to wax every single piece of hair off your body, cut off all of anything, and it's not specifically like for a thing you do, like you have a fetish where you want to be buzz cut, you don't want any hair on top of your head, you cut off your eyebrows, you repaint them, it's a whole thing for you, I think that borderlines on fetish material. For one. For two, even with, like, the basic vestigial hair, the hair that for men would be normal on their face, but for women, they've got that little bit of hair that you can't notice. And I don't mean, like, mustache hair. I mean, like, I'm trying to find the word for it. The hair that you can't see that's there. My brain wants to keep saying the word vestigial, but that's not what it is. And they specialize in those types of shavers that shave off that amount of hair. I don't think I've ever really seen or met a person that has ever bragged about or asked a woman to take that off too. I think it's all projection at the end of the day. Because ultimately, I would never tell somebody to zzz anything down there either. I'm a professional leader. I know what my job is. Simple as. I feel like the projection of men asking us to cut hair off is connected to them wanting to fuck kids. It's probably the worst hit and miss between the genders, if ever possible. Because they rarely ever ask a professional leader this question. Maybe they ask like frat guys that it's a preference that they didn't know that they had because they're around people and dating women that do that. But I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know.
100 years ago, Gillette wanted to sell more razors, not just to men, but to, you know, women too. And that's when they started that campaign of like...
I like that.
Yeah.
A war on pubes from Gillette.
Yeah, no, it was like a cultural
Gillette,
thing
the best
from
a
Gillette.
man can get. That's what they said. That is the slogan.
Right.
So fuck Gillette twice, right? It's time to blow the building up. And here's how you do that. You can buy Tannerite online. Fill up a U-Haul truck, rent it in an alternate name, a credit card that you can buy also online, and then drive it right into the building. Gillette's located right here in Foxborough.
Oh my god. No. That's fucked up.
And here's how you do that. You can buy Tannerite online. Fill up a U-Haul truck, rent it in an alternate name, a credit card that you can buy also online, and then drive it right into the building. Gillette's located right here in Foxborough.
I have to wonder what those women were thinking as they were going through this experience.
Pull up.
I wonder if
The act
it stops
of
here. No, it
what
keeps
people
going.
would
Okay.
traditionally think of as
Is heteronormal sex violent? Oh boy. Can't wait to hear this answer.
heterosex is inherently violent. What do you think of that?
Men are more close to predator genomes than women are.
I
Way
don't know.
way back.
I can be a predator sometimes. You know?
Men are pictorial. They can't stop looking. They look all the time. Look, 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 look. Ooh, look at that, look at that.
I don't know. I'm kind of a voyeur too. But I'm an artist too.
Ah, yes. Space Buns girl, you are all big women right now. I love women like her. There are some people that would ask you something stupid as fuck. Like, what do you think of the Norbit girl? As, like, a standard of how women should be. I'm gonna show y'all this TikTok, actually. Because I was going to react to that TikTok later. But I'm gonna do it right now. If my account does not get me another fucking church full! I swear to God, I'm going to destroy the military industrial complex on AI. And it's gonna be because I'm tired of getting catchpas every time I click on another window. I swear to God, I swear to God. I swear to God.
Your opinion on Respucia at the top of the water slide in Norbit. Quickly. And before you tell me you like fat girls, what's your opinion on Respucia at the top of the water slide in Norbit? Quickly. And before you tell me you like fat girls, what's your opinion on...
Like, I couldn't believe that that was an actual question that somebody asked as like a gotcha. And there are serious responses there in the comment section. 100%. I could read it to you right now. Because it's low-key fat girl peak. And I don't think you're ready for that conversation. Hashtag big girl TikTok, FYP, Respucia, Norbit. And man, the posts that are on here. The posts that are on here. The lock-in. Shallow Howl's better. Respucia was a horribly damaging character and just a bad person in photo, but Lauren Miller is a baddie, trying to make her crazy unattractive and insanely stereotypical, but even with a face overlay, she was never ugly to me. Because that movie, I used to get called Respucia as a nickname, and my mom immediately reprimanded anyone who did. I'm not even dark-skinned, but the damage that movie did to us fat black women. People genuinely expect for plus-size, black and dark-skinned, especially women, to not be confident. Half the joke about Respucia is that she was fat and dark-skinned and still openly loud and openly loved herself. Watching Precious and Respucia around the same time solidified that Tyler Perry, Eddie Murphy, or any other the like will never be funny to me. Carl, you have to lower your standards. Never. I will never lower my standards. I know exactly what I like, and I like confident women that tell me to get in the fucking corner. Respectfully. Respectfully. Because I posit to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Penelope Garcia. Penelope Garcia. Criminal Minds. Should I discuss my examples? I have many. How fast can I find one? Oh my god, the carrot's flush. I want to do damage. I got 2 of them. Let me scroll.
Los Angeles, you're our first and favorite caller. Talk to me.
Okay, woman, you do know you're crazy, right?
Mm-hmm. But like you always... Live from Quantico, VA, it is the divine Miss Penelope. Los Angeles, you're our first and favorite caller. Talk to me.
Okay, woman, you do know you're crazy, right?
Mm-hmm. But like you always say, don't hate the player, hate the game.
Okay, player, my bad.
And another.
Care who hears it, it's always been you.
Hey, baby girl, it's me. You're on speaker.
Oh, Suge, I don't care who hears it, it's always been you.
I got it, I want it, I got it.
I have taste. I don't care who tells me that I should lower or increase my standards. I know what my standard is. Okay? That's how I learned that I like demon women. And goth women. And Harajuku Barbies. Penelope Garcia. Abby Shuto. And one character whose name I can't remember right now. She's in my mind. But I can't remember at this current moment. It does things to the brains, bro. It does things to the brains. You can't understand unless you've been here. You can't understand unless you've been here. What show? My brain can't remember right now. I'm hosting. Anyways. It's okay to have a woman that's a little bit of a predator. She just has to like you first.
So, I mean, I have naked people coming into my studio just, to draw or whatever, but, I'm naturally curious, too, for men and women. The human body is curious to me.
Have you ever been on a nude beach? Like Moonstone?
Oh, yeah.
I have.
Try to be naked as much as possible, actually.
Hey, yo!
That you brought up a point about, like women having sexuality too. Like it's not always just about the male gaze, like females and women, like they very well too have their preference.
Pause. The way in which a heterosexual woman looks at a heterosexual man, and the way that a sapphic woman looks at another sapphic woman of her size and body type, or smaller, is not comparative to the non-binary description of another supposed demiqueer interacting and engaging with another demiqueer. Because it is not a question of attractive people doing attractive hot things together. It is the question of something that curdles in the back of your head that is the biological imperative to hold a motherfucker down until you give them permission to breathe. It's a different kind of sexuality. The slow beating drum of actual passion between gays on gays and sapphics on sapphics. What was that word I invented? Mercurial? Mercurials on mercurials. And sapphics on sapphics. And the bi-curious on the like. And the heteronormative on the heteronormative. Amongst the different body types that could exist. And then the Slaneshian depravity that the big gay projects as a part of the social scene. They're not the same. Not even close. It's the actual question of no one ever considered whether or not a person should have, and then they did anyways. Which itself is a conversation that definitely needs to be had. Because as much as a person could talk about performativity amongst the genders, no one really ever talks about the performativity amongst the sexuality between the genders and how they choose to present in society. I wouldn't necessarily say it's normal passion against aggressively freaky. It's performative depravity versus actual lust that becomes that can become affinity. I try to use a word more sterile than love because love is nebulous. Affinity. Like lanky white boy, heavy set, big, beautiful black woman. Stick thin, black girl that is a Harajuku Barbie. Big, broad-shouldered rugby player who's extremely sensitive and gentle. Medium, broad-shouldered sister of a football player versus medium, stocky nerd that lives in the AV lounge. The many ways in which the passions and bodies of love interact do not usually go outside of a certain level of bounds because of the way that people choose to present to society. And yet, I posit to you, again, the stereotypes, some which are mimetics, even, they are a part of the phrenology of love, but mostly affinity, deep set affinity.
Have their, sex appeal, and women are allowed to have sexualities too, and it's okay to be turned on by things. It's okay to want attention for those sexual things.
Is there a limit to where that should go, in your opinion?
Absolutely not. Or normalize getting tested regularly for STIs. If I'm gonna go on a date with someone, that's gonna be one of the first things we do together on a date is to
oh my god, how unsexy.
To go to a clinic and get tested for STIs.
Really? That's a strange date.
Jenny, that would be a funny date.
It's the ethical thing to do.
It is responsible.
It's responsible, it's ethical.
It's a responsible and ethical thing to do, but it is the most unsexy thing that you could possibly tell me you decided to go get done with somebody. That is probably the most annoying thing I have ever heard this year. You can't wait to do that? After, the 3rd, 5th, 10th date night? You specifically go get it with them? On the date? First date? Hi, my name is Stella. What's your name? My name's Aiden. Hey, Aiden, let's go down to the defect center. Was waiting at the defect center. Oh, a big, fat needle. Because we're going to go get tested for STDs. I think only in the world of porn would that actually be acceptable. Only in the world of OnlyFans would that ever actually be acceptable. As, a date idea. Especially if it's, a pre-booking. And this is your first time meeting them and you're like, before we go and shoot this scene, I want to be able to, test your mentality. And even then, They don't do that in that world because they already do it as a part of their job. Again, exactly what I was talking about. The difference between something that has an actual affinity for things that you would do yourself without ever having heard of this conversation versus the shit that only ever happens to a person who specifically lives in a specific way and involves themselves in society in a specific way.
Is sex work ethical?
No. Sex work can never be ethical because it requires the consumption of a human's experience. Even if the person consents to the thing that they're doing, sex work can never be ethical. There's no such thing as an ethical girlfriend experience because you are still selling somebody an experience that is not real. Unless you are literally buying and selling away your rights as a human, which would still not be ethical, you are giving them a fantasy that does not help them with reality. Unless your goal with what you're specifically going to do is exactly as I'm about to describe. You, either as a man or a woman that specializes in only opposite sex clients, specifically teach your clients how to please the opposite gender of their body type attraction. And you then give them the best financial dominant experience where they're not allowed to breathe without your input, and you are literally helping them fall in love with the person that they're trying to find. And or you yourself are the one that they are trying to find. It would have to be an extravagant number, because it would fall itself into findom to begin with, for the first part. So it's already not ethically viable. Then you'd have to go out of your way to have an ungodly amount of surveillance and or participatory information that they offer you, so that you can guide them on this path towards confidence. And then the clientele would continue until they find what they're looking for, or they die. So suicide is the only way that you can lose a client. I have often made the joke that in order to actually survive the problems that come with the supposed issue of femcells and incels, is that you'd have to create a ethical mommy milker society of sex workers that are all designed to improve the mental fortitude of both men and women. As that was the joke behind the Smart Negro brand Sloppy Toppy Agency. Because the problem is that ultimately, if you're trying to sell ethical porn, the only way that you could ever sell sex in this design is through the boyfriend and girlfriend experience. But because the girlfriend experience is predicated on hunting on the self-esteem of men that find themselves never possible to approach a woman in general, and the boyfriend experience preys itself upon women who have a very, very particular kind of desire to find out of the people that they're dating, the people that they would like to date, or specifically, the kind of men that they want to ravage them. You are creating a fantasy that reinforces this particular want, so they're never bringing down their standards. So, on a scale of 1 to 10, where anything below a 5 is not a person, you have to be able to get them to accept that a social 7.5 could be a 3 out of 2, 3.2, that you helped get to the point of being a social 7.5. So that means that hikinomori, that means that meat that stays in all day is the picturesque vision of I can fix her or I can fix him. You have to be willing to lower your standards to find said individual. Because if you don't lower your standards to find said individual, then they're forever going to be looking only at people that are above that number. And sure, you could be able to find somebody who's at your level, But it does not mean that you shouldn't try to think of ways to approach the other side of the fence, so to say. At the same time, those that find themselves in the position of being natural 7.5s and above, you shouldn't say, okay, so I can only go with a person who's at my level and up. You could date down, as this is a constant problem in the dating scene with women themselves. They want to only date up and find men that are at their level and above, because they believe that once they've gotten to a certain level of achievement, anything else is going down and going backwards, and thus is not something that they deserve to have within their intrigue. Despite the fact that most of the people that are at their level either are the result of having made better choices early in life that was assisted by them being given help that these individuals that they're passing up on didn't get, or they are people that at their financial value don't have the same opportunity because they have been put in a position where that hardship financially is a reflection of the economy. So men currently working at a position where they make less than $65K a year, that is because they are probably bouncing from job to job to try and keep themselves in a stable household. If somebody has the ability to put them on a point where they could be able to get out of poverty and then thus give them the time to level themselves up to being at that standard, you have to be willing to go there. Otherwise, if what you're saying is that you only want people who are already ready-made and prepared for a relationship because they meet that expected standard that you have, you're only ever actually asking for what effectively will become a rare unicorn by the time you hit the age of 50. Because while they're common, that means that they also come with some downsides that you may or may not approve of. And certainly, just amongst black women alone, that itself is a never-ending problem that they always discuss. But bringing it back in focus in the question of, is sex work ever capable of being ethically legal? Assuming that the person that you're dating isn't a porn star already, sex work could only be legal and ethical if you're making it with somebody who you're already with. So, if the selling of a fantasy isn't what you do, but it's gonzo styled, it's you and your partner, and the two of you in love, and there just so happens to be a running recording while it's happening, that person has to be fully involved, and they cannot be hidden. You have to be showing who they are up front, basically. You can wear whatever kind of face mask you want to hide your identities collectively together. You could make an account called Bunny and the Beast, for all I fucking care. You could do all the fetish shit in the world, but if the person that you're recording this content with isn't your husband, you have already done 15 different kinds of sins. Namely, you're a philandering cheater, because the man that you're recording with isn't your husband. Now, the only way that would be fair and viable is if the man that you're sleeping with isn't your husband, but your husband is also a porn star too. And it's just business at the end of the day. So, like, on the social aspect of, is it just ethical for society to reduce it? No, never. On the level of, but what if I'm dating the person I'm making the porn with? You can only be having sex with them and nobody else ever. But unfortunately, the nature of the commercialism and the capitalism that is involved in porn means that you would never be able to keep it up for forever, unless you somehow were able to keep it up for forever. Come up with infinite ideas, infinite possibilities, infinite scenarios. Otherwise, the commercialism of the industry would consume you, and people would move on and get bored. And then you'd have to make contact with your partner, being involved in the business, where the job is that the two of you keep it completely professional, and none of the other people that you use for the ideas and content mean anything to either person. Anyways, moving forward.
No, it's been around for generation after generation. What do you think marriage is?
Let her cook.
What is marriage? It's a legal binding document that says this man owns this woman.
Logic.
She takes his name, and we have worked for years to take that over. Now, a lot of women keep their own name. We're not property. Women are not property. No more than a man is my property. When I was married, my husband was not my property. Did he stray? Yes, he did. That's why I left him off the property.
You suffered a foreclosure.
No, actually, I saved it. But he would. he did.
Oh, you would call marriage sex work?
Yeah.
Hey, what? Would you call marriage sex work? And you're saying yes.
Off the property.
You suffered a foreclosure.
No, actually, I saved it. But he would. he did.
Oh, you would call marriage sex work?
Yeah. You think that husband's not going to go out and get sex somewhere else if you don't give it to him today? You think he's not going to pay your bill next week? Even when I was giving sex, he still wasn't paying.
And
yeah, that's not what marriage is. Not even in the religion sense, for one. But for I'm more stuck on marriage is sex work. Marriage is sex work. If you don't give that man some nookie, he's gonna go out of his house and he's gonna get nookie from somewhere else. Owner holes. Solo boy, solo girl. Toys. There are so many things coming to my mind, some of which I cannot say on camera because of YouTube. There are so many ways for you to be able to not cheat on your partner just because you're going through a rough patch of a deadbed. It was probably South Park that did it best, where even Sheila dressed up as a hooah and got put through the fucking wall. And more importantly, if you say that marriage is sex slavery, do you mean to also say that, therefore, marriage is a form of unpaid labor, emotional or otherwise? Does that also apply to the men that feel like they're being passed over and ignored by their partners because their partner is only interested in their money and not necessarily in their partner for their body?
And that's one of your reasons why you think you would say that sex work is ethical.
Why not?
What about
You're
just
providing a service. You're giving something to someone that someone needs. My elder boyfriend, his wife can't perform. So he pays me, and I do what he needs to be done. And it's that simple.
She has an elder boyfriend, and that elder boyfriend pays her to fuck the shit out of him because that partner can't do it. That's just a transaction, though. He's paying you to be a mistress. You're being paid to be a mistress, and you see that as sex work, despite the fact that marriage should never be considered a form of property collection and resource collection, to the point that it could be even perpetuated to a slave trade. Oh, my head hurts.
So go over one more time.
It's not a paycheck.
Your wife's.
It's not anything like that.
What was the situation you just outlined there?
So I have an elder boyfriend. He needs me, and I have something that I can provide for him.
Yeah.
And he can provide something for me in return because his wife can't do it. He is married. Is that wrong? I don't know.
So many of these women are biting their tongues right now. Oh shit! Go! Get a close up of the black one, please. Get a close up on Blackie.
I can provide for him.
Yeah.
And he can provide something for me in return because his wife can't do it. He is married. Is that wrong? I don't know.
Does the wife know about it?
Probably. She should be paid.
Wait, what do you mean probably? Wait a minute. No. Wait a minute. No. What do you mean probably? The only way that could be ethical is if the wife knows about it. So. In order for this to be ethical, if man that you are not married to pays you, woman, that you don't marry to him, for sex, and the wife cannot provide the same service for free if she loves her husband, means that she has to know that you exist. Because if she doesn't know that you exist, that is adultery. That is adultery. You're being a home wrecker. That is adultery. Because what you're describing, ma'am, what you're describing for it to be ethical is cucking. You are a female bull. You are a female bull in a cuckold relationship. However, it's just adultery because you are a mistress and the wife doesn't know because you can't say, yes, of course she knows. She sits in the corner and watches. Go, Harold! Really give her a pounding! Ooh, oh, 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 ooh, oh! Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. I should know most of all. This was my expertise. Imagine, we have to have a conversation about whether or not cuckolding is an ethical form of sex worth. You're welcome, Buster. But no, this is a serious conversation here. The only way in which you could be able to even parse that conversation being rational and fair is if cuckolding is considered an ethical form of sex worth. Because if the person doesn't know about the relationship and they are not witnessing and consenting to behavior happening every time it chooses to happen, or they're not giving consent to the fact that it can happen, as literally, I have given you permission to do this, unchains balls, have at it, boy. It is adultery. Lock, talk, and two smoking balls. Just goes to show, chat, sometime age is truly just a number, because even the elder women are hoes for the streets.
Hey, and me. Not him.
You know, because I think like there's a difference between like ethical non-monogamy and then like straight up cheating.
Imagine, we all have to agree with Blackie here, because he's the one being the most sensible about it. Where does the conversation go? I wonder if Sam was willfully funny enough to let this conversation play out.
As a woman starts to get older, and you all will hear this, their wives don't want to do this. Well, nobody wants to break their hip swinging from a chandelier at 80 years old or 60 or 70. It's not feasible anymore.
The sex swing.
You understand? It's just not that
Doesn't
feasible.
work.
But there are objects. There are objects that are designed to help you with that, such as the sex swing. Like, I'm going to be the one to speak up for the men everywhere. We're not trying to get you to be a porn star. We are just trying to get you to put your leg behind your head. Or at least in a position you can hold the shit. That does not mean that you need to go find a woman to be your mistress. We have the technology.
No more stand-up 69.
Too dangerous at that point. Is porn empowering or degrading?
Degrading.
It depends on who's making it and how you're making it. There's a type of porn category that's called the faces of orgasm, when the entire goal is to show how both men and women come to climax. There is also the kind of male-made, female-made porn that's meant to be more sensual. Whatever category you're talking about, it can only be considered insulting based on how you feel while you see it and watch it. Otherwise, who cares? It's just porn. Certainly, if you go out of your way to go find degrading fetish shit, that's outside the scope of the conversation. But just normal man and woman. Normal man and man. Normal woman and woman. Male, female, male. Male, female, female. Male orgy. Female orgy. Reverse orgy.
Degrading.
To who? Very
Depends
degrading.
on the porn.
I think women have said that it was empowering. A lot of women, a lot of female porn stars.
Do you think that the
Where did this man come from?
incredible hard drug use that goes along with being a porn star is normal?
I mean, I don't think every porn star does drugs, though, do they?
Black, what's your take? Is porn empowering or degrading?
I think, similar to the talk about, sex work, whether it's, moral or immoral, I think as long as it's between consenting adults who are doing things that they enjoy and that they want to do, then no, it's absolutely empowering. It's a situation by situation sort of basis. You shouldn't be getting involved in something if it's not something that you're going to fully enjoy.
It could potentially...
Again, somehow, we have gone from the supposed SJW of the section being the most unreasonable person, trying to dip into the world of politics about real-world praxis, becoming the most sensible person in the room, and the elderly person in the room who sounds like they should be capable of understanding what it's like to learn a lifestyle with their skills, is just a fucking slut. How did this happen to us?
Potentially be the most empowering thing that a person does or experiences.
Sure. Sure.
I mean, porn addiction is a very real thing, and it's crippling many men across the world.
Video game addiction's bad, too, so should people stop playing video games? There's addictions for everything. Just because somebody's addicted to a specific thing, I don't think that as a culture should stay away from that thing. If you have an addictive personality, you should know, I should stay away from this thing that I'm addicted to.
Yeah.
Not that the world should stay away from it because this one person's addicted to it.
I think there should be more regulations around the consumption and the viewership of porn, and as well as...
There are already too many restrictions around the ethical viewership of porn. To the point that they have started saying, okay, you want to be able to try and censor porn? Give me your information. Give me your government ID. Just free shit, dude. There's already too many things around it. One should not need to have a VPN to choke the chicken. One should need not call in to fucking Jakarta in order to access RedTube. I should not have to get a Surfshark VPN affiliate to ethically tell people, consume the porn while also saying fuck you to the government. We're there now! If it gets any worse any faster, we'll have to ask for the furry mangakas to draw the porn that we want for us. Is that what you want with regulations? We return to the time of the medieval feudal lords? In the time of the Baroque? I have to hire a person to draw the sexy images for me, and I have to pay them $4,000 fucking dollars to do it? I might as well become a VTuber at that point. The rig will be as expensive as that. Assuming I choose to go lo-fi and just become a PNG tuber.
It's the making of it, too.
These are both people that fully consented. They know what they're doing. They're not forced into it.
How do you know that, though?
So you think that when someone...
Because they're not being pushed against their will. Because they're doing it of their own volition. Are you saying that a person who's engaged in porn must be convinced to do it? Because they're being manipulated by the constraints of the consumption of capitalism? Where if they don't do porn, they don't eat or live? I would ask more questions about how they arrived to that point where they have to do that. Because it would reveal how they didn't have enough friends in their corner and enough influence from their family to keep them on the straight and narrow. If they got into porn for a Kelly Morgan reason, where they just really love sex, then it's therapeutic for them. What are you necessarily going to say to that person? You're going to walk up to Ayala and tell her that she needs to get out of porn? She disagrees with you, And she'd also then turn around and have some scathing words to say about Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips.
Someone signs a contract to perform such and such acts. After they sign the contract, they're performing. He wants to do something different. She already signed the contract. She already gave her consent. She can't do anything about it after that point.
What do you mean? They already are usually know what they're going in there to do.
That is probably the stupidest conversation that she could have ever come up with. I want to hear her say that again.
But
How do you know that, though?
So you think that when someone signs a contract to perform such and such acts, after they sign the contract, they're performing. He wants to do something different.
Pause. No. There was literally a conversation on No Jumper, not too recently, where a male porn star actually described how somebody tried to accuse him of rape. After the fact, after she cast the check, because the conversation involves multiple steps of consent and awareness. Maybe we'll find it right now. Yeah. Rico Strong, I believe.
You even spoke about pushing the limits. Is there certain things that you do in porn that you would never do just, with your bitch just fucking her? Like regular off camera?
Yeah, there's some things I wouldn't do.
Like
that
what?
That I don't do. Like all that shit I used to do for Black Payback. That website, Black Payback, I used to work for it when I had the, where I was doing all the deep throat fucking, the throwing up, and the fist gagging and all that.
Right here. This should be the one I'm thinking of.
Not a fan of that?
Shit. No, I never liked it. And that's what even actually caught me that rape case.
Okay. So,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, let's speak on it because I've seen that too.
That's what even caught me with that. And I never even liked to do it. But then sometimes when you put in a certain predicament in your life and you need the money, and it's not being no offense, white people take advantage of that shit.
Yeah.
They knew what they needed big black nigga to do and what they wanted to do on their site.
Yeah.
They knew where I was at in my life at that moment, and they took advantage of it.
Right. Those girls said they were kind of misled into...
No, there was no lies, bro.
I guess they didn't know they were coming through those
Nigga,
scenes.
there was no lies. There was never a lie. There was never a lie. That girl, I don't even want to say her name, but Lee Raven is a false rape accuser, and she is a liar. You know, and she was my friend at one time, and I really liked her. And I liked her wife, and we were friends. That's what I thought. You know, but then sometimes people be your friends because what they can come up off of you because what they can do. I don't know what they ill plot was on me, but I seen it later. Because to me to see you be hung from hooks and slapped and get nutted in your eyes and did all of that shit and all this crazy ass shit.
Yeah.
The scene that we were gonna do was nowhere near that.
Of course.
But you did all that with all the white boys and that was cool. But then I told you, I was trying to put some money in your pocket. When one of the girls canceled, I called you, hey, do you want to come work?
Yeah.
You tested? Yeah. Okay, well, this is everything on the scene. I explained everything. Hey, there's racial play, there's this, there's that, there's da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you the production manager's number. The production manager hit her, told her everything into T of what she had to do and what she was doing. She shows up early, makeup ready, very professional. Everything is sweet. We laughing the whole time. Now, the director sits her down and explains everything to her in T. Now, lo and behold, now we go to set and we're working. Every time we choose to cut, I'm picking her up and giving her water. I don't know if you guys ever seen the behind the scenes footage. But that's what saved me because there was a nanny cam that was on the whole time that never cut off. So when she went to the police the next day and lied for rape and assault and went to the hospital and got a rape kit done and did all that shit after you cashed your check.
Yeah.
You raped and you cashed your check. Though.
Yeah.
You know, but since you went to the police, there had to become a serious investigation, and they took over a year to do that. So and then you go to Twitter, and then I get slandered and all that. But then on the tape, you see me picking her head up. Here's your water. Here's your towel. She's laughing. She's smiling. Her wife comes. She's laughing and smiling. Her wife brought me candy and juice and shit, like all of that. And for you to go lie on me and say that I raped you and you were crying while we were having sex, never happened. None of that. Like, the behind the scenes is still out there. Like, they put that shit out as well. You can watch the whole fucking thing. It's 3 hours long.
What do you think she was motivated by to do that to you?
Money and attention And then it's funny because even in the YouTube video that YouTube actually has taken down since the day, she had another girl come out and say that I did it to her, and then which the girl recanted and said that she forced me to, that Leah forced her to lie with her.
Seen that, yeah.
And she was like, should I be crying more? What? Bitch, how you gonna ask your wife, should you be crying more? And she wasn't even there.
Yeah.
And then your wife gets on there and says that, oh, well, she wasn't taking her psychotic meds. So now she's not taking her medicine and she at work?
How did that affect you, though? So after
Horribly.
that... Wow, so did like directors stop booking you and stuff like that?
I was fucked. They tried to blackball me.
Wow.
Try to blackball me. But you can't get rid of the GOAT.
The facts.
The truth will always come out. It took me, I was out of work for a year and a half. I fucking jail, fucking bail, lawyers, attorney, people talk about me so bad on Twitter.
Wow.
All the girls are popping up like, oh, yeah, he is aggressive. Yeah, he is this. Oh, he is that. When the fuck did all of this come about? And then any girls that would come to my protection, shout out like, who jumped up my protection. One of the people I do remember who definitely did was, I'm having a brain fart now. Jada Stevens. She jumped out quick. Like, Rico would never do that. What the fuck wrong with y'all? And then people just jumped on her. And then any girl that would say anything positive about me would do it, they would jump down their throat.
Wow.
And and then it's like, it became a ridicule thing. If you say something about Rico positive, then we're gonna try to, talk shit about you, blackball you, and do things. Wow. It's like even still, like it's the same thing. Why I don't like the internet too much. The bullying, and people like to pick when they want to bully. It's like, rest in peace, August Ames, one of my great friends, and one of my Puerto Rican partners, and she chose to not work with a dude because he did crossover gay porn, and she didn't say it rude when she went on her Twitter. She said, "I choose to not work with this performer for my safety and others' safety. This is my choice."
Gotcha.
And people jumped on that girl's Twitter and her line, so disrespectful. And this is one thing I said about the LGBTQ plus community, because they like, we bully them. Like, y'all bully the fuck out of us. As soon as we say something that we don't like about y'all, they bully us to death.
Yes.
And they are an army. They are a big army with a whole bunch of generals, and they do not be playing. And that girl killed herself 2 days later.
Wow.
So, I play that to then say, with my own knowledge, there is no fucking way that a person that is doing a professionally shot scene, professional, as in it's on the books with a studio, there is no fucking way that a person went into an official production without knowing 4 different ways in triplicate what they were signing on for. Now, maybe this is a problem with the OnlyFans generation, because they are amateurs, booking with other amateurs, that then have their own amateur startups that work across with each other. There is no earthly fucking world you can ever sell me on the idea that a man is taking advantage of a woman in a professional environment as though you would not already know what the fuck is going on in said environment. There is no world. There is no world. It is a different world where you're coming from, because there are so many necessary steps of protection. Hell, I challenge a person who's of age. Go to your local sex store. You're going to find it has a buzz-in, and that it has a keypad. And that there is no less than 5 people working in the store at a time. Just shopping at one. It's probably the most secure experience you will ever experience in your life. Assuming that it's a proper, regularly put up place, and it's not a fucking hole in the wall that's on the south side of town. There is no earthly world where that lie will work in a normal context, even if it's just a shit poster trolling people to get them to talk about deep set issues, while at the same time he is ribbing them as they talk to each other. I'm so sorry. I don't believe you. I don't even have to pull on my own experience to be able to say that I know you're fucking lying, or that you're unaware of how that works. I don't believe you, girl. Yep. Wrong button.
She already signed the contract. She already gave her consent. She can't do anything about it after that point.
What do you mean? They are.
So we know that that is a lie.
Already are usually know what they're going in there to do. There's a director. They're fully aware of what they're going in there.
They change scenes all the time.
Okay, so I mean.
They do not. Because the people who usually set the terms of the scenes is not the male directors, it's females. All the people who go about with that, especially for sensitivity training, women. Women. All of them. Women. Preferably would like them to be women.
If she doesn't want to do it, she can fully say no. I'm sure.
No, she can't. She signed a contract.
She knew it's a job. these girls look at this as a job. I don't know if you've ever watched porn stars get interviewed before, but this is a fully
I'm very
a job
familiar
for
with
them.
porn star exit interviews. Yes.
So
absolutely.
They're fully aware of what they're doing when they go in there.
You think all of those women consented to having their, their rape shown to the world?
So because of this minority,
Assuming that they were assaulted and that they didn't agree to it and that it wasn't their idea. Because a lot of the worst ones, most graphic ones, those are usually put together by the women to do. No. Let's not even begin to even eclipse it as a type of rape, because it's not.
minority of things that are happening.
So you don't think women should be safe?
What is that?
You don't believe?
Where did it come from? The accusation to say that women are supposedly being raped on camera?
Women should be safe, that
I
kind
never
of
said
porn
that.
isn't okay.
I never said, well, if we're speaking to porn, I'm saying the minority of what she's speaking about, rape videos and all this stuff, has nothing to do with the majority of consenting
It has
adults,
everything to do with the
$1
industry.
million making porn stars. I don't.
So for that famous example of that one failed daughter who did like a really rough scene that then became the bane of her father's existence, that he did everything in his power to try and scrub it off the internet. That is what happens when a really fucked up company decides to take advantage of a person because they are not a part of what would be the reputable companies that you would respect, like Wood Rocket or Wicked. You cannot make me believe that these are people who know what they're talking about when it comes to this, to the knowledge of the actual scene. There's no way. There's no fucking way. Because if you were to bring out any of the people that are accredited stars to actually walk them through it, yes, she was not a politician's daughter, but like a businessman's daughter. If you were to bring in a person who is like deep set in the industry, nobody can deny that they are like one of the greats of the business, whether they were in front of the camera or behind the camera. There is never going to be a person who's going to agree with what that girl just said. That is a projection that came from the internet because of people's ideas of what they don't know about porn and pushing myths that aren't that don't exist.
I don't even really know where we're at this point, like where I'm supposed to, like.
So some might argue that sex work is the only ethical form of work in a capitalist society because it's women reclaiming their bodies from patriarchal capitalism. What do we think about that?
A woman can be empowered, taking back her power from the patriarchy by doing other forms of work as well, like becoming a mason or doing, certain types of like home improvement or like
I don't think that's happened
infrastructure.
once, becoming a mason. I don't think there's a single female
Female
mason.
construction workers.
Yeah, I did home improvement stuff for quite a long time. I learned how to do like floor tiling and carpentry
Putting a
and
clock
painting.
back together is different from cutting stone, though, don't you think?
I did mason too. And it was hard for me to get recognized and like fully respected in that they would usually want to hire men for that kind of stuff. So because like I was a woman, like I felt more empowered to do those types of jobs and be recognized for it as difficult.
Oh my god. Oh, he hit it with the porn mason.
Really want to hire men for that kind of stuff. So because like I was a woman, like I felt more empowered to do those types of jobs and be recognized for it as difficult as that was.
I've always been more inclined to male trades and whatnot. I mean, I was a masseuse for 10 years, and then I got into, painting, art, but I'm also a professional house painter. They treat you like a moron, even though I have a lot of skill in that field. I'm not a dummy. I can do this shit.
My wife would say they would just quit right away because they can't hang.
I can hang with the best of them.
I couldn't wear anything revealing. I worked for UPS. I couldn't wear a spaghetti strap shirt while I was, sorting the aisle because the guys down the other end of the aisle, which were all guys, were like, and the packages were falling off the conveyor belt, and they're like.
Did you win a discrimination lawsuit?
I did.
Yeah. No, I was just curious.
2, actually. And in order to keep the men in line, you get rid of the women, and that's how you alleviate the problem. Back to work, boys. Let's go.
Stop being a workplace heartthrob.
You stud.
I know. I just got that porno written all over my forehead. Porno queen.
May I ask y'all, if you weren't a painter and you weren't in the military and you both did porn instead, would that be just as empowering? Would you feel super empowered that the men who you worked with before would see you in that way?
Maybe
Would they
she's
still
not
respect
porn
you?
person.
That's an interesting question. If instead of doing the thing that you did to fulfill yourself under the ideal of patriarchy, which is the one that they're coming in from it with, so not even just how would you feel if you did normal work and then you became a porn star and you had to see everybody in your environment change the way that they viewed you, but specifically if you tried to fulfill yourself with a non-gender conforming stereotype job of work and then you became a porn star, would you actually change your opinion and say that you view yourself as a positivity based on how they are viewing you and your lifestyle choice? I don't think I have an answer to that, because I don't think I would care. I don't really hold my family's opinion in high esteem. No one really cares about your construction. The only time that you are in is when you're in union are really funny, and even then, it's only fleeting. True.
Personality. Maybe
Well,
she doesn't have
I
that
do
personality.
massage, so, you know, I got a lot of, you know, questions asked. Do I do this? Do I do that? Or whatever.
I asked if it would be empowering.
Me personally, no.
Not every person is a porn actor.
Depends on the porn. I don't know.
Like, you can't take this
I'm
guy
asking
who's
about
on
the
the
ethics of
camera.
it, dude.
No, but you're like, oh, well, you were a welder. What would you have done porn and felt just as good as you did when you were welding?
We're
Like,
talking
that makes no
about if porn is
sense.
empowering,
Let's
not
grab
what
the
she did
camera
with
guy
her
and be like, hey, will you go act in this porn movie and feel just as good at the end of the day as you do on the camera? No, because if he wanted to do that, he would do that. He wouldn't be on a camera. He would be in porn.
Are you done?
So it just doesn't make sense what you're doing.
I'm Al.
Are you familiar with the forced sterilization of children in India? Children and
Eric,
babies
did
in
you need
India?
something?
Yes. I don't want to interrupt.
No, actually.
Is anybody familiar with K's down the street? They make wonderful sandwiches, yeah. Is anybody hungry?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah? Getting to lunchtime.
Order me anything.
Steak and cheese is really hot.
The steak is fantastic, I promise, if you're a steak eater. You can get Swiss, provolone.
Steak and cheese with Swiss and no mushrooms.
Same thing.
And you want the same as this too? So three.
So he's just fucking taking the order.
You want both onions and mushrooms.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Can you just get me a soda?
Just a soda? Okay. What kind of soda?
It doesn't matter. Thank you.
Italian's good for me.
Italian?
Yep.
Lord have mercy. Now, there are tons of females in construction. Some are mostly secretaries and engineers, while some are laborers and operators. When I was in college, I actually know a woman who decided to go from computer science into an architecture office. I don't know what she does for money, but there is an inherent difference of fulfillment of job requirement depending on your personality type and the job that you do. But in the perception of construction, I know about maybe 10 people who could actively do construction throughout any of the work months for some of the basic work orders that would be viable in my city. Whether they were on an official crew that represented the government or it was just a normal project being afforded by somebody who needed workers from a contractor, but they couldn't find enough people, and they unironically just went to the Lowe's, went to the Home Depot, and picked people up that were waiting outside. I would like to imagine, because my experience is factory lines, proper factory lines for Fortune 500 companies or for milling operations. When I was working on my LAX line as a CNC, I felt happy because I was master of my domain and environment. But it wasn't just because I controlled a machine. It was because I was learning every single part of the job of the business. I started off on what would be the grunt work of just putting material into object and then putting it on a mill line so that it can be inspected. But I learned every single part of my machine and then learned every part of my coworker's machine. Because what I produce, he has to inspect on his job. So I want to know what he's looking for so that if I notice it from my position, I can expedite that issue. Then there was a lesbian in the tool room at the factory when we were in the factory Carl arc. So like during COVID, 2019, 2020, I was friends with this girl, and she was a chapstick lesbian. But because her job was to look at the machining and the efficient use of the tools, and the entire workstation was just dirty with inefficiency everywhere. Tools out and overused or underused, not properly used, not properly organized by size, by type, by job use. It became necessary to clean the space because it was just bad. It was bad, it was horrible. You couldn't get a job done well or right because the way that it went is that first shift, second shift, third shift controlled the tool use. First shift had their first pick of the litter of new tools. Then they left the tools strained everywhere. Then second shift had to come through, and third shift had to be able to deal with the line and what was given to them as remains. And they could only really get a new tool if the tool actively broke during the cut. The amount of efficiency in the line that you had to recover required you to get to know the person because they had to be the one to sign off on the order. And I think I asked her maybe once if she loved her job, and her answer was like, fuck yeah, I love my job. But that was after like years and years of her having to grind herself to the position where she was in the tool shop. And my line lead at the time, a Latina, leading 4 black men and 3 black women, and the other line lead is the one who's the line lead of assembly, who then also taught me her job. The amount of satisfaction they got from their work had to do more with the fact that they were able to work in an environment where everybody got along with each other and kept their noses clean and made sure everybody was taken care of, versus the woman who basically made me lose that job because of her jealousy. She didn't seem like she enjoyed her job whatsoever at all. It was just the work that she fell into. If she had been in a different job environment, she would have been the exact same kind of nasty person to somebody flipping fucking burgers as she was to me flipping fucking iron. So. And as far as my opinion about how I felt when I was satisfied with the work that I've done, I've more or less been happy with most of the jobs that I've done in my life, including broadcasting. The only thing that I'm uncomfortable with is the politics behind the scenes. I've never had a taste for the politics and stuff, and it's because I'm way too good at it. I would rather people work together than necessarily have to take the reins as a leader. Because if I have to do that, then I'm not going to be nice about what's going to happen next. Should I have to get into a position of power and I have to start making decisions because this person doesn't like this person, or this person doesn't want to behave with this person, or this person refuses to take the orders and commands of this person.
Do they have Italians?
They do.
Of course they got Italian.
Everyone has Italians.
Everyone's got Italian.
They're ruining the neighborhood. Just kidding.
Let's do a veggie sandwich.
Just get a
They
steak and
brutalize
cheese.
the vegans.
She's getting a
This is
steak
one of
and
those
cheese.
places where they brutalize the
Steak and
vegans.
cheese with some
They got the
Swiss.
least vegan options you've ever seen. You're eating like a green pepper, like an apple. Frank Sinatra's 60s Italians. They don't give a shit about gluten or any of that. They're pigs.
I used to be vegan, and my blood type couldn't handle it. I got very sick.
For real?
Yeah. So I'll do a steak and cheese. If they've got cheddar, and extra mayonnaise, no veggies or anything. If they don't do cheddar, then American's fine, but they'll probably do cheddar, right?
Cheese and
Describe your
Destruction of the vegan.
ideal man.
Probably tall, masculine, but also a bit feminine. Someone
6'6", but he knows how to cuff a doily. Yes, we all know.
that's understanding and cares about me and loves me, and that is strong with their beliefs and is creative.
Well, I'm not really into men all that much, but like if I had to say like my ideal person, they need to be able to stick around for like the hard times as well as the good times, as long as there is mutual respect and understanding. That's the most important thing is, respect.
What about physically?
I would identify as demisexual, so I have to have an emotional connection with a person in order to have an attraction towards them.
Most people become attracted to another person once they know them better, or the attraction intensifies. I don't think it needs necessarily.
What if they hide their identity? What if they hide their gender? What if they hide things? Do you feel that?
Whoa, who said anything about hiding gender?
Yeah,
Is a
people
nice
are
thing?
very closeted. They
You should be able to pick up on these things.
Yeah.
Really are getting to know someone.
Yeah, that is true.
I got some stories.
I'm sure you do.
Deeply closeted.
This is for me now. Somebody who has a good sense of humor, who is loyal, understanding, who is strong in their beliefs as well. Probably shorter than me.
Cup size?
Yeah, like medium size, cups, like a decent sized butt, and yeah, that's really it. Not really that picky.
All right, everybody up on the stage. Everybody up on the stage. Let's go, girls.
Pressure ranking. Here we go.
Figure this out for me, okay? Who's the least oppressed? Who's the most oppressed? Talk about your decisions as you're doing it.
Does anybody think they're the least and just want to?
I think I'm the least oppressed. I've always done whatever I want. I'll seek things out for myself. I don't wait for anybody to do anything for me or...
You're less oppressed than this man right here.
Yeah, I think men have it
You ripped darts?
shabby these days, honestly.
Hark, a soul for men. We found one! Dingle, 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 dingle. We got one!
You go ahead.
There's shabby and then there's oppression.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to determine the difference between like hard life
Here, keep the
and
pen.
I've been
Keep the-
oppressed
hold that with you.
by society.
This is most oppressed.
Yeah, all right.
So should we be moving?
I know I should be
I guess.
You guys figure it out.
You gotta figure it out.
You gotta out.
So you're least oppressed, you said?
She said men have it horrible and ragged in this world.
For me, oppressed. I've always done whatever I want. I'll seek things out for myself. I don't wait for anybody to do anything for me or...
You're less oppressed than this man right here.
Yeah, I think men have it
You ripped darts?
shabby these days, honestly.
Want to slide down more? Are you least oppressed too? What? Yeah, all right.
So should we be moving?
I know I should be
I guess.
You guys figure it out.
You gotta figure it out.
So you're least oppressed, you said? You want to slide down more? Are you least oppressed too? What are you guys right here?
I don't know. I mean, okay, so
You have to say your opinion.
That's what I'm saying. I'm asking.
I mean, in terms of like, I guess like race and gender and stuff, like maybe not so much oppressed. I mean, I don't work. I don't have to work right now, but I did grow up in foster care. I did move around my entire life. I didn't really have a steady source of income until now.
I think you're pretty middle, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I would say in terms of general oppression, I kind of grew up in kind of a poverty situation. As soon as I could work, like the day after I turned 15, I started working in fast food.
Same.
And, but I've
Just smoke on camera.
every single day,
Why?
I've tried my best to
it's not.
be the only
I promise. it's
me
not.
that I can be.
You don't want it?
And if
got it right there.
a man sees me and doesn't take me as seriously or doesn't value my opinion or understanding of something, then I don't have to spend any amount of time. I don't owe anything to him.
Yeah.
So not oppressed. Medium.
In terms of where my life started, yes.
Oh, there you go. All right, we'll do this.
Get that letter real quick.
Oh man, now everybody's smoking.
Bunch of butt smokers.
What's your oppression level?
So, like, I think for society in general as a whole, I'm not really that oppressed, you know. We had enough money to, like, pay the bills, pay the mortgage, but we couldn't, like, go to Disney World, you know. But in terms of...
I mean, like, do you need to go to Disney World? The shit sucks. Why would you want to be hounded around with all these other people in this giant fucking place that effectively is decadence to fucking commercialism? And you could spend $0.00 staying at fucking home and riding the ride that is commune for everybody, or playing fucking video games.
Like my personal life, I feel like I do get oppressed for my lifestyle choices. You know, people don't agree with how I live my life.
Your family?
I mean, people can choose to disagree with how you live your life. The question is, do any of those people have the ability to stop you from living your life? Which, this is the issue that comes with, like, visibility. If you don't have the ability to say, a person is preventing me from living my most foundational existence, my truth, and that foundational existence and truth does not have a reflection of anything close to this person, when they said this thing, it made me not want to marry my partner, you don't have real problems. You don't have to be visible, and you don't have to be accepted by every motherfucking body in the room. As long as you're capable of doing what it is you want to do, and you're able to do it in a way where you and that person can engage in that action, that is all that matters.
Yeah, like not like my biological family, but the people that I live with.
Oh, roommate?
So like I'm polyamorous. You know, I date multiple people, and it's all, you know, consenting adults. Everybody knows about everybody else. I live with one of my boyfriend's like parents, and they don't.
Interesting. She has multiple boyfriends.
Approve of my lifestyle choices and try to basically be like, oh, you're just like a cheating piece of shit. My partner, on the other hand, is like, well, you know, she's free to do whatever she wants and see whoever she wants as long as she's being ethical about it. I do suffer a lot of, you know, bullying and oppression in the home for those choices that I make.
From your boyfriend's parents?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
How much do your boyfriend's parents know about what you do? Like, are you...
I won't say it to them, but, you know, all of my partners, I always give them full informed, you know, they're fully informed and it's all consensual.
They all know what's going on?
Yeah, they all know what's going on. And, you know, my partner's parents, they'll be like, oh, she's got partners that you don't know about. And he's like, no, she's got partners that you don't know about. And that drives them nuts because they want control, you know?
Yeah.
I would disagree that it's control. It's more like they are just disapproving of the lifestyle choice. But again, who would have seen this coming? The demi-queer is the most normal person in this bunch. I'm flabbergasted.
Exactly. How many partners are in this ecosphere right now?
The polycule.
The polycule.
So there's like primaries, secondaries, and tertiaries. You know, primaries, I've probably got like 2. Secondaries, maybe like 3 or 4. And then there's like tertiaries, people who, you know, are long distance, long term, people I've been with on and off for like, you know, maybe 10 or 15 years. It sounds like a lot, but, you know, when everybody's all kind of like supporting each other and doing their own thing, so it sort of works itself out. Everybody takes care of one another.
Honestly, it's...
That sounds like just polyamory with friends with benefits. That just sounds like polyamory that interjects with friends with benefits. Because if you have 2 main partners, and then you have tertiaries and then quaternaries, your first primary partners are basically the people that you're choosing to actually live with and make serious issues and serious choices with. Then you have your tertiaries, which are basically what their fallbacks. Their fallback choices of, oh no, they are stuck at work. Daryl, can you come over? I'm lonely. Unhappy face. Send. And then your quaternaries are, I'm going to be in Tampa. You're going to be in Tampa. And Jason's not feeling all too well because he had some bad shrimp boil. So I'm going to go over to your place and I'm going to stay there for like 3 days. That sounds like polyamory. That sounds like polyamory with friends with benefits.
Why people join gangs. To have that support network.
I mean, I wouldn't consider it gang activity by any means, but...
It's a good time to gang up on some of the savings that we have. Our introductory rate on just a simple savings account is going to be over 3.79%. That's twice the national yield.
November's coming up, Nick. A lot of people are going to be playing musical chairs if they're not on wellsfargo.com or on the mobile app.
And exploring some of our great products that we have that aren't exclusionary. It sounds like those parents of that boyfriend of yours are stuck in some old banking structures. Some of the old dinosaurs of the industry, we like to call it.
Leave the banks out of it.
Right.
Oh my God.
Personally, I think oppression is not necessarily like how you grew up. I think oppression is how society's treated you specifically. I think
society is just an industry and an engine. It's faceless. If you say my oppression is based on how a faceless structure of anomalous people treated me and not the place where you live treats you, people you talk to every day, people you interact with every day, that's not real oppression. Because that's just you being angry that you haven't experienced limerence.
I think really the only oppression I've experienced myself is my dad is an immigrant from Japan. So during school I did get bullied a little bit or like made fun of. And I am white passing. A lot of people now, especially that I'm older, think that I am just white. I'm forklift certified. So I would say on a day-to-day basis, I don't feel very oppressed at all.
Stand in the middle there and look at all these people. Okay, do that right now. Where would you rank yourself? Take mental illness into consideration too.
Probably right where I was.
You think you're more oppressed than those 4 people? I mean, they just talked about childhood, growing up poor. What the fuck? I didn't get birthday presents?
Well, I just don't see that as oppression. I just see that as...
That's not oppression.
So, it's crazy. Yeah.
Well, you were in foster care, so maybe you should be more oppressed.
Yeah, maybe.
So why don't you stand next to her? Let's figure this out here, okay? You were in foster care. Some of these people didn't get birthday presents. Who's oppressed, who's not? Start with the Jap.
Okay, so least, most. I think I would rank you maybe like in the middle where you're standing, and then you move down that way a little bit. That's
Now yourself.
okay. Wait, no.
And say why.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, it's a tricky situation.
I just think oppression is different for each person. I don't know if it's easy to rank.
I think foster care is probably worse than being half Japanese.
Maybe.
Definitely. Yeah. Definitely. That's why I don't think I've been oppressed.
Okay. Here.
I mean, you're complaining about society. So if people treated you poorly because, your high's at an F slant, you should only have half a sunburn because only half of you is Japanese. That doesn't really compare to foster family and for foster care. If you're really going like slur for slur, not the same level of oppression.
All right, brother.
So, I mean, I don't really tell a lot of people this, but I'm a multiple felon. I spent the majority of my adult life in maximum security prisons. I feel like I'm oppressed every time I get pulled over, like anytime I have interactions with law enforcement.
So you're in the right spot,
Probably,
in your opinion.
I would think so.
And you?
I was born in '64. I'm probably the most oppressed person here, being female, my age group. I have PTSD. I had whatever childhood. I was molested, and I'm just lucky to be here. That's all I can say.
I don't think we're gonna find out, Swin.
I don't have any ideas, man. I mean, I think they're going to be here in like 4 minutes.
Can I get a Newport?
You know, because if we cut, everybody's going to filter outside and break, and then we'll be eating sandwiches outside. The gag is having them eat on stage.
How much? Can I like seal this?
How much second is
How much is
No, my lungs are starting to hurt.
Okay,
No, it's okay. It's not you. Those are American
All right.
spirits, and I
All
used to
right.
be a smoker, but kind of the
Abortion.
yellow box.
Let's line up and face off. Anti-abortion, stand on that side of the stage. Who's pro-abortion? Stand on this side of the stage.
Either the show's here or somebody's
Okay.
Against.
Line up. Line it up right here.
I'm
Step
for
up to the
taking
plate.
Responsibility.
Why don't you say why you're pro-abortion?
Because I think everybody's entitled to make their own choices.
I think everybody's entitled to be responsible for their own bodies and their decisions. Sex equals getting pregnant sometimes.
Would you say everybody's entitled to what?
To make their own decisions.
To make their own decisions? What about the baby?
Well, you know,
Isn't there someone you didn't ask?
who, the baby?
Yeah. Are we just ignoring that?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm,
no,
not advocating for a
You know,
side here, but that just
sometimes
seems like you skipped over something.
Pregnancies and giving birth can ruin a person's life or make them lose their life too. Like, let's say, for instance, there's a woman who's already had a bunch of kids, and this pregnancy is going to be so complicated that she may lose her life. Now, is she going to abandon the rest of her existing children for this unborn fetus?
What if she's on a moon base and they can put a
If you're
force field
talking
around
medical,
her to protect
because
her?
I'm all for my stance, the way I was raised. I mean, you know, you take responsibility for your actions.
You can just bring the sandwiches back here if that's what that noise is. Thank you. Ooh.
Is that thing a person?
Once the baby's born.
So it's not a human being when it's
We got the Italian.
connected to her placenta and being.
Well,
So the serious question to ask when you're talking about pro-choice versus abortion is if you remove the 1%/2%, the 0.01% versus the 2%. If you remove the 0-1% conversation of, here's a woman who has the worst health complications. If she gives birth to this child, she will die. And the 2% is, this person's child is a product of rape. Are you going to make the rape mother give birth to the rape baby? If you take out that conversational matrix, which effectively is just using a person to get a very sick dunk on them in the conversation, which is basically what they did to Charlie Cook. The conversation of pro-choice versus pro-life comes down to where you are in your life right now. So, if you know, if you're a woman, I'm not speaking on behalf of women, but if you are a woman and you know that you already have a very, 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 very difficult ability to conceive, and you have a rainbow baby, it is your choice on whether or not you choose to keep that child. If you know that you want to have a child, but you are unconfident in the ability for the sire of your child to provide for you, still your choice. Ultimately, I come down in a position of, how does this affect everybody, including you? Because, for one, I'm a man who cares about who I get pregnant. And I'm pretty sure all grown adults understand that sex has the ability to produce a child, no matter how safe you are. All the condoms in the world, all the pull-out in the world, all the anti-spermicidal lube in the world, can't stop that one little thresher that could. So, if you are a person that can actually handle the conversation of, well, what will you do should this coitus result in a child, you ultimately then have to be responsible enough to pick people for sexual intercourse that you actually like. Because if you have to then rear a child with them, all the issues that come with the rearing of that child is also going to be the context behind whether or not you really are pro-choice or pro-abortion. Because if you look at it as just, a child can prevent me from having my career, then you're not necessarily in a position where you may be the kind of person who wants to give birth or wants to build a family. Assuming that family doesn't just mean a tax write-off. Like, if you want children, it's going to be a question of the right place at the right time and the right amount of cushion to give you the ability to support them. Oi. Yes, baby. What? Oh. You should send me the funniest ones. I love you too. That was Star. For a second there, I thought she was about to call in the show and tell me to put her on the tape so that she could give an opinion. But, if you want to be a parent, and it is not a question of whether or not you can pay for a child, but whether you actually want to be responsible for a child. The natural position for almost any person probably is going to be some form of pro-choice. Assuming the person is pro-life, what is likely to happen is that they're going to do everything possible other than that. And they're probably going to use every form of contraceptive possible. Just because that doesn't stop them from being able to involve themselves sexually with a partner, where they can commit to a night of romance, but they have to basically come up with Mormon/Amish-like techniques of sexual intercourse because they have to do everything possible to avoid this reality of, well, you see, this thing is so serious that I can't possibly do that, so we have to do crazy ass shit like going through the back door, or soaking, or jelking. Because however you really choose to come across it, the conversation is always tends to be a gotcha itself. And especially, it is usually a gotcha that's used to make fun of and insult the male intelligence. It's not hard for you to be able to say, I care about who I get pregnant, and at the same time, for you to then say, but just because I like sex does not mean that I cannot like the possibility of parenthood. And that because I love parenthood, that must mean that every single child, should a child get born, immediately must become it's aborted. Because if you look at abortion as a form of healthcare, that's probably the worst you can get to without shaming a person for choosing to have sex and become pregnant. That once, maybe twice, maybe 3 times in your lifetime, especially if you're not doing genetics, if you're not doing eugenics, not that big of a deal. If every single time you go on a fucking freak meek bender, you come back pregnant, and so you suck out said child, kill them before you even have a chance to reach the 3rd trimester, you probably got issues. You probably got issues, and that's far beyond the conversation of pro-life versus pro-choice. I'm certain that most of us could probably agree. That's just how I feel about it.
You know, biologically, yeah, it could still be a human being, but that human being hasn't been born yet, so men don't start paying child support when the baby's not born yet.
Steak?
You know?
Steak smothered?
That's
You got the smothered.
pregnancy to birth.
Oh, someone
but
got...
yeah, no, like I think
This is the hot peppers one. Jenny's sandwich is separate. That's that one in there.
If you got steak with mushrooms, check if it's no mushrooms, that's mine. Can we keep debating here? Just keep the debate going, folks. I got hot peppers on mine. Oh, I love it.
This is just steak, cheese, no mushrooms, no onions. Anybody get that?
Experiences in our life.
probably.
Really, you want to run
I've
that over
taken
to Alex?
chances that I
Excellent.
not got
Forgive the fingers.
because I made responsible choices.
Yeah,
before
just
I
eat
had
up,
sex
guys.
to
Don't
not
even
get
worry about
pregnant.
it.
So to your
Oh,
issue,
you got mushrooms and
little
onions.
girls getting for their periods.
Yeah, that's right there. We got that. We'll leave that for Alex. Another plain steak cheese.
Diet. You believe
I did a lot of plain steak cheese. I don't know what's going on.
The reason, I mean, I'm not saying.
Hey, can we
like,
get
you
Kay's
as an
call back? They
11-year-old,
fucked
you
the
know,
orders up
regular
again.
cycle, but you know, if you go off of birth control.
Sam was right. The peak of the joke is getting them all on stage trying to eat their food together. Oh my god. Ah, fuck. Anyways, elevating the conversation. That's my opinion, okay? You have to be able to put in the concept that if you have to remove both the levels of extremes, you have to really be talking about what normal people would be doing. Because you can obviously find a fucking weirdo that's gonna go to one extreme and be like, well, are you gonna make your daughter, let's say you had a daughter, let's say you have a daughter, right? Are you gonna make your daughter give birth to her rape baby? It's like, first off, my child would never be in a situation where she would be forcefully and impregnated against her will to be forced to have a rape baby. And no, I'm not gonna make her give birth to said rape baby. Because even if what they want is the gotcha to say, aha, you just want to control people's bodies, it's like, motherfucker, are you stupid? Because it isn't actually a gotcha. Same thing goes the other way. It's like, here's this woman who's giving birth to a child of rape against a person who she doesn't know, but she wants to keep the rape baby because she views it in the Tyler Perry sense of the sin is the sex, not the child. Does she keep the child? Assuming that the child is... I've seen some case examples be a hypothetical question of a random stranger. Random stranger, you don't, and you shouldn't. If it is coital rape, it is spousal rape. It is a child that she had with her husband, but her husband, in a violent rage, chose to forcefully impregnate her because he was angry and violent because she cheated on him. Debatable. It really just depends on the context behind it. I don't think there's really many questions that you could really ask where a good faith question comes to the concern of saying one or the other without having to remove those extremes. Because the extremes are always used as the label to say that a person is bad or to say this person doesn't follow their personal views all the way to the ontological inertia of the final decision that comes with that line of thinking, should they not apply critical thinking in the first place.
Oh, you're not going to stop bleeding for like 3 years because you've been on it for
It's
so
a steak.
Where
This
is
is
my
steak, mushroom,
food? I'm
onions
like
too.
very
you want
low
it?
blood
There you go,
sugar.
dear.
Is this one mine?
You have steak
Yes,
cheese
yes.
straight up?
Black, we need you back in the mix here.
Has a pot.
I fucked my sandwich
They
up.
do. So how come they don't have a say?
Anybody that wants fries, you got
And they
shit.
have.
Sorry. There's
I
no
don't
fries.
know.
You can have an opinion, but my
Like, I'll just
body.
fucking keep eating
I'm
shit in
just
this
saying
fucking
personally.
company.
I don't know. I just feel like I can't talk on other people. I just want other people to have the same.
I'll go fuck myself.
I just think.
There's Coca-Colas in the cooler. We're gonna get up
You think it's a club itself? You think it's a baby?
I said I didn't feel strongly about it. That's why
So
I
think
don't
about
argue
biology,
about
Sarah.
it.
What would a biology person know that you wouldn't know?
I don't know. I haven't studied biology. I mean, last time I took biology was freshman year, so I don't.
Isn't it just an if you look at something as alive, isn't it just an obvious fact that it's alive?
If you took it out, would it still be alive?
Yeah.
I love this question. I view an infant as though they are a vampire, because an infant is actually a form of a protoplasmic vampire. This child can't live outside of me without it being attached to my blood stem and to my blood cells and to my gestation and to my not gestation tract, but gastric tract, and feeding off of me. If I rip this child out of my body, can this child live without me? Can you really say that it is then a separate being from me and not just a clump of cells? That is probably the most anti-science shit possible, simply because that is so backwards. Medically speaking, the moment that sperm meets egg, the moment that these two gametes become a blastocyst, it's a very fancy word that starts with zinc. The moment that a blastocyst is formed in the womb, that is the beginnings of the living form of the cell that then becomes a infant. The child is very much alive because there is going to be a heartbeat. If anything happens to biological material during the time period in which it is forming, that biological material is going to get reabsorbed into the body of the mother. So if you have twins, if one of the twins is non-viable, the body is going to reabsorb the material so that the stronger surviving twin can be able to make use of that genetic information. And when that child is forming, should they somehow survive long enough to develop in vitro or out of vitro, especially if they are born a preemie, that is in fact still a living being. It just so happens to be that that living being has a style of gestation where it is going to have to feed off something differently than, say, what a different type of mammal or a different type of animal would. It's like saying that a kangaroo, Joey, isn't a kangaroo because the way that they develop, depending to the point where they can then be separate from the parent, makes them not viable, despite the fact that most Joeys stay in the pouch because of the fact that that's just how the biology of a kangaroo works. Effectively, you're saying that any person who's born premature is not human because they did not have a natural type of birth. Any person who was a longer labor was not a human and is not a natural type of person. Anybody who is a singleton-born twin, like myself, is not natural and is also not a human. Any person... Yes, abortion is just spawn camping, true. Any person that effectively is not born through what is considered a natural way for humanity to give birth is a type of parasite. It is really ridiculous if you think about it that way, because there's more interesting ideas in the fantasy of describing that human infants from the womb are a type of primordial vampire than to say that an actual fetus or foetus, whether it be implanted or not, is not a living person. But, like, you're looking at multiple fertilized eggs that are on a petri dish. Should you choose to suck one of those eggs up and implant it, they were already a human before. The moment that they stop potentially becoming a human is when the actual viable blastocyst dies and is no longer viable for transplantation. That would be the moment in which a human dies. The difference is that you're talking about seeing blood and guts everywhere and seeing a person that was living and crying and breathing compared to what people would joke about being a clump of cells smeared across a experimental table. Like, it's a night and day conversation that requires understanding of science, and the scientism of science when it comes to discussion is very much taken over the conversation. The difference between pro-choice and pro-abortion is the difference between safe, legal, and rare to safe, legal, and accessible. I suppose so, yes. It's like I was saying before. If you're the kind of person that when you get pregnant, you just go to Planned Parenthood and you have them suck the foetus out of you so that you can go partying again, they are very much different than the person who they do everything possible to stay safe, and because of something happening to them, they now contend with this question that they don't have an answer to.
At what stage?
Until the stage that it like bled out and died. Imagine like holding a little baby in your hand, and then some like big-nosed college guy. Do you even know if it's alive? That's the type of argument they teach you to make at college. That's retarded, though.
Bobby, do we have Coca-Cola?
I really
only one.
Sorry,
Maybe it is a Coca-Cola.
You got to split. Is this baby actually alive? I'm Dr. Weinstein. I don't know if it's actually alive. When you use the exception to frame the argument, that's just more of that Jew shit. It's like, should I drive my car to work today? Well, what do you mean by the word drive? Let's talk about a normal pregnancy. If you have a normal baby in you, forget the cigarette shit. You just have a baby in you. Should you be able to get rid of it or no?
Yes. Right.
Fuck that.
Right?
No.
Where does it begin and where does it end?
I don't care if it's a unicorn. I don't care if the mother's got
But-
tentacles. I don't care if you
You asked, when does life sustain?
Eat, bite.
I'm gonna wait.
They probably fucked your sandwich up too, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Make sure we're sharing the Coca-Cola.
It's a sad thing, but my father said never trust a fucking Italian.
How long is it going to go? I don't know,
I
Chad.
want fucking friends going to high school or something. I tell you fucking fuck them. I'm fucking make a sandwich.
So I just think we're forgetting about is basically left up to the woman because it is her body.
What about the baby's body that's being murdered? Like, I'm totally willing to accept a good argument against that.
Who cares about these babies after they're born? Anybody?
Oh boy, now we've gotten to the who cares about the children after they've been born. That they're all pro-life, but they're not pro-care. Oh yes, I love this argument. This argument was a part of my tenure that I tried to deal with when finding people to place in their jobs when I was a part of the government. I love this argument. It's such an annoying argument. It's such an annoying argument. Because half the people who would make the argument of, well, you care so much about these kids, are you going to take care of the kid after they're born? The parents didn't care when they had the child. They're smoking and drinking and doing hash. The child comes out functionally retarded. Oh, yes, Lord. Yes, Lord.
Who cares about that after they're born? About them having MS or...
What's your excuse for murdering?
It's hard to raise a baby with 3 legs.
I don't know.
It's not just special needs for the child, it's special needs for the wallet. Which we can help provide financing for at Wells Fargo.
That investment fund, that's...
No!
We're working out the name. We're working out the name.
Hey guys, thank you very much. This has been Her Story, a journey in her words. I'm Allison Tinsdale.
And I'm Jamie White.
From Wells Fargo and Vice Media, thank you very much.
Certainly, he had to tell them what happened here. Certainly, the joke is that he just drops it on them and it's like, this was a humor. You did a funny.
Audio okay?
She's laughed up.
My wife says men are dogs. That's what she said.
Support the channel so that more can be
just
made.
commercial.
The most direct way to please act fast. Clicking that.
Yeah, so he just basically shitposted the entire time and actually got a functional feminist debate out of it. Better than Jubilee! Better than Jubilee, bro. Before we move on, anybody have any passing arguments they'd like to place up before we move? Yes, no, maybe so. 3 minutes. Or technically 30 seconds. We have to see what they say. Okay. Because we're already at 3:33. It's about to be 5 in like less than 2 hours. But we can do that. 1 second.
Hi, everybody.
Excuse me, I need to go answer something. Okay. Second. Right. Here.
They probably fucked your sandwich up.
Yeah.
What's your
The wallet.
that investment fund? That's been her story, a journey in her words. I'm Allison Tinsdale.
And I'm Jamie White.
From Wells Fargo and Vice Media, thank you very much. Is the audio okay?
She's labbed up.
My wife says
Well, I
men are
mean,
dogs.
the other humans here, they're not labbed up.
Right.
Don't worry about getting it in the shot.
It doesn't matter if
I don't think Derek, does it matter if the boom
It
gets in the
doesn't
shot?
matter. But I do. I'm just thinking I want the audio. Just let us know if you're not getting it.
Okay, I'm sorry, it's my phone.
I'll just go like this.
Oh, man.
You'll need to go over there, right?
Yeah, it looks more professional.
My wife said men are dogs. That's what she said. I love her that. Julie Bean and I get along great.
Thanks for watching another.
Shit posting, more or less. We were just shit posting. Okay. Let's read some of the messages because I just saw the back end of what Avalon said as it disappeared. Dehumanization is very common for pro-abortion arguments. It's similar to slavery, only in some ways, but worse. You inherently have to assume ownership over an individual in order to justify killing them if it's not in self-defense. Like if the wouldn't be mother's life is at risk. They believe that they own the fetus, it's their property, it's a parasite, and they can do what they want with the property, even old yell it. That's why it was supposed to be rare in the first place, because it's evil. Acknowledgement by that its default evil, and only sometimes conditionally justifiable, despite that is the centrist position. It is the position that the left has largely abandoned because Cthulhu always sims left. Once the institutions are purged of conservatives and these people are surrounded by only those that agree with them, they have nothing limiting the opinions that the general public finds reprehensible. I can inherently agree with that only to the degree at which most people, when put in an environment where they feel protected from the consequences of those choices, don't actually have to see the consequences of the behavior. The easiest way to demonstrate how they are able to find themselves at the consequences of that particular ontological inertia is if you actually have abortion clinics offer a sonogram before they do the procedure. Because otherizing the fetus has to come from a place of where they don't see it, they don't think about it, it's just a clump of cells, so that they don't actually have to form an attachment. Once they form an attachment, it becomes much harder for them to do that. Not to say this as though if you trick them into caring about the foetus, they will then not kill it. Therefore, we can trick women into being emotionally manipulated into giving birth. There are some people that would hear that and like Nick Fuentes would be like, yes, based, that's exactly what we want. But it's the fact that if they truly didn't want to give birth to the child, the moment that they see the sonogram does not change the moment before or the moment after. They would still be committed to removing the child. Versus a person who, it's just that it's inconvenient for them. It's inconvenient that they have a child. Obviously, money can be one of the factors that will provide a person the context of whether or not they will choose to do that. But if it's just a conveniency consideration, they have all the time, they have all the money, they just don't want to have to spend the time that pregnancy would take from them, basically being out of commission, assuming that out of commission is like rational, then it is preference at the end of the day. I would say to that. Why do people who default to who cares after they are born as a dunk when they have an entire society that tries to save people from getting hoed out? There are people who do it as a gotcha. There are people who do it as a serious political stance of there's too many people in the world. There are people who do it because there's too many people in the world and it's inconvenient, so why add more? Like, why? Pregnancy? In this economy? No. No, sir. I'm going to do the ethical thing, because you know what can't get pregnant? Feet. That kind of argument. Usually it's going to be some type of... argument to the absurdum of, I don't want to do that because... purpose. The question posited usually has to be about whether or not it's an actual issue for you to live your life and to give birth to a child, or if it's like, I want to focus on my career, and I know that I can't perform at peak efficiency if I am not in the position to pivot the way that another person would. which that's like a showgirls situation. And by that I mean, if you are a corporate lawyer, if you are a headhunter in a HR or CEO position, or in a Fortune 500 environment, if you know that a baby would make you slow down to the point that somebody else would get a leg up on you, then you are considering that your ability to navigate in these environments is more important than giving birth to the child. But the problem there is then, if you are in the position where you find yourself pregnant with a kid, you had to have had to find the time in order to have sex to have the child. So who's the father of the child? Is it somebody else that you're in this mover and shaker environment with, that it was just a one-time hookup, or is it an actual partner that you are building a life with? Those are the caveats that you have to answer that kind of question, because then that allows you to actually address what is the question, right? So if you are a social climber, that you don't want to be pregnant because being pregnant means that you become old news. You're no longer able to be around other people. You have to find ways to dump this baby off so you can go do your job. If you don't have a loving house husband that will take care of you all the way to the point where you have to be out of condition so you can do your job, to come back to do your work, so you can continue doing that, then ultimately you're choosing a career over motherhood. And motherhood is something that is there for you at some point if you didn't already decide to do it beforehand. Which usually the way that it happens is that a person puts off their primary birthing years and then goes and has their high-stake building career, and then afterwards, closing towards 40 to 50, they then say, it's time to try and reactivate this dying supernova, instead of doing it backwards, having the child first, then building the career, where they already have the point where the child would be able to take care of themselves during that point where, if they're going through, and let's say they're going for an MBA, they want to become some person that involves themselves in accounting. When you're in undergrad, when you're in your grad school, you have already had your child. By that point, let's say you started as soon as you got out of high school, you married, had your child. 9 months out, after that child's born, assuming that your partner can do something closer to stay at home, you go from infancy to 10 years old, and you're now from the age of what? Let's say 18, 19. Going from 18, 35, you're able to start building up the intelligence and building up the accreditations to then joining the career, and then you're social climbing and doing all that shit. The child would already been like 10 by that point. Like, there are thousands of ways to view the question. But usually it's some type of, I want to be a social climber, therefore I'm killing this baby. I'll choose later when I choose to have the child. And of course, this is not considering things like surrogacy. Surrogacy is never even included anywhere in the discussion, by the by. Because if you have all the time in the world to focus on your career, then you and your partner have the ability to stop, get your eggs taken care of, and then find somebody who's going to rear your child for you. That's just me. All sorts of justifiable reasons to have an abortion, which I can acknowledge, but no reason given abortion should be legal. That's my position. When it happens, it's less important to me as to then why it happens. I could probably agree with that. I think the no reason given abortion is fucked up, because if you can say that you could not find a reason to have the abortion but you still want to have it, you should be able to go back in time and ask yourself, okay, so could you wear a condom then? Could you do everything possible to prevent this pregnancy? And then, only then, if it's like, this is the 1 percentile situation. Like, most preventative measures, it's like a 95 to 99%. So if this is the 5% to 1% scenario where you did literally everything in your power, you're on tape confirmed doing it, and you still got pregnant. Sure, medical mishap. Fucking hoop that one. I don't know. Very difficult. However, it is time. It is time. And this one's going to be much longer. This one's like 4 hours. To get into June the King and his recap. Button. Here it is. Question. I had this on the side already. Where is it? Here it is. From Legend to Lolcow. The Rise and Fall of Idubbz. From June the King. 7 days ago. Here we go. Leadhead didn't make a video that fast. Come on now. That was already yesterday. Come on.
Ian Jama, better known on the internet as Idubbz, was a creator celebrated for his creativity, effortless humor, and critical commentary. In virtually every aspect, he was a modern-day court jester. He made strong arguments for why shame is necessary. But he also danced, whether this meant reviewing pickles in a storm drain or unboxing a single cup of ramen. Ian proved to millions he could entertain, push boundaries, and evolve. It was late 2015 that Ian premiered Content Cop, a staple of YouTube commentary that brought light to shameless creators and their uninspired content. Yet as Ian's plans became grander, there was a felt loss of momentum. Perception definitively changed when his wife announced her OnlyFans and Ian felt himself being the target of shame. This created a divide between him and his audience that has progressively widened. Inexplicably and across the board, Ian was less expressive both in the physical and artistic sense. Furthermore, his new projects have backfired spectacularly. From mismanaging a charity boxing event to the point that it lost money, to only popularizing his opponents in attempts to suppress them, Idubbz is now seen in a far worse light. And though there are hundreds of videos speculating on the matter, few provide a satisfactory answer. This is why this video aims to explore the story of an ambitious advocate for creativity who has lost everything that has made him successful. This is why it is best to start at the beginning. The jobs of a court jester, artificial fool, or joker were historically jobs to entertain. They could criticize the court, its noblemen, or the king. The jester could dance, but it could also deliver scathing critique in a way no one else could or would dare to. Ian was not born into the profession of jester. First, he was a common man. In the early 2010s, Ian Washburn had a desire to start a Let's Play channel. It was a genre that was just hitting its peak of popularity. To do this, he chose the name Idubbz. The I stood for Ian. Dub, which is slang for victory, was derived from the first syllable of the letter W. In this convoluted way, his channel name was both representative of his initials and also directly meant I win. But there was an issue. Idubbz with a single B was already taken, so he added another B. But even still, the username was taken. Finally, he tried Idubbz with 3 B's and acquired his first channel name. Ian also made Idubbz 2, likely for non-game related videos. Ian, on the channel Idubbz, played games that were highly popular at the time, from Amnesia: The Dark Descent,
like everybody,
to Minecraft, and perhaps also,
like everybody else too,
recorded a video about Anime Expo. Ian did well to blend into the background of this genre. Naturally, this was an issue. There were already hundreds, if not thousands, of creators playing these games and even their modified variants.
And grooming the children that watch them play these games. Which continues to happen, even though Minecraft should not be that big of a thing anymore.
Late 2012, Ian had gained a greater understanding of what it means to stand out. In playing less popular indie games, Ian did not have to compete with his far more popular contemporaries.
You use the power cell from your plasma gun to power up the jump port. Alright, it looks like it's in order. Let's go.
In focusing on lesser-known games, he could capture an audience in a space that saw little competition. This is why Ian found growth in playing Overgrowth, a modifiable, combat-driven game that as popularity for the game grew, Ian's channel grew with it.
One of the easiest ways to learn about new mods before trying them is through YouTube. For example, the Idubbz TV channel has more than 150 Let's Play videos showing off different mods and custom levels.
Though Idubbz TV was meant to be one of Ian's many alternative channels, it soon became the main one as the original Idubbz had lost its monetization.
First channel was demonetized because I was watching my own ads. Not actually. What? not actually. But they were a little sus on the channel, so they suspended the account, so I needed to make a new one.
Ian, in 2013, on Idubbz TV, continued to focus on Overgrowth and indie horror games, but he still did not lose the most important piece of what was making his channel special. It was his drive to experiment. This is likely one of the reasons he uploaded Slender Gangnam Mode. While Idubbz could have continued to make safe Overgrowth videos and perhaps transitioned into comfortable coverage of new indie games, instead he started covering gaming news for no other reason than to satisfy his desire to be creative.
Hey guys, welcome to my new show. I decided I want to start this new series so that I could express my creativity in new and interesting ways, and I figured if I start a new show, then it probably won't stay a new show, so I could do other things too. I don't know. We're just going to see where it takes us.
Ian, with a newfound confidence, was finding out quickly that people liked watching him, meaning that as he continued to place himself in different genres, his viewers would stick around for his personality and observations. Not because of a trend, but because of the critical perspective Ian was beginning to embody. It was likely with this realization that Ian brought this side out of him more and more.
So I've seen a lot of people contributing to some pretty bad Kickstarters. I feel like the main problem with supporting pretty much anyone on Kickstarter is that I can go on Kickstarter and give you an idea for a game and maybe do a little bit of work on it and just be like, yeah, I need some help making this game. It's gonna have all the awesomeness of Fallout 3, the open world of Just Cause 2, and all the guns of Borderlands, and also a ton of boobs. Like, that's what I'm gonna make.
Ian, through this news video, started to give his audience the tools to be skeptic and critical, to question the reality of situations. In relation to Kickstarter, he was questioning how inexperienced developers could claim to surpass even the most beloved franchises as if the only barrier was money. In the majority of cases, the developer speaks not of creativity, but ego. And on Kickstarter, some projects were being rewarded for their unsubstantiated promises, rather than proven ability.
And they still are, including the ones that aren't even on Kickstarter anymore, or Indiegogo. There are probably some that stand out more than others, Ember, that need to be discussed more than others, Star Citizen, for whether or not they will ever be completed in their lives, Yandere Dev, because of the fact that they have such a big amount of nomenclature and history behind them, without anybody being able to conventionally show you the reason why they deserve to have that much attention. But to this day, I have seen less and less about those kinds of pieces of content because they just have gone the way of the dodo. Like, at this point, your guess is as good as mine when those three things ever get made. Ember is obviously a fucking scam that allows for Mark Kern to keep involving himself in culture war content. Star Citizen feels like it is something that will never truly be completed, because the more and more they keep thinking of feature content to add to it, they can't really be able to afford it. And it's just like a fucking hoop dream. Where Star Citizen probably could have existed in some formulation with Starfield and No Man's Sky for what it's worth, but the two things will never meet because they couldn't possibly put that much content into a singular game and keep it non-nebulous to the point that it ends up being niche. Because then you won't be able to get the money for it because you won't be able to afford it. You won't be able to run the service because it's too expensive. And then Yandere Dev, a man whose coding is so much dog shit that it's comparable to Pirate Software. Or rather, Pirate Software's coding is so bad that it's comparable to Yandere Dev's. 3 examples of something that should definitely go the way of the dodo faster.
In a way, they could divert funding from true, well-meaning creatives. This injustice and ego was the enemy of Idubbz, and his weapon was comedy and shame.
Most of y'all know me as Texas.
Holy shit. Texas, really? Texas. Most people know you as Texas? Who's most people?
Most of y'all know me as Texas.
Oh. Okay, well, fair enough. Let's go ahead and keep watching the video.
Kickstarter crap. In this series, Ian honed in on poorly conceived Kickstarter projects, often giving an overview of how the creator views or advertises the project to then pitting the perspective against the reality of what the project actually is.
Also known as creative bullying. Because that's really what Kickstarter crap was back then. It was creative bullying. It's just that the targets were acceptable targets that anybody can attack. Because what do you mean you try to get people to pledge to this idea when it was poorly conceived and not very well thought out?
We're trying to make the first game that's designed by the players for the players.
Alright guys, so having fully looked at this Kickstarter project, I can tell you for a fact that they want to make a very cookie-cutter MMORPG.
By mid-2014, the Kickstarter crap series consistently outperformed any of Ian's Let's Plays. It held that he broadened the range of topics to criticize not only successful Kickstarters, but also Kickstarters that were not exclusively related to gaming. And though he did continue to post Let's Plays, his new series were not at all directly related to gaming.
Hey everybody and welcome back. Today I'm going to be doing my first unboxing video. It might also be my last unboxing video, but I felt like I needed to do this because right now there's a lot of unboxing videos on YouTube, a lot of people opening up loot crates, junk boxes, stuff cubes, and a bunch of shit like that really is you know, quite honestly just a bunch of leftover shit from a bargain bin at Big Lots, okay? So I'm here to break the mold, and I expressed my concern on Twitter, and luckily enough, toothbrushsubscriptions.com reached out to me. So they sent me a package. It's
Idubbz deliberately selected the most mundane item, which proved the point that regardless of genre, any video could be interesting. In this video, Ian quote-unquote tests the toothbrushes by bending or breaking them. He also inexplicably spits on his lap after rinsing his mouth with water. A small, possibly unintended detail is the Bugs Bunny-themed glass. Bugs Bunny is a character known for being a cunning, chaotic trickster. In this way, Ian and Bugs were one and the same. In 2014 alone, Idubbz made various unboxing videos on a self-sealing bicycle tube, 2 graphics cards and a CPU, a motherboard, cups of fruit, and of course, a simple bowl of noodles. Ian opened 2015 by reviewing a pack of pencils that went as expected.
As most of you guys are aware, I am an avid kung fu enthusiast. I can break blocks of wood. I could break cylinder blocks. You name it, I can break it. Oh, fuck. Oh, that hurt. Okay, guys, now we are going to burn the erasers in the flames of hell.
So long, suckers.
The top comment reads, quote, only Idubbz would make unboxing a pack of pencils for 7 minutes interesting, unquote. As was with the gaming videos, Idubbz could comfortably settle into making unboxing videos or Kickstarter crap. He could have made a career juggling. But to ascend to Jester, one must master critique.
You know, I definitely didn't want people to, like, I don't know if it's like a chip on my shoulder or whatever, but I didn't want people to say that I'm like a one-trick pony or whatever.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I felt like, you know, if I, in some ways, like, got ahead of it and, like, did different things, interesting things, I would feel good about myself and where I was headed.
Ian had made
I mean, the problem with that is that you're then pushing yourself into a dynamic where you have to force yourself to be interesting, which then makes everything you're doing disinteresting. Because you're not doing it because you like it, you're doing it because you have to stay away from the accusations that you're boring, which definitely would not help you for your self-esteem.
Series critical of Kickstarters. He made parody unboxing videos that became their own series as he started accepting fan mail. These were both statements against the formulaic. Even if a series by its nature is predictable, Ian had the ability to make videos memorable, even if just by including cutaways that were less than a second long.
It's David Fincher, baby. Here's the first movie that we're gonna look at. It stars 3 pets who escape a ranch to find their owners in San Francisco.
This is what Idubbz was. He was a creative that perhaps put his own creativity and entertainment first. He was not one to boast or self-aggrandize. This is perhaps why Jinx irked him so much, as he was a direct opposite of Ian.
Because let's be honest, some of us make those videos a lot better.
Jinx was a reaction channel that in late 2015 was averaging 50 million views a month solely by reacting to videos. These were not reactions in the sense of deconstructing a video or transforming the work by being critical of it. These were reactions to popular videos often played in their entirety with little to no additive commentary. YouTube promoted these channels so heavily that they could compete with the author's original work. Creators were none too pleased to have to compete with bastardized renditions of their videos.
Yo, Jinx, that was a dope-ass video, man. That was just hella tight. I really like the part where you played my video in its entirety and then didn't really react to it, just kind of sat there. I also like the part...
Yes, the React Wars. The React Wars that started the conversation that ended because of Hassan Piker. I understand the argumentation that Jack's Film's making, because the basic question is, why should you be rewarded for freebooting my content with absolutely no skill whatsoever on what it is you're describing and talking about, while stealing my content? Very much an annoyance. However, I posit it to you. Have you considered that they don't care? They don't care about supporting the creative, because they don't care. Scolding them is not going to get you the outcome that you want. But you're more than welcome to try.
Part where you added virtually no insight, you just kind of rambled on for about 5 minutes and missed the point entirely. Pretty brilliant how you play the entire video in your channel. It's like it's a one-stop shop. Why bother going to my channel to watch that video when you can just watch that and your reaction?
Though creators did push back at this trend, even at their crudest, they failed to effectively shame the genre, but not Idubbz.
One of the biggest reaction channels, or the biggest reaction channel right now, is called Jinx. He has 800,000 subscribers on his main channel, and it's eerily similar to the Potato Salad Kickstarter project. I say this because the Potato Salad Kickstarter project was garbage. It garnered a lot of attention, a lot of money. It took 0 effort. And on top of that, it spawned a whole fuck ton of copycats that are doing the same fucking thing.
Yum. Ah! Why would you do this? I have a wife and family! Ah, the pain!
If you...
Okay, so see, here's the thing that we have because of the power. This is the thing that we have because of the power of context and also hindsight. Carl, I can't do this anymore. I'm becoming geriatric. Why? I could clap into the microphone and say loud noises, but I don't want to break anybody's eardrums. But, back to what I was about to say. The power of context gives us the ability to demonstrate something that is actually deeply important here. 2 things. 1, digital blackface. 2, actual intent and expression.
If you didn't guess it by now, reaction channels make reaction videos to other reaction channels reacting to their videos. Yes, it's a golden ratio of retardation.
Ian explained why these creators...
It took 0 effort. And on top of
Jinx
that...
is making you old. I understand. I know. I'm annoyed by it too.
It spawned a whole fuck ton of copycats that are doing the same fucking thing.
Yep. So, a person who's sitting there clearly trying to yuck the yum because it's a popular thing that's happening and they have no serious opinion, that's obviously a person that does not need to be getting your copyright and should not be able to build content off of your work. Obviously strike them. I can agree with that if we're going to be super serious. If we're going to go by the note and we're going to go by the spirit of free use, this is the case that I'm going to start with. This is where the issue starts when it comes to reaction channels, alright? People like to put a lot of shit on Asmongold, but no, this is where it starts. Here's the issue. Number 1, If you're lazy as fuck and you have nothing to say and you're just watching the thing because you know it's a popular piece of content and that you can rip off that thing because it's an interesting piece of material that everybody's seen and they want to see what you have to say about it, and you're freebooting the shit and then you're putting yourself in the thumbnail against it and you did the whole amino thing. This is where this starts from. Strike people like this guy.
Ah!
Strike people like this guy.
Why would you do this? I have a wife.
But this man, there are plenty of people that are basically the source of most of the interesting memes and or memorable memes of the internet. I have seen this bald man in multiple places. I don't know this person's name, which is sad, because I should know. But, digital blackface. Take any particular group. It's not just African Americans. Take any particular group, and a person who just happens to have a very expressive face, like mine. Take a person who has an extremely expressive face and let them have a range of emotions by showing them something completely fresh-eyed for the first time. In the same way that they did with the React Fine Bros and React World. Have them go out of their way to just, hey, we want you to sit down and watch this piece of content. Tell us what you thought about it. The reactions that you can produce from that kind of content. Blasphemous HD. Yes, sir. The kind of reactions that you can produce from that is less about the content that it's reacted to and more about the facial expressions of the person in general. Me, that is a part of the humor of reactions. Because truthfully, the problem of reactions is that you're getting these clips where something happens and the person's emotional reaction to it, violent, loud, explosive, whatever, what have you, is that they have shown that the work was noticed, it has affected them, and the look on their face is a summary of how they felt in the moment doing it. There are plenty of times where in coming up next segments that I've edited myself of my own work, the entire thing was the case of, here's the thing that's the most interesting stuff that's going to happen in this particular content. Here's the moment that is going to completely summarize how Carl felt with the reaction on this content. Here's the moment in which he's giving the best breakdown or rebuttal to the piece of work that's being described. Whether edited by me or edited by somebody else that did something else in the before in the past. The reaction of the person does not matter as much as whether or not something really funny they were doing was on the screen when it happened. Ergo, digital blackface. Now, the term itself was invented as a way to basically shame people for having the audacity to do what Nigga Slop has now done, which is, oh my god, I have no opinion about the content I'm making whatsoever. Let me go find a gif of Speed so I can be able to call this person on the internet a fucking retard. But whether they are white, black, Latino, Asian, or worse, a woman, you can be able to say that at least this person actually reacted to what was being said. They actually were funny by proxy because of what they did. They actually appreciated the content that they saw and then gave a review about it and then also told you where you could find it yourself. Instead of gatekeeping the information and or only having a version of it that you can't access because you got it before they did something silly, like deleting the video or trying to sanitize the VOD. Wow. Wow, Marcus, you almost called me a chair! How dare you? I won't forget this. I will not forget this. But yeah, well, however a person could react to the content, however any person could ever be used in a clip and in a GIF, that formulation of digital blackface has become basically a proxy of mimetic puppetry. You thought it was just using black actors and stuff as a GIF? No. Realistically, what digital ministry has come from digital blackface is basically you take any famous person and you basically use them as the bottom of the joke. You use them as the butt of the joke. So, using IShowSpeed because you can't think of any other person in a moment to use to like describe somebody as glazing meat. Literally when he does this whole thing when he's like, the idea there is not just using a black actor or stuff for the purposes of a GIF. It's that you have gone to the bottom of the lowest common denominator of digital blackface. which is that you have decided to use them as a proxy of digital minstrelsy. Why call them a zip coon when instead you can use this famous black person to call them a coon instead? Why say that they are an Uncle Tom when you can instead play a clip of a famous black person being an Uncle Tom? Why call somebody a queer when you can instead find a movie clip of a kid actor in a film that's like, shut up, you insert F slur here, and throw something at the screen, like what Jay does. Various examples of this can all be described as a form of digital blackface, but the problem is that the digital blackface begins someplace at where it's much more innocuous. Was Blackness TV looking to be an example of a bald-headed black man? No. Am I African-American superstars like Cajun, single-player Carl, intending to be the example of a overly excited man who can bench 150 and can full arm press 350? No. But what we get included in as a meme based on what you find funny and based on what somebody else wants to take out of context isn't belonging to us. The same thing happens to somebody like Stardust. The amount of jokes that people make about her and make about her clothing because she's an Indian. That kind of shit is what it's become. Whether or not you find it funny is completely up to the meme and the eye of the beholder. But there's not really much you can do to stop the conversation about it because this is the beginning of where it started. People like Blasphemous HD, people like Low Tier God, people like Jinx, people like I Has Cupquake, people like Pokimane, people like Valkyrie. It started with them. And hell, that's like asking people to follow and pay attention to different sides of the YouTube hemisphere, and many of them at the time were not.
If you didn't guess it by now, reaction channels make reaction videos to other reaction channels reacting to their videos. Yes, it's a golden ratio of retardation.
Then, the second problem.
If you didn't guess it by now, reaction channels make reaction...
Content reaction slop. Back in the days, it was the worst it was because people didn't respect copyright intention. Now, we are at a point where the issue is a person who's having a reaction within a reaction within a reaction within a reaction, and then whoever's next after me within a reaction within a reaction within a reaction, is everybody having discourse. Unfortunately, because of the nature of clipping, discourse has become both one, reactionception, and two, a conversation about conversations. That's why, famously, the biggest problem you can have amongst people having conversations about jokes is that they completely cope about the way that you're having the conversation when it comes to the left wing, or the right wing having access to using particular memes as a shorthand for what the conversation should be discussing. However you cut this, the cord cannot be cut that in order to have a reaction, you must be able to consume something in order to say something. Preferably, you would like them to not just simply play your content with absolutely zero reactions and 0 words and nothing to add to the content material, where they might as well have just watched the video on your channel. That is obviously bad. That is obviously bad. However, what you actually want is you want a person to be able to give their opinion, and from that opinion, if you were to cut out every single bit of the content playing, whenever they stop and they supposedly clip shimp or pause Andy the content, they actually have an opinion of their own, where they have, as we decided this was the case in the React Wars, thanks to Son, they react harder. What Jinx did before anybody else did, and even doesn't usually happen now, is that Jinx, amongst a lot of other reactors that are still around, reacted harder. He had an opinion, he had a reaction, he didn't just freebase your shit and use it as a preamble on their live streams on Twitch, where they siphon the views off of the video, and your ability to gain views from the content comes from how many people could have been watching versus how many people actually watched. All of that stuff and more is now a part of the dialectic we have today. To say that Idubbz was right back then is to miss the scope of the issue. He wanted to complain about people who basically were on the level of Sniper Wolf, stealing material constantly, without effort, and copying the style of somebody like Aziland while they did it. What we now deal with, and what we now talk about, is people like Cornbread Tube, trying to cancel somebody by proxy because they want to attack somebody like me through taking words that I said out of context and designing an entire 2 minutes of hate around it. Which is what most of this shit comes down to now, and why most of us go to court about it. Most of us go to court over reactions, not necessarily because people were just lazy as fuck and couldn't do the work, but because people want to make money off of attacking you. They want to make money off the reaction, they want to make money off the drama, they want to make money off the clout. The thing that happened to Ethan Klein is actually the case example to show you exactly where we are. When you have a man that has to take 3 people to court because they tried to siphon views off of his content while they make money off of harassing him, by the definitions of what Idubbz would have talked about at this time, they would have been, unironically, reacting harder, to the point that they did in fact create content. But the problem is now, the content that they created is actually the worst kind of content you can make. It's something that requires the human consumption of somebody else's problems and annoyance and their lifestyle. By that I mean, because you harass Ethan Klein's family, you send skulls to his house, medical skulls, but skulls to his house to antagonize and harass him and scare him and his family members. You attack him by trying to call CPS because supposedly him being mistaken about Giardia means that Bad Empanada is now allowed to harass and terrorize them through proxy. Idubbz is allowed to do it through proxy. Frogan is allowed to do it through proxy. And all of these people are allowed to siphon the views off of his content while not giving him proper content views. Meaning, these 5 broadcasters could steal, let's use an arbitrary number. Each of them steals 1 million off of a video that could have had more millions. These people siphon the views of what could perplexibly be called 1 million views, tops. So, 5 million views off a piece of content that they decide to put in front of their camera, that instead of those 5 million views coming naturally to the content, it's instead 5 views coming to the content. And all these people who are super aware of this conversation basically have no actual opinion, because the opinion is being projected to them through the ancillary behavior of the content creator in general, talking about the material. For somebody who's at my level, that is destructive. Because now, you invite all of these eyes to specifically antagonize somebody who may not be able to handle that kind of criticism, despite the fact that they're producing content just like anybody else on the internet. Despite the fact that they're making for whatever it is they're making for, you bring that amount of people involved into content, into anything, and have them trying to antagonize somebody and say, I hate the way that you do things, we don't think you belong here, you're going to end up creating a negative fucking environment for them. And that's why most reaction shit went the way of the dodo. In fact, Reply Guy used to be a normal thing on YouTube. It is no longer a normal thing on YouTube. The bedroom feminists took away from YouTube and ran to Twitter. Then they ran from Twitter and they ran to TikTok. And that's where they remain to this day. With Tumblrite hugbox behavior. Like, I deserve to have the right to block your channel because I don't like your content and I hate you reacting to my stuff type shit. That is anti-creativity. That is anti-creativity on the platform. That is anti-community, and that's anti-fair use. Because content is content, and what a person produces should be free and able for anybody to react to. If the person puts in the effort and the time to be able to properly create something from it, they should be able to benefit from that. If they don't, then that is on them. If you decide that you're just going to remove all context and say, fuck these people, how dare you try to make something off of me, you have a very serious issue you have to address there at the end of the day, which is that who decides to make what? Who reacts to the reactors, basically? Just like who watches the Watchmen. Because at the highest level, nobody critiques those people who do that. Somebody like myself, should I react to somebody's content, it is not that big of a deal, unironically so. Somebody like Frogan, somebody like Idubbz, somebody like Casey Tron reacts to it because of the people that they're justifying it with and the way that they look at ownership of material and possession of property. They don't see anything wrong. They don't see it as theft. They see it as just normal economics. They see it as just normal behavior where they come from. Because the culture of ownership and fair use does not exist on Twitch. They don't have a philosophy of it. Maybe if Idubbz had recognized that back in the past, he could have been able to say, listen, I don't like the people who are lazy as fuck and don't react, but also, if you're actually putting in some level of effort, I guess that's good. He instead had the example of just blanket, this is how I feel about all you guys, you're not deserving of your fame and your fortune. which was what then led him to go from Jinx to all the other people he then decided to criticize.
Videos to other reaction channels reacting to their videos. Yes, it's a golden ratio of retardation.
Ian explained why these creators were worthy of criticism. In the same video, he also reasons why his scathing remarks could not be matched by those he criticizes. Ian also argues for the necessity of shame.
I edit my videos, I put time into my videos, and at the end of the day, my burns are going to be sicker than yours. So I would recommend that the most you do is continue doing what you do best, and that is having no talent and making shitty videos. A reaction channel is very similar to a young, busty, attractive female. They've been waited on hand and foot their whole lives. Everyone gives them compliments, no one criticizes them, they buy them free drinks at the bar. But eventually, because there is some order to the world, some bitter old hag needs to come by who doesn't give two fucks about this stupid bimbo, and she needs to tell the stupid bimbo, you have no talent, you have no skills, and your attitude is extremely shitty. Hey there, folks, I'm the content cop. I'm here to make sure everyone's content is up to par, and if it's not, I'll bring them to justice.
On December 13, 2015, Content Cop Busting Jinx Reload released. The video opens with a small whimsical skit before transitioning to Ian's typical filming location. The first introduction of Jinx in this video is not centered around the content, but rather the character and ego of Jinx.
Look at this smug piece of shit. Just sits on his bed eating a bag of Cheetos as his intro. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Reminds me of that asshole who ate a bowl of cereal for 1 million subs.
What I mean by scope out your competition is basically check out their channel, see what they do or how they do things. Now, what I did was set my goal to outdo everything they did.
You sound like a fucking legend, Jinx. Your goal was to outdo everything the other reaction channels were doing?
In the second half of the Content Cop, Ian goes through select videos Jinx published that do not rely on the content he's reacting to, but rather his creative ability.
You gotta eat, sleep, and shit, YouTube.
You gotta suck dick and shit, YouTube. Oh, this is so motivational. Holy shit. Oh, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna sit on my bed. I'm gonna sit on the end of my bed. I'm gonna set up the camera, and I'm gonna watch some fucking videos. Fuck editing.
The Content Cop was a tool to shame, to correct, and above all else, entertain. The Content Cop is a modern-day court jester. Where a more competent creator may have created an equally devastating retort, the lesser creatives with an inflated ego inherently did not have the ability to do so. The Content Cop videos often attack dominant creators in their genres. Many of the criticisms Ian laid were applicable not only to reaction channels, but were also lessons in content creation and evaluation of ego. Being that this was Ian's first Content Cop, it hardly did anything to initially move the needle in how reaction channels were perceived. It would take several months for it to even break 1 million views. There was some refinement to be had as Ian was still figuring out what he wanted a series to be. At first, it appeared he wanted to be a series as frequently uploaded as a bad unboxing or Kickstarter crap.
As a content cop, I got a meat quota for the month, just like any cop does, and this means that I can't put all my time, energy, and resources into making a big bust like Jinx, alright? So every now and again, I'll be looking at some projects like I'm gonna be looking at today that aren't necessarily, felony charges. They're probably misdemeanors, a small citation here and there, going 30 FPS into 60, that sort of thing. So keep that in mind as we go forward. I can't make the big bust all the time, alright? I got to do... Look at this, guys. I'm doing a bunch of research over here. I can't be...
This came from Content Cop amateur food reviewers released only 10 days after the Jinx Content Cop. Rather than critiquing a single content creator, it was more so an examination of a genre that so desperately lacked in creativity that the only defining difference was the food being reviewed.
Another thing they do, which they really don't have to, is create a long, rhymey rap poem at the beginning of their video, thinking that that's really going to pump people up. You can have that. I understand the importance of getting people excited, but, a lot of the time it feels kind of contrived.
YouTube's your boy Reggie Reg. You don't need to clock to know what time it is. What up, party people in the place to be? It's your boy C Snacks.
What's up, people? What it be? What it do? Happy Man Snacks back again with a new review.
Hey, what's going on, party people? It's your boy Idubbz back again with another legit food review. No one gives a shit. So you gotta create suspense. If you don't have a crazy personality, if you don't have mad jokes, you gotta create suspense some other way. RV's serving breakfast all day? Let's beat this out. It has all sorts of good, it has fish in it, and it... Today we're gonna be looking at all the food review channels that can't help but do the exact same thing as every fucking other food review channel.
So, the problem here with Idubbz and his viewpoint, because I would consider this to be a false thing. I would consider this to be the point of where you could really start seeing a lot of the cracks that come into criticizing people for stuff, but seeing like the bigger, greater picture. Spectacle. Spectacle is a very large factor that you can use as a justification for why content would be more interesting if a person does a thing that's better. But here's the problem with spectacle. Spectacle is what got you Kai Cenat. Again, that's why digital blackface was an important part of what I started with. Remember what I said. A person that just happens to have an interesting reaction, has an interesting behavior pattern, has an interesting personality, becomes the basis of how other people choose to respond with what could become a thought-terminating cliche of the joke. Follow the timeline with this chat. If the most expressive person becomes the most famous, what eventually is the person going to do? They're going to Come on, chat. I know you can get this. They're going to... It don't take a second. I know I got the thing. It's gonna take a second. They're going to... Double down is a good one, but... What are my hands doing? What am I building here? They're going to... Starts with the letter E. They're going to... Ow. Yes, Sidwin, they're going to escalate. Evolve is also good, but I was looking for the word escalate. But evolve is actually good because both of them are technically the correct answer. A person who's known for being this individual who does this behavior, they are going to escalate their behavior. Before, they were doing something that was just normal edgy. The next time, they're doing something that is extremely edgy. Then after that, something that is so edgy, it probably can't be hosted on YouTube full time. So they have to use alternative media to do it. And then, they're doing shit that's so damn dangerous, there's no way that a mainstream platform could host it. This is the layers that go into the behavior that causes fun and energy to become a spectacle. But if an African American, because African Americans are, they fall to this a lot. If an African American follows this ontological inertia to its ontological end, what you are justifying is the collocation of a nigga slop. Because from Blasphemous HD, you get Kai Cenat. Which I should technically say not just Kai Cenat, but Kai, Rakai, Ray, Double Agent, DDG, all of the annoying black women, especially the ones with the fucking oxen ring. You get people that funny humor does not come from who they are, and it does not come from how they present themselves and their personality, but comes from the thing that they're doing. By all means, you should try to do something different. You should try to escalate. You should try to do something new. And you should try to evolve your work, grow your work, reach out, become a better content creator. But naturally, what happens is what you say is that they have to do something different, and they need to do it to the point that they become interesting doing it. You are actually justifying the creation of nigger slop. You are justifying the creation of debauchery. And ultimately, you cannot be able to blame people like the ones that you criticized at the time for doing what they did, because it worked to get them attention. It got them onto your radar. And thus, people who follow their patterns and then escalate from what they did, they're no more wrong doing it than you were, because they are also following the pattern of that escalation that came from the content creator that did it. Remember when Rice Gum was the most annoying person? Now you got people like Rakai and Ray, who are the most annoying people, as a part of the AMP network. They're so annoying that when they do something, their fucking antics become actual world news. Isn't that fun? When somebody is such a good creator that their slop tuber content becomes an actual fucking problem for other Americans? Nuisance streaming is really just the evolution of that spectacle behavior. Like, I remember when it was Forsen. I also remember when it was FusiTube. I also remember when it was, unironically, Nick Ricada. And I remember when it was Race War era Andy Worski. You cannot run from the consequences of this problem. Because what's supposed to go along with this knowledge is that you actually have to remember that it's not about just escalating the spectacle to be more interesting and to be more diverse and more special from the other person. It's to have your own key personality that's tuned to your level of humor. Like, for those of you who didn't notice, I put out a parody video today on my channel called Lord of Them Rhymes, the Negro Cut. That is what happens when you have a satirist like myself do something like that. At no point in time did I have to embarrass and or hurt myself in order to make that content. Unlike the spectacle of yesteryear, and unlike the spectacle of current year, I did not have to call somebody a slur. Personally, who I don't know. I didn't have to call a person a slur, or try to trick them into a situation where I am hostaging them, like what Rakai and Kai and Ray did to Iron Mouse at the Streamer Awards. Because they thought of them as the butt of the joke. Not something that they were laughing with, but laughing at. I didn't have to destroy myself to try and pander to normies. Like, you thought this shit was really bad back then? Bitch, we would have been better off with Rice Gum compared to what we got now. Because now we got Nina Lynn. We've got Zerka. On one hand, we've got a fucking football oaf that is a degenerate frat bro that would joke about and would even make it a question where we have to wonder, hey, Zerka, did you fuck that underage girl? And then on the other hand, you've got Nina Lynn. Asian American with a black accent, no different than Nora Lum, also known as Aquafina. Asian American with a black accent, who goes around being annoying as fuck, sexually assaulting a man on camera with another woman, and then stealing from Target. Is that more entertaining? Is that good? Is that good spectacle? Is it more important and more entertaining than the shit that anybody else can put together for content, for video games, for material, for movies, for review? I wouldn't say as such. But that's unfortunately where we get to when you follow that level of logic. And unfortunately, it started with Idubbz. If you want to look at it another way, hello, Megawag. If you want to look at it another way, reading the title of the stream explains the stream. If you want to look at it another way, imagine if you could, that there was a professional clowning college on YouTube, and all of the big spectacle reaction YouTubers, and all of the big spectacle content creators were a part of this clowning college that reviewed the content and decided who could be a professional clown or a professional court jester, what have you, or content creator even, as a part of the review. The kind of content that came out from this era of YouTube is different from what comes out from the current era of the internet and YouTube, and the greater connections of the platform all over. Because the problem you have here is that in the race to try and be bigger and better and more annoying than the others, we've gotten to a point where that's the entirety of the platform. And things can't grow because of it. Because everybody's just loud and boisterous. Somebody like myself who could be considered loud in the fact that I laugh a lot, it actually causes people like myself pain because there is no structure, there is no setup, there's no punchline. It's just being annoying is the punchline, which is not funny.
This Content Cop, like the toy review channel Content Cop, were far less risky and less hard-hitting. They served to deconstruct rather than harshly critique. Ian tempered his Content Cops dependent on the quote-unquote crime. If not clear by previous Content Cops, this was clear by his coverage of the Fine Bros, and where he emphasizes he does not want to beat a dead horse, almost as if he made a video covering them out of obligation.
Hey, Idubbz, you gonna go after the Fine Bros? Oh boy. I was all excited. Gonna get so many hits if you make fun of the Revenue Bros. Fuck. I should have broke the story. I wait a few days and everyone's making Fine Bros videos. Fuck the Fine Brothers. Fine Brothers, more like Revenue Brothers. Revenue Brothers, more like money-grubbing...
All of the Content Cops up to this point, besides the one on Jinx, could be regarded as the weakest in the series. But Ian was about to define the series. This begins coincidentally enough after his Jinx Content Cop.
But then Idubbz suggested that the argument should turn physical. He said this: I'd say we do a charity MMA fight to settle our differences. My charity is the cancer one. And Jinx responded by saying, set it up.
Ian was set to fight Jinx, and Keemstar was meant to help organize it. Ian, in January 2016, released a short video promoting the event. However, Jinx began to demand money and did not seem entirely committed to the fight. In February, Idubbz announced that Jinx had backed out, but he still flew to Philadelphia to make a video pointing fun at his cowardice. The reason this matters, beyond demonstrating Idubbz' interest in boxing for a charity, was because of these three messages between Idubbz and Keemstar, and where Keemstar threatens, quote, I would destroy your career, but I like your vids too much, unquote. If inflated ego is the enemy, then Keemstar was Ian's enemy.
Idubbz uploaded a video and he had the Alex clip in there, and I'm like, oh no, not this. It's
going back to haunt you.
It's not this. This is the time where it started to be like, oh, you're a racist. You're in the KKK.
Right.
You know, like this was the time where it was being really negative. So I hit up Idubbz. I'm like, dude, please don't use that clip. I'm like, or I'd have to ruin your career, like laughing out loud as the meme. He took that as I was actually threatening him.
Keemstar has a habit of recontextualizing his worst moments to favor him. Although he claims he was joking when he sent those messages, as reinforced by the LOL afterwards, there was likely a part of him that meant it. This plays into another element of who Ian is. He is a very stubborn person. He is someone who freely said racial slurs. His catchphrase at the time was Yen and F words thrown together. His mythos was against conformity, but he still existed within his own principles, and would arguably not use racial slurs in a derogatory way.
I was making videos like during a time where it was very popular online to be like anti-social justice, and in a lot of ways I've been like lumped in with a lot of people who were making big anti-social justice videos back then. I was definitely like part of that culture. I definitely wouldn't deny that.
With Ian hating being suppressed, it is possible that he set on making a Keemstar Content Cop, if only because Keemstar threatened him.
So that was the thing. It's like the day before I released the Keemstar video, I called my local police and I was like, put me on the white list.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, I said, give me a
That's a good
call if
idea.
anything happens. I did the same thing before the Leafy one as well.
Wow. It is that fucked up, though.
It is seriously.
Like,
Some people are really just out of their fucking minds.
those of you listening who don't like follow YouTube, like it's that fucked up.
Yeah.
Ian feared the retribution from attacking Keemstar so much that he put measures in place to avoid being swatted. Finally, on May 5th, 2016, Content Cop Keemstar released. Ian spends nearly the first 4 minutes hunting different versions of a gnome meant to represent Keemstar. He goes from storm drains to the desert. This was the showman and playful side of Ian. It also helped reinforce that Keemstar looked like a gnome. If there was any insult that his audience could rally behind, it was that. Ian in his video highlights Keemstar's hypocrisy, transactional and manipulative nature, and his ego. In the video, Idubbz also makes it a point to state that he unironically believes Keemstar should end himself. This Content Cop was gaining traction like no other. In just 9 days...
Because of the spectacle of basically creating what was basically a piece of hate content that shouldn't have existed. By the standards of the supposed learned empathy at 35 that Idubbz now currently has, he would have never allowed this content to be created, because he goes out of his way to do something that puts out a level of animosity on the platform that has now grown to the metastasized lump of cancer that it has permanently placed itself in the nature of the people who do it. This is the kind of behavior that you should have never seeded and never justified, because now your worst enemies and contemporaries can use it to just simply criticize you and say you're not a based enough person to have these conversations and be in this room with us. That, kids, is indeed what we call foreshadowing.
It had hit nearly 2 million views and stabilized at a high like ratio. Even so, it hardly affected Keemstar's channel as he continued to gain subscribers well into May. This is likely because instead of fighting the criticisms, Keemstar embraced them.
I find it almost impossible to fight with people who I think are funny.
Idubbz knows I've been watching his videos forever. He knows I'm a fan of him. And he's fucking rolling on the ground with popcorn and fucking gnomes and shit. And I'm just not mad. It's funny.
While Keemstar was initially unaffected by the content cop, as the video gained traction, his friends would eventually betray him. One of those people was infamous creator Leafy is Here. By the end of May, Idubbz had surpassed 1 million subscribers. Though Ian had struck gold with his Keemstar content cop, he had regressed to lesser targets. In June, he released a second content cop on toy review channels, and in August, he released a video on the prank channel How to Prank It Up.
Reply back to them, hey dude, you have something stuck in your teeth. Hey man, what was that plastic green thing hanging from your hair? And then what's gonna do is it made you look prank. So they're gonna think, oh man, did I have something in my hair? You made them look.
For this prank, you're gonna need a cell phone with Snapchat installed. You need to attend VidCon, meet up with a creator that you're not a very big fan of, and say, hey, I'm a big fan of your work. You take a selfie with them, and then you send it to all your friends with a caption like, got him, or I got a picture with Roman Atwood.
This was arguably the weakest and least content cop-esque in the original series. The ethos of the content cop post content cop Keemstar was to shame the shameless. This is likely why content cop on How to Prank It Up was one of the least viewed.
It's because it's not really content that's meant to criticize a person. It's content that's made in the most mean-spirited format to basically put a person in their place. And it's not to shame the shameless. It's literally, I hate you, nigga, let's die. Levels of hatred. Like, if you hate a person enough that you're going to put yourself in an IRL circumstance where you're going to go try to find them. And the meme currently right now, there's a woman who got a hate post on her TikTok comment. And she chose to drive 3 hours to this person's place of work to go find them. Goes up to them and it's like, are you so-and-so? Yeah. You see how easy it was for me to find you? I got here I have here a written apology that you can be able to say. And you can either say this apology or I'm going to tell your wife that you got a Grindr account, you fucking men. That is spiteful revenge is what that is. Always has been, always will be. The content that Idubbz does in this era of his career is jokey, trickster level trolling. It's not a way of shaming the shameless. It's just trolling somebody. The way that it starts becoming nowadays, to the level in which he antagonizes people, the way that he and Anissa treated the Kleins, so that they could justify themselves as the Yohamhas, as being a part of a new era of empathy behavior, that's nigga I hate you, let's die levels of quandary. And the fact that we've gotten to that level of that behavior, that is the difference. And people didn't see it back then because they didn't really think about it.
And his highest crime was making tutorial videos on Joel pranks. How to Prank It Up even kindly reacted to his content cop. Quote, I watched this video all the way to the end. Damn, you roasted me good, Idubbz. That was totally unexpected and funny AF. Unquote. Perhaps Ian was attempting to take back the character and create less impactful videos to lower expectations and dilute the character's destructive potential. Ian was growing in size and influence. So even by that merit, his words had far more power than they once did. And if this kept up, he would no longer be punching up. Yet, there were still creators worthy of the full content cop experience. Leafy is Here was a creator who was far outperforming even Idubbz in terms of viewership. He was uploading daily, which was an aspect the YouTube algorithm especially favored. Yet his videos were virtually all the same. They were commentary videos with gameplay footage. This was the same format of the Call of Duty commenters a decade prior. Only Leafy aimed his rants at infamous or otherwise odd figures. He would critique them in such a shallow fashion that even his commentary was uninspired. Furthermore, he was specifically getting backlash for making a video on Tom Yensi 2010, an autistic YouTuber, which is something he apologized for.
Hey, what's up guys, it's Leafy, and as many of you guys know, this is going to be an apology video for everything that has happened recently.
Though Leafy still made videos on the lesser capable, like children. Creator H3H3, who was also known for his commentary, released a video calling out Leafy for how he was using his platform.
And I mean, if you look at Leafy's channel, all he does is make fun of kids and like vulnerable people, like Joey's World Tour. There's no sport making fun of these people. It's just sad. So here's the video he made about Tommy. Here's a video he made about a little girl who made a music video. Here's making fun of a kid. Here's making fun of a Joey's World Tour who obviously has an eating disorder. Here's making fun of a kid. Here's making fun of a kid. Kid. Like, what the fuck, man?
In this video, Ethan of H3H3 states that Leafy targeting vulnerable people is distasteful, and that his channel has gotten so big that even his smallest critiques will have his fanbase harass the individuals he covers. He also accepts that his claims are hypocritical to an extent. Leafy responded to Ethan not by accepting the criticism, but by targeting Ethan's character, specifically showing how Ethan in an older video made fun of a 14-year-old's haircut, how Ethan supported Leafy and a different controversial creator at one point, overall making it seem like Ethan was a morally bankrupt person. Even though this was not the argument, Leafy successfully evaded any long-lasting damage by simply evading the argument of morals. Idubbz, however, was more attuned to what Leafy was doing and what viewers really wanted. Rather than center the argument about bullying and what is and is not okay, Idubbz centered it on character, and what better delivery method than the content cop.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of Content Cop. As you can probably tell, I can hardly contain myself right now, because today is the day we get to bully Leafy.
In Content Cop Leafy, Ian demonstrates that not only can he play the same game as Leafy, but also he was better at it.
Straight off the bat, I want to let all the newcomers to my channel know that I'm perfectly fine with bullying. Make fun of someone because they're fat, autistic, or riddled with acne. I don't care. Make fun of them. I think my only stipulation with the bullying is that you also have to not be a pussy. You see, because if you're a pussy and you're hiding your putrid, malformed chin behind your hand, your sleeve, or your microphone, you're showing people that you are extremely self-conscious. You're showing people that you're a pussy, and that takes a lot of the oomph out of your bullying.
Ian, in his video, breaks down Leafy's repetitive, shallow comments, and how Leafy, in his most scathing critiques, only half-heartedly takes ownership of the insults.
Driving a car, the Minecraft logo in the corner, his fucking teeth. Nah, fuck that. I'm not gonna be talking about the kid today.
I'm not going to be talking about the kid today after showing a picture of his fucked up snaggletooth to my millions of followers. A zoomed-in picture of his fucked up snaggletooth. Yeah, no, I'm not going to be talking about the kid today. I'm not going to talk about his fucked up teeth. His teeth, the fucked up thing in his mouth, I'm not going to talk about that. That would be a fucked up thing for me to do.
The way Ian breaks down Leafy's videos is by pinpointing their lack of substance, such as how they all bleed into one another to the point that Leafy's own generalized insults can be used on himself.
Look at his fucking face. I bet you anything he raped someone, killed them, and then threw them in the laundry and then made the song.
Yes, exactly. And that was actually the beginning of the end, because this is where he actively started in doing the I hate you, let's die content.
I know that you're joking. It's very obviously a joke. You're saying, look at his face. His face is a rapist face. Look at his dumb rapist face. I don't know. Maybe it is funny. After saying it back to myself, now I think it's funny. I think it's one of those jokes you really have to repeat it 1,000 times to really understand where the humor comes from.
Throughout the video, Ian demonstrates how Leafy self-aggrandizes, backstabs his friends, and most importantly, he does what H3 failed to get across. Ian makes an argument based on ethics in his own playful way while alluding that the concept is so simple, even children understand it.
So that's how I got the brilliant idea of writing a children's book. It's called Leave Me Alone. I have this scene where he's in an ice cream shop and he's got a big stack of ice cream covering his chin and he's saying some mean shit to people. And then the next scene, he's making fun of more people, but this time he's got a basketball in front of his fucked chin. And then finally, he's gonna be in front of a tree with a leaf covering his chin. And there'll be a big gust of wind coming and the leaf blows away, exposing his putrid chin. The moral of the story is essentially gonna be treat others the way you want to be treated sort of meme. It'll be a cute thing, something you can show to your kids.
Ian's argument is that everyone can be criticized, and that a punch can be returned with a corrective punch. Ian's punch was aimed at Leafy's chin, which did not appear to be strong enough to take it.
No, it's just his chin disappeared.
I will wait for you till you're back beside me.
I'm giving away some prizes over here. All it takes is hiding a chin. You a Leafy fan? No. Oh, hell yeah. For you, we got a microphone? All right. Perfect. That is picture perfect, my man.
Ian's confidence, his whimsy, the moral of the story, the deserving target. This was nearly the perfect content cop, but one element was missing. To accentuate all the flavor of this video, to solidify the purpose of the core Chester, there needs to be a response met not in humility, but arrogance, which is what Leafy did.
Hey guys, did you hear? I have no chin? What? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
The core joke basically is, instead of just attacking the person, attack them for something that they can't be able to defend, and then if they respond to you, basically point out and say, see, this bitch is so insecure that he couldn't be able to take the rib on the chin. Haha, what a pussy, what a pussy, what a pussy, what a pussy. And then that just becomes straight out bullying. Basically.
Is it? He stole it! Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. Fucking hell.
Leafy's response was so uninspired and laden with misunderstanding, it proved all of Ian's points correct. He also attempted to counter-shame Ian. This called for Ian's own follow-up, which he titled Content Deputy.
Ever since the day that Mr. Savage himself went from making videos like fucking this.
Ah, Slenderman Gangnam Style. Excellent choice. Damn, Leafy, you got baited. I actually played that video in all my other videos because I actually like it a lot. Cringy Slenderman Gangnam Style video. You like Slenderman Gangnam Style, dude?
A lesser examined element of why Ian was perfect for the role of the content cop was because he outwardly presented himself as a vile human being. Ian said slurs freely, even the most taboo, because he constantly and intentionally debased himself, meaning Leafy was a fool to point out that he gesture critiques and dances.
Look at that hairline. What the fuck? Dude, he's actually going fucking bald.
This guy doing the classic receding hairline gag. It's a good gag, but that's not a fucking receding hairline, dude. Let me show you what a receding hairline looks like. Yeah, there we go. Now that's a receding hairline.
Ian's content cop marked the beginning of the end for Leafy. In successfully taking down a channel that was over twice his size, Ian was flooded with support and easily gained over 10,000 subscribers daily. Though growth is typically welcome, Ian was quickly running into the same issue that plagued Leafy and even H3H3, in that as their own channels that relied on critique grew, the harder their punches would be. It was now an event when Idubbz released a new content cop. Ian, with now millions of subscribers, was being looked upon as a trendsetter. In just 2016, viewers latched onto several of his quotes.
I have osteoporosis. I have crippling depression. Hey, that's pretty good.
And this is where the digital blackface starts. Specifically the digital blackface of Idubbz. Now at this point, he is completely evolved into leading trend man. He's in all the cliques, he's in all the friend groups, he's friends with the biggest content creators. You can't escape him because he's directly on their content. And therefore, if you said, you know, I think it's actually a little bit fucked the way that he chose to do that behavior, people look at you and say, what? Bro, you didn't think that was funny? Bro, you're missing the point, bro.
Want to do one more one-liner? Jump down, and then say some fucking gay shit.
I'm gay.
The Cancer Crew were a group of 5 popular YouTubers that served to be outrageous. They would come together and form a modern-day jackass. Fittingly so, the members would push each other to act even more foolhardy. As these videos racked up as many views as individual Content Cop episodes, so did audiences' understanding of the individual members' roles and the camaraderie the group had. Anything for Views, also known as Chad, was a lesser-known creator. How to Basic was in charge of the camera work as he was protective of his identity. Max Mofo was likely the first large creator Ian ever got into contact with.
Yeah, and then Max, I'll like we said earlier, I'll always have a soft spot in my heart for Max. He was watching my videos before anyone else was. When I had like 20K subscribers, he was watching my videos.
That's really cool.
He it's so funny. It's so funny to see actual like. I'll post memes that only people will understand if they had watched like a really old Kickstarter crap. And Max knows all those. He can quote my videos word for word. And these people who are like, I've been a fan since 100 subs, they don't fucking know the shit.
So he's actually #1 Idubbz fan.
Oh yeah, Max is a legend. I love Max.
That was from the H3H3 podcast. While they were not a member of the Cancer Crew, they did collaborate and were friends with Ian. Ethan, for only seconds, could be seen in Content Cop Leafy, yet he played a much larger role in the Sewer Chicken review, which appears to have been filmed at the same time. Similarly, on H3's channel, Ian would collaborate and provide commentary alongside Ethan. There was one character that collaborated and could outdo both of these creators. The only jester that was more effective in the space than even Ian. That is, Filthy Frank, or rather the person behind the character, George Miller. George Miller has influenced culture globally in ways some don't realize. In 2013, on his Disaster Music channel, he sparked the Harlem Shake craze, a phenomenon that likely has over 1 billion views collectively, where one person dances seemingly out of place. The beat of the song drops, and suddenly everyone is dancing regardless of how abnormal the circumstances are. George Miller, even before he embodied Filthy Frank, had the ability to shift culture even if it was not his intent. And just like Idubbz, the Filthy Frank videos were not all devoid of commentary. Take, for example, his It's Just a Prank Bro video commenting on the prank genre.
But how they do whatever the fuck they want and get away with this is beyond me. How are they able to do these terrible things and get away with them? How do I be racist, misogynistic, horrible, and get away with it? Oh, how could I have been this stupid? It's so simple now. I understand now.
In the next 7 minutes of the video, Filthy Frank harasses strangers to then deliver the line, "You just got pranked." In these moments, Frank was just as bad as the channels he was critiquing. George Miller, as he did across his videos, would don a body morph suit, fitting attire for a jester. The difference overall was the purpose. Some prank channels would fake their pranks for the purpose of driving division and obtaining a paycheck. In late 2016, creator Joey Salads was exposed for this exact thing.
So it came out that you faked a very racist social experiment 3 in a row. It started with the Salad Lives, the Black Lives Matter, the baiting trunk prank, and then finally...
I don't want these videos to make anybody look at the entire race in that type of way. Well, I messed up in the way that I made the videos because what I should have did was at the end of the videos or at the beginning of the videos, I should have said disclaimer. This is the video I'm trying to do.
That wouldn't have mattered, Joey. The problem with all your shit is that it quite literally played on people's perceptions, which was half the problem of your content. Same thing with FouseyTube. It's just that you ended up cleaning up your act sooner, and I think you went into politics. Edgy John Tron, other side of the coin meme machine. Oh, I get it now. He turned from YouTuber to Hollywood actor. He can't turn off the edge because that's what people expect of him now. Yes. Correct. It's like people looking at somebody like the more darker member of the Jackass crew, Steve-O. Steve-O actually cleaned himself up and got better. Meanwhile, Bam Margera has destroyed himself and is basically turned into his fucking Uncle Vito. A lot of the times, a lot of the problems that come with spectacle, the escalation of the behavior means that you have to start looking at people differently and looking at situations differently. You guys have heard me talk about how I look at situations differently now. Oh my god. I bought new straps. Let me show you these shoes real quick. I bought these, and I bought some proper loafers. And they zip touch. Here, I'm trying to get it on my foot. More things bought with Boster's money. But the problem is, with spectacle requires you to constantly escalate. Because once you've done something, people will never be able to see you not do it. Because it's a form of a one-note joke that has to increase in its viability. So, if you decide to be a pranker, you can only get bigger. You can't go smaller and more focused. You can't go quieter. No, you gotta go louder. It has to be more explosive, more destructive. So, think of a joke like an explosive. If you use a C4 charge, or thermite, the explosive laugh to a good word for this would be visibility. Visibility ratio is not as big as you having a stand-up special and you roast a particular heckler of yours that's all the way in the back of the house who's being an annoying asshole from a distance. This has happened plenty of times. There are plenty of stand-up comedians, as well as to many broadcasters, because really, getting heckled is getting one guide. The ability to work the audience and come to a satisfying conclusion of behavior, especially in the terms of just telling jokes, it requires charisma and perception, because that's crowd reading. Crowd work is hard because it means you have to actually analyze the situation for what it is. At the time, Ian could actually do that. So, you witness the case of somebody doing the behavior, and you're able to make the criticism of the person because of what they're doing. And when you have a problem like this, the C4 joke, much more targeted, much more focused, much more explicit, is not like the giant dirty bomb that you could plant. Because this is what basically the harassment of the Kleins is, compared to the harassment that Idubbz did to Leafy. One was a C4 charge, the other one was a dirty bomb. One was meant to be seen by multiple people, and to be engaged in by multiple people. Another one was specifically targeted, and was designed to take out that one person in particular. And once you start with actions like that, you can't stop. You can only decide who's the next target. Because there is no bad targets, there is no bad tactics, there's only bad targets. Because you have to be willing to say this far no further. This isn't funny, because this isn't acceptable. But you can't do that. People need the jokes. They need the target, bro. Produce the content.
And don't let this video judge the entire race, the entire culture off the acts of a very few individuals.
You kind of specifically say the opposite.
As you can see, black people got really emotional. You can see from this video, the black community is very violent towards Trump and his supporters.
Filthy Frank would act in a highly offensive fashion at a micro scale to point out the absurdity of what was happening and affect culture at a macro scale. He was not critiquing the concept of a prank, but how morally bankrupt creators would use it to justify their own actions and warp reality to fit them. In this way, he does not deny the entertainment value of the product, but instead challenges the creator's intent and the audiences who consume it. George Miller reinforces that this was the concept of the character in the channel's description. Quote, Filthy Frank is the embodiment of everything a person should not be. He is anti-PC, anti-social, and anti-couth. He behaves and reacts excessively to everything expressly to highlight the ridiculousness of racism, misogyny, legalism, injustice, ignorance, and other social blights. He also sets an example to show how easy it is in the social media for any zany material to gain traction/following by simply sharing unsavory opinions and joking about topics many find offensive. There is no denying that the show is terribly offensive, but this terrible offensiveness is a deliberate and unapologetic parody of the whole social media machine and a reflection of the human microcosm that social media is. Or maybe I'm just fucking retarded. Unquote.
Yes, exactly. So, if you want to look at it like this, something like Filthy Frank was intended as a character used by a professional clowner, a professional jokester, a professional prankster, so that Francis of the Filth could demonstrate what society is. Whereas Joey Salads, Fousey2, and hell, even Idubbz, were guys just putting on the costume as a justification so that they could forget themselves and target people because they hated them. Hated them, hated what they represented, hated what they could do. 1 second, I need to go put the pizza in the oven. That is not a euphemism. Why didn't you ask before I left?
Because I just now realized that I thought you had it in here. I didn't see it.
Give me a second, chat. Okay. That took longer than I wanted it to, for reasons that I can't control.
Even with such clear intent, there would always be a wide range of interpretations. There would be those that love Frank solely for being offensive, as well as those who hate him for that exact same reason. Sycophants and detractors, or perhaps those unaware of the concept of the jester, could interpret his character in far different ways.
Are you an irrational radical feminist? Well, here's a tip. Get laid, you fat piece of shit. Are you an irrational radical anti-feminist? Well, here's a tip. Get laid, you fat piece of shit.
George Miller did well to avoid the character becoming too much of an icon or enemy. Even so, there was a desire to exist outside of his role as a jester.
Long story short, I was born with this, but I was recently diagnosed with a brain condition that, ironically, gives me seizures. You know, this whole time, we thought it was so funny doing these fake seizures, and now some call it bad luck, some call it karma, but ironically, boss. Hey boss, I have a seizure. Now, it's not extremely life-threatening or anything, and I'm not gonna go into detail because obviously I don't want you guys looking shit up. But unfortunately, what happens here is a lot of the seizures are actually induced by stress, which unfortunately a lot of it comes from running the show.
One could infer that George Miller meant producing the videos was the stressful aspect. And while that likely did induce strain, as did him doing the voice for the character, George points to his real personal image, or the lack of understanding of it, being the difficult part.
Because a lot of the stress came from the idea that you guys don't realize that I exist as well, as a human. I'm...
Yep, right there, in a nutshell. The court jester is a person too, and people forget about the human that's behind the screen, as well as the creative behind the content. No one cares as long as you're able to get your content.
There's Frank, there's Pink Guy, there's Salamander Man, there are all these wonderful fuckers living here, but then there's me as well, and people not knowing that I existed and that it was just these guys really gave me a lot of stress, you know, because I'm a normal person, just like the rest of you guys.
While this is open to interpretation, it could be that was the core of the issue. A desire for the lesser understanding segments of his audience to understand the offensive material in itself is not the point. Filthy Frank is not George Miller, but rather his art. Possibly to allow his audience to get a better understanding of the separation, George Miller briefly made a vlogging channel which was more true to who he was. Even within these vlogs, he found it difficult to express all of this.
Hey guys, upon reviewing my own content in the first vlog, I came to realize that this really isn't an accurate representation of how I actually live. I wanted the first vlog to, you know, stand out, so naturally I released footage that the vast majority would like to see, aka pretty much anything that Frank would film and laugh at. But then I realized that this channel really has nothing to do with Filthy Frank or anything, and I would like to keep it that way, so I do not go around filming old people. Actually, it was me trying to please everyone, yet again, as usual. This channel is really just for myself, so if it bores you, I'm terribly sorry. My life is pretty boring.
George would soon delete these videos as they were not entirely well received.
Oh, believe me, I fucking wish I could.
Hey Max.
Yeah.
Can I see a lot of Joji Vlogs comments, so can I just address the Joji Vlogs thing and clear things up?
You can address
yes.
the Joji Vlogs in the room, dude.
Yeah, I love doing Joji Vlogs, but I just had no time, so unfortunately I did not, I could not continue with it, so I'm sorry. That's it.
Come on, dude, why'd you delete them then? You really started to get my fucking nerves, Joel.
Oh, no, they're still up. Someone re-uploaded them, they're up there.
Yeah, it's just you don't want to, you know. Same reason I delete my gaming stuff, man. It's like it's not really the channel for that sort of thing for me, you know.
Yeah.
George's vlogs.
Nah, that's something I don't agree with. Not Joji, but Idubbz and his attempt to try to backpack off that and say, well, that's the reason I deleted my stuff. No. There's a choice that a person makes when they make content. where they can choose to sanitize the history of all the material that they've ever done, and basically allow people to go on thinking that there is a version of their work that they will never see and experience, that you just had to be there to be a part of. It is a choice. It is a choice that a person chooses to do that, and they allow that to be the backbone on which they build their popularity. Because it is basically the injection of a fake background that allows a person to continue to benefit off of the fact that this work was created by a person that basically no longer is in the room with us. If a person can have that kind of injected fan base and that kind of injected notoriety, they are creating this view where it is going to be normal and normalized for them to just erase themselves when inconvenient. I think that that is probably the fakest and the gayest shit that you could possibly do. Because you are explicitly ashamed of what you're producing. Otherwise, you'd continue producing it. Naturally. Naturally, you would continue producing it. You don't produce it anymore because you feel not of an affinity for the work, but ashamed for the work and where you were when you made it. That's why I don't delete the content that I made in the past, when my account was more of a vlog account. There is no reason for you to be ashamed of your past. The only reason why you would delete that is because you don't want people to remember, and you don't want them to look back on it. It's like the point behind Unus Annus. No one's gonna say, "Oh my, I can't believe that the work that was done by Markiplier is gone," because Unus Annus was always intended to be a thing that would go and disappear, and you were either there or you weren't. It was never supposed to be the case that a person continued to consume the work in such a fashion that you just basically decided that it could only exist the way that you decided that it should, assumptively if what you wanted was a true totality finalized goal of the viewpoint of what you decided the content should be and what it evolved into from where you started it. For me, that means if you knew that you were going to make this big hip thing, don't get disgraced with it now when you knew that you were all about it then, because that's hypocritical. You knew that you wanted to make content that was going to pop. You knew you wanted to make content that was going to be a big hit. You knew you were going to make that material. You knew that was what you wanted to do. Don't immediately change up now and say, well, you see, because no, you knew you wanted your work to be a thing. So treat it as it is. Otherwise, that's just dishonest. At the end of the day.
Were indeed re-uploaded by an archivist. The top comment from this video shares a popular sentiment amongst his audience. Quote, "I think what makes his vlog sad to watch is the fact that it was short-lived because people shunned him for quote-unquote breaking the fourth wall. And after that, he became bitter and miserable for having to be stuck doing a character." Unquote. George Miller did play this character for at least 3 more years, but 2017 was a different year. Where the years prior, prominent creators formed a coalition against the dregs of YouTube. With increasing pressure from traditional media and advertisers, the website began to crack down on all forms of non-family-friendly content. YouTube sought to rid itself of its cancer. It poisoned itself even with the knowledge that healthy cells would suffer too. One only hopes that the cancer dies first. In targeting prank channels, quote-unquote kids channels, and other forms of unwanted media, Idubbz, Filthy Frank, H3H3, and even creators who were detached from that content style were widely being affected. H3 had launched their podcast, which could appeal to YouTube's nebulous rules. Filthy Frank and Idubbz were not as malleable. The character Filthy Frank relied on obscenity. Furthermore, George Miller had long expressed he wanted a different way to express himself, and now he was being crushed. On one end, YouTube was cracking down on his content, meaning to exist, it would have to be more family-friendly and therefore less expressive. And on the other side, he was already creatively dissatisfied and stressed with being constrained to the character for so long. It was time for change.
What finally gave you the confidence to be like, all right, this is not like this would be my
just general biological clock type shit. You know, it was like am I just gonna like kind of do this, or am I gonna move on and, you know, make bigger and better stuff, you know, because that's really what it's all about. Like,
George Miller had reincarnated as Joji, a musician seeking to express himself with a wide range of topics like love or purpose. This was a shot in the dark because George Miller was insecure about his art as Filthy Frank. Formerly, he could play with serious topics, but also playfully discard them as to preempt potential criticism. Now he stripped that veil away. As it concerns the story of Idubbz, it is less about the change, but how it carefully took place.
The fan bases, I believe they get into a lot of arguments often. It's quickly unifying though, from what I've seen. When I'm out on the street, it's 50-50. People either you know, they call me out for the work that they know me for. So, you know, the people who are still attached to my old work, you know, that's fine.
George Miller did not disown his old audience or his old art. He was less focused on how he was perceived and more about who he was. He did abandon Filthy Frank and its related channels as a message that he was exploring something new, but not without a goodbye. In his last video on Filthy Frank, he announced his book that is purely in the world of Filthy Frank. This was not his only goodbye. On his second channel, Too Damn Filthy, George Miller had been long releasing music under the character Pink Guy from the Filthy Frank universe. The lyrics were overall silly yet sometimes serious, and sometimes entirely nonsensical. On the Filthy Frank channel, 4 tracks were remixed and released in collaboration with various artists in the form of Pink Guy the Prophecy. This is a music video that respects the universe of Filthy Frank and is possibly a serious retelling of George Miller's story as the character. It is likely its own artistic expression of George Miller's feelings on the channel and why he had to move on. The first segment shows that Pink Guy is euphoric. He is free in exploring vast fields and put alongside iconography representing these exact things. This could be the joy of first discovering the freedom of the character. In the last segment of the track, the mood changes. Pink Guy is no longer exploring the vast field, but navigating a dead forest. Quote, classic penis joke inserted with appropriate timing because if I ain't got a penis line, I ain't dining. No homo, but seriously, I'm getting faded and my life is like my vids, low budget and underrated. Kids, the only way to succeed is to chip away at the soul. Unquote. A comment about how he has bastardized his art and even creative spirit to exist. He is then banished to hell. This is when a warped version of him appears on Earth, existing to fulfill himself, not by expression, but by pure hedonistic activities. This leads to a life where he is forced to wear a mask and ultimately dies unfulfilled and untrue to himself. Finally, he is reincarnated and finds fulfillment through music. This is possibly alluding to his music under Pink Guy and continues to produce highly offensive music, but then realizes the potential damage of what was being said. Quote, that was a little dark, very poor taste. I shouldn't have said that. Unquote. The unique part about this line is in the original track, Pink Guy doubles down on this comment, not just taking his apology back, but also reinforcing his desire to be unconstrained. This is why this more artistic rendition that lacked the double down could be more accurate to the feelings of George Miller. The closing track is the shortest. It is the first time in the music video that Pink Guy is producing a video where he plays with wontons and makes safe, therefore uninspired videos. The commentary here is the lack of it. To look at how George Miller reincarnated and has been constrained by the Pink Guy character, his audience, and YouTube's policies, it would not make sense to look at his entire journey and then for him to continue in a way that was dishonest to himself and unbecoming of the character. With that, George Miller would go on to embrace Joji and succeed to the point that his art both existed on its own and its popularity would lead him to perform at Madison Square Garden. Ian would begin at the same place, yet end up somewhere far different.
I think generally it was just kind of like wanting a little bit more, something was a little bit more rewarding, fulfilling. So that's kind of why I started to move away from it.
And you've said that anyone who focuses their entire career on making edgy content, edgy jokes, eventually finds themselves wanting to do something more fulfilling with their lives.
Totally.
Ian would reflect on his content. He will later speak of how while some videos were impactful in the ways he desired, such as the Leafy Content Cop, others he would regret for how they were interpreted, and to the extent he went to prove a point. There was a growing voice of displeasure analyzing not the purpose of Idubbz, but rather only isolating his actions. Content creator Tana Mojo was one of these people. Though she was unfamiliar with Ian, she was furious at the slurs Idubbz used to the point that she demanded he end it himself.
Now this is a story all about how I was involved in a shooting. For those of you who don't follow the drama, I'll give you a brief rundown of what's happened so far. A couple months ago, Tana Mojo tweeted at me that she was very unhappy with my use of the N-word. I didn't respond to her tweet. Instead, I did a bit of research and I found out that she used the dreaded N-word in the past. But she didn't use the N-word in the same way that I use it. She used it in a very mean-spirited way.
You know, it was growing up in Vegas, everybody said those words, and I didn't even know that they were considered racist at all. They were in rap songs, and I totally thought it just meant like homie or like friend.
Tana Mojo was arguing that saying the N-word was a high crime. This is not.
There is no way that we are still going to allow this reconstructionist vision to still happen, where we are pretending that there's a difference between nigga and the hard R. No way.
A unique perspective, but was hypocritical coming from Tana as she had used that word in the past in a derogatory fashion. This is what inspired Ian's Content Cop honor, covering her hypocrisy and how she embellishes her stories.
What else can be said about this topic that hasn't been said already? And not much. Pretty much everyone said it already. But here's some clips of Tana saying that context isn't important.
Okay, but when you're reading it, even if you're just saying it, even if you're reading something that somebody else says, you're saying, I'm a white person and I think it's okay to say that word. It doesn't matter the context that you say it in, it's still racist.
It doesn't matter the context you say it in, it's still racist. Listen up, teachers of America. If you've ever read aloud Huckleberry Finn to your students, you've engaged in an act of racism.
The supporters call themselves N-words. Like, that's what they call each other.
Whoa, Tana, you're gonna drop the F-bomb like that?
And how Content Cop Leafy was a message about treating others how you would like to be treated, Content Cop Tana was an argument that the N-word holds power because it is taboo.
People didn't get their fucking heads ran over in World War II. They weren't thrown into internment camps. But you can't say that one because it's got sort of it's guttural. Either all of them are okay or none of them are okay.
I think that was my, it was like a combination of a lot of things in that video that I think led to me regretting it and being like, oh, this is like too much. Like I went way too
I think the most interesting thing about that video is it's either all okay or none of it's okay.
It was one of these statements that was like, I wanted something that sounded strong punchy. And punchy, and that's exactly what, I thought worked. It's funny, the amount of people who I've talked to now that were like, oh yeah, when you said that, I did interpret it as yeah, none of it's okay.
That's how I was like, yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Ian will later regret
That's not how the entire internet saw it. Because after you did all your content cops, what actually ended up happening is that you said it's either all okay or none of it's okay, which meant Okay, so if I'm maudlin and irreverent and I'm always an asshole and I always do this and people can always be able to see that I'm always antagonistic and an asshole when I do this, then it means that I'm never going to be guilty of any crime because, bro, this is just what we do here. What? You thought you were more base than me? Insert long line of slurs here. And that's how we do it on this side of the fucking internet. That's what you ended up creating. You created people to have the go-ahead to basically do what in clowning would be impersonation. Oh, there's this favorite class clown that you like to follow on YouTube. We'll just steal their makeup, steal their clown iconography, and just impersonate them all the time. That's the exact same thing as doing an actual highly edited routine. That's the exact same thing as having an eye for the content and material that you're criticizing so you can make fun of the person just because you fucking hate them. Who cares? Who's going to see it any differently? Hell, why don't you do it? Why don't you do it while you're wearing a VR avatar? So that those people that are doing it IRL, they don't have to have the blowback. Surprisingly, this is what ended up creating the alt-right amongst those VTubers, where they are specifically on only the alt platforms. Not all the VTubers, just the specific ones that are only PNG tubers or only VR VTubers that specialize in Nazbol content. And I'm not talking about the usual ones that are accused of being Nazbols. I mean the actual Nazbols.
Having such a strong statement in his video, but just like the Leafy one, the message was also to be consistent. But it's
also the one that you went back on yourself, because what was acceptable for you to do now became something that it was acceptable for everybody to do. And then that was different.
Monster must dance, and dance he did.
It's incredible how much more intelligent you would have looked if during the event where I came and said, say, if you just said, wow, you're a very uncomfortable person and you're not very funny. What a pathetic joke. You would have just destroyed me. But you couldn't do that because you're the most predictable human being on the planet. Say.
He walks up to me and he kind of like locks his arm around me, like around my neck like this. And it wasn't like it was like a chokehold or anything. It was very like firm and like tight, like I couldn't have really gotten. How does that make sense? I'll explain that in a second. And so the guy looks at me and he wraps his arm around me and he looks at the camera and he goes, say, and he puts his thumbs up and then like blink and he says the N-word, like hard R, N-word, like say N-word, like hard R, like smiling loud as fuck, like yells it and like looks at me and looks at me again, like
say.
Approaching Tana at a meet and greet was Ian's girlfriend's idea, one that proved to be fruitful, as Tana had embellished the story by misreporting how Ian had held her. Ian would demonstrate how dishonest Tana was. Even so, there was a guilt building because she was young, and Ian had placed her in an uncomfortable position regardless of the point he was trying to prove.
Which would be the demonstration upon where you crossed over from, bro, I'm just doing jokes online, to actively creating spectacles that then would start affecting other people because of your behavior and how you chose to interact with them. This is the kind of behavior that will get you tackled to the ground and shot if you were to do it to a celebrity. And I mean the actual celebrities that are still a part of the behavior today. If you do this to a person at a current event, there is going to be all the justification in the world for a person to tackle you to the ground and beat you fucking dead senseless until you can't breathe. Because they have no idea if this is just going to stop at you making a comment, or if you're going to pull a knife out and start stabbing her. This is where it started. This is where the downfall of Idubbz started. Because, hey, the spectacle built. And this is where it started tipping.
And I, created a situation where, like, she couldn't, just walk away from it. I entered her life. And that's too much.
Tana, shortly after the Content Cop, released a video reflecting on the brunt of Ian's words and the online mob that formed around them. She explains that she said those slurs as a freshman in high school and has apologized for them, but has come to the conclusion that those apologies were deceitful and not enough.
All in all, I said the N-word in those videos. I knew what it meant, regardless of me knowing the depth of it or the pain behind it or anything like that. I knew that it was a slur, and my friends and I thought it was shocking and offensive and funny to say to Amari because he was black and he was okay with it and he thought it was funny and blah, blah, blah. And so I made stupid vines like that. Had this not happened to me, had Idubbz not made that video, had the entire world been looking at my channel under this microscope and criticizing me and calling me out for my wrongs, I would have never made this video. I would have never owned up to it. I would have never had to face it the way that I am right now. I would have continued to give half-ass shitty apologies like I was previously. I would have continued to push it under the rug and run away from my problems like I always do. I would have never made a video like this because I would have been too afraid. And in a really fucked up, weird way, I am glad all of this is happening.
Ian had once again successfully shamed the target for the better. Tana expressed just as much, and added that it took something that crude to make a point. Though the commenters were not so ready to accept Tana's quick turnaround, later interviews would demonstrate how she had internalized what Ian said.
100%, and the Content Cop was good.
I feel like you've like swallowed up this like self-guilt. At the end of the day, you were calling out a white dude for saying the N-word. That's pretty common, right?
But where did I have the room to call him out,
About 2 months after the Tana Content Cop, Ian appeared as a guest for episode 4 of the H3 podcast. Within he expresses his sympathies for some of the creators he has targeted and why he feels his Fine Bros Content Cop was cruel after he had met one of them.
Some of the commentary channels out there, when they go in really hard, I'm like,
you need to interact with these people that you make fun of in real life just to be reminded of what you're actually doing, kind of thing.
Right.
So interacting with Rafi.
When you see his face and you're like, and then you
This is
recall
real
all
life.
the terrible things you said about him, and you're like, fuck, like
exactly.
Yeah.
This is real life. He felt this shit.
Yeah.
The internet wall is no longer there. I'm 5 feet away from him.
Yeah.
It becomes real.
That's an interesting. That's really,
No, it's always real. The difference is that the consequences are not real. The idea of nigga log off, it's not that real, and you are harassing his family. Nigga, it's not serious. He's a rich man. He'll recover. It is you stepping out of yourself that allows you to do that. That is the forgetting yourself that I'm talking about. This is where all of the content that became a part of the internet started turning into bullying with extra steps. Then it turned into hazing with extra steps. And now it's basically social hazing with extra steps. And if you don't do it exactly the way that we do it, we'll destroy your family and do life ruination to you.
Also, it happens when your channel becomes big, because then most of the times the videos you make, they're definitely going to see.
Right.
Like when you're a small channel,
Exactly.
you don't know who's going to watch your videos.
I was much more loose with my lips on Twitter and everywhere else when I was smaller.
Yeah.
And now I have to kind of, if I say, like when I was smaller, I would have, without a heartbeat, said some mean shit about PewDiePie.
Right.
But now I would be like,
he's my friend.
He's my friend.
I like him.
He's
No, actually, you can be you can actually be just as evil as you can. The difference is that you have to consider the consequences of what you're doing, because that's the edge there. You became a public figure, and with being a public figure, I need to check the pizza again. You became a public figure, and when you became a public figure, you started having a cadence of behavior you needed to follow to protect yourself. Both because if you wanted to say a certain thing, you couldn't actually say that thing improperly, because if you communicated it poorly, then that's on you. But it was also the case that if you really felt something that you didn't want to lie about because it's actually how you felt, you had to bite your tongue because you cared more about accessibility and opportunity than you cared about authenticity. Authentically, you're just a bully at the heart. And that's what we've learned from the behavior of Ian Jongha. But Washburn, if you want to say that he was a different person before he put the ring on his finger, Idubbz Washburn put a level of responsibility on himself that he knew that there were consequences to his actions. He just didn't care because nobody could give him consequences that would directly affect him. He had to be a giant amongst small dwarfs. Until he then got eaten by another giant. Pizza's here. Ah.
Wonderful Swede.
In October of 2017, Idubbz would release his final content comp and also content deputy of the original series. This time, Ian targeted creator Ricegum. It even included a cameo from the largest creator on YouTube, and this was a peak of Idubbz in terms of viewership. From November 2016 to November 2017, Idubbz uploaded around 25 videos. Then, from November 2017 to January 2019, Idubbz had only uploaded 12 times on Idubbz TV. This is less than once a month. These were a mix of the Idubbz Complaints series, where Ian critiques lottery, food portions, specifically how restaurants give them esoteric names and so on, and he also released another legit food review with his most common collaborator, H3H3.
It's a really beautiful day, glorious day almost, we even say. It's all right. I think it's... Did you hear that? Pretty sure that's a new Tuckerberry chicken. Tuckerberry? Tuckerberry. Oh, yeah, Smell that's like not, it didn't sound like a cuckerberry. You're going to do any cuck jokes on the show? I want to keep those to a minimum.
No cuck jokes?
You're starting to sound like a soy boy.
Yeah. While Ian could have been unserious about Ethan keeping the cuck jokes to minimum, cock or cuckold could have been a more commonly used insult against Idubbz. Cuckold can be described simply as, quote, a man whose wife is sexually unfaithful, regarded as an object of derision, unquote. This is what some segments of the internet saw Anissa Jama, Ian's girlfriend, as. They started dating around late 2016. Anissa, as a not-so-popular Twitch streamer, would get a boost of attention from Ian's audience.
I found a lot of purpose and love in streaming. That was my passion. But when we learned that that wasn't something that was viable, there was just so much hate.
Yeah.
I would get people either coming and asking about you constantly, or like hate towards me, or hate towards you, or
That's cope that the streaming isn't viable. Is that your streaming wasn't viable because you came with the baggage of being from the host squad. I guess you could blame more of that on Zoe Berger. You could connect that over to, is it a viable streaming strategy to be an Instagram thought / OnlyFans thought, baiting people into buying your content? And for you, the backlash is that it wasn't popular because you were not as sexually attractive as the likes of people like Celestia Vega and all of the ones that have long since been banned and replaced with new ones like Morgue Pie.
My career, the thing that I really loved, like, I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
You know, I just couldn't do it.
Even though Nisa had her reservations, she would continue to stream and exist as a public figure. The most popular videos on her in the late 2010s would not mention her by name, only as Idubbz' girlfriend. The best example of this is by creator Brittany Venti's takedown of Anissa, where Venti drives the narrative that Anissa started dating Ian while she was dating someone else.
I met somebody whilst I was in an on and off relationship that was shit, but wasn't very public about the shittiness of it. But I never cheated on anybody. It's almost like, I don't know what it is, why people feel the need to cheat. There is never a valid excuse for cheating. Never, ever, ever does somebody have a valid excuse for cheating.
But I guess somebody can have a valid excuse for trading up like she did. I mean, after all, she did the right thing. She did nothing wrong because it only took her a few hours of talking to Idubbz platonically to realize that she needed to break up with her current boyfriend for him.
I feel like that's okay. Like, I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie. My significant other that I'm with now, like, when I met him, I was dating somebody else.
Anissa could be seen possibly flirting with other content creators in 2017, particularly with Chris Raygun. It did not...
We're not going to speed by that real quick. This is the example of exactly the kind of spectacle art that we've now gotten in this time period. With the material that we're talking about. Brittany Venti, a female troll in her own right and in her own popularity. Dipping her toe into Anissa by bringing to people's attention that Anissa got with Ian when she was in a relationship with someone else and monkey branched to him because she thought that the popularity of this big YouTuber was worth it. There are plenty of people who exist in this on this sphere of content. Plenty of fucking people. Both themselves monkey branchers and reviewers of monkey branchers. Look into the lawsuit that's going on right now with Destiny, and you're going to find an individual by the name of Jay Stalk. Look into Jay Stalk. And look into his relationship with Jerry. And yes, I do mean that cherry. It's cherry bread. You can see an entire timeline worth of behavior where the controlling behavior of the anti-Destiny Club metastasizes into what has now become its own lolcow connection with its own feeders and A-loggers. This kind of content has become the majority of the work on the internet people like watching. If not just because they can fill their time with it and they've learned something interesting from watching it, should they not know the actual history. But this is where the evolution begins to become very parasocial. Especially with absorbing the parasociality to be justification for why the content exists.
with her current boyfriend for him.
Feel like that's okay. Like, I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie. My significant other that I'm with now, like, when I met him, I was dating somebody else.
Anissa could be seen possibly flirting with other content creators in 2017, particularly with Chris Reagan. It did not help that she was outspoken against, at the time, popular creators.
Our first story is coming from Anissa, also known as Idubbz' girlfriend. Anissa was streaming on Twitch, and somebody in the chat asked her what she thought about Ice Poseidon, the in-real-life streamer here on YouTube. He was on Twitch, but then he got banned, and this is what she said. Roll it.
Ice Poseidon is successful not because he is intelligent or hardworking. Ice Poseidon is successful because he figured out that he could exploit his douchebaggery and overall laziness. I'm not a fan of him. I do not enjoy his YouTube videos. I don't enjoy his live streams. I cringe at when he said to that woman that he's famous. I don't enjoy him. I don't like him.
She also commented on Pyrocynical's commentary on female streamers.
I mean, you can see with this clip, how small the screen is for the game. Jesus.
However, she was right. Because he is a dick. Say what you want about it, but her analysis was correct. Ice Poseidon is an asshole, and he does monetize it. How many times has he rug pulled his chat in his audience now? Like 5 times? I stopped keeping track after time number 3. And all of it being the background of what got him banned, alongside not properly doing IRL content on Twitch, for him to go to kick. And he's continued the behavior since.
I know that mentality was presented before, why did not watch it? The problem is, you're bringing a lot of kids onto the
Why do people always make that argument? Like, there's no way when she's playing the actual game that it's that size. Like, what the hell is that? I can already see the headline now. Idubbz' girlfriend says mean things about Pyrocynical in her stream.
Anissa in the space was a PR nightmare, where Ian takes a colder, logical approach, yet is not at all devoid of empathy as he considers how his videos will affect his targets. Anissa takes a non-filtered, emotional approach, as was made clear in this debate against creator Vegan Gains.
Hey everyone, so the other day I debated Anissa Joma or Yoma, I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but some of you may know her as Idubbz' girlfriend, and the debate proposition was that vegan diets are superior in terms of health compared to omnivorous diets.
The theme of this whole discussion is that, like, confidence comes off as correctness, but I don't think that that's...
Okay, well, I'm confident because I've talked about this, like, literally every day. It's my job.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm just saying, I just think that's the theme of what...
Okay, well, look...
Valid arguments, I think that maybe I just don't have the I mean, which is whatever, it's fine.
Well,
but
like, it's fine. I don't think you're really prepared to have a debate with this against me. Like, really, someone like Lane Norton...
condescending, like, terrible thing to say. Like...
No, it's not. Like, look, there's... Look, I'm not expecting you to come across to be experts in nutrition or know as much as me.
Do you ever listen to your stuff and just go like, man, I went a little fucking hard there? Do you ever do that?
No. Like, look, I'm a very direct confrontational person, so...
Yeah, I know. I'm just...
And there's nothing... Look, like, I don't think you're less of a person or stupid or something for...
And here we can see an exact example of exactly what happened when you saw every single person that has gone up against and tried to shame people like Nick Fuentes falter. In this situation, Anissa is more focused on trying to get a zing against Vegan Gains. And don't believe him in the moment. Vegan Gains is more concerned about the fact that he would like the discussion to be productive, but it probably won't be because she's not educated on the subject matter, and she sees and takes his comments as a sign for her to virtue signal even harder about how I'm such an evil, misogynistic, chauvinistic man he is.
I'm not trying to suggest
you have a great talent of making people look stupid. If this is your view of winning, which is talking very aggressively for a period of time, very confident, you've won, man. Like,
I've made arguments.
Despite how the debate went, some allegedly saw Anissa as the victor.
So I did watch Anissa's stream on her Twitch channel, and a lot of her followers were in support of her and actually believe that she won the debate, which is a little surprising considering how miserably she lost.
In the nature that relationships or friendships or general experiences change someone, Ian was beginning to change himself to better interact with Anissa.
I would get triggered by any form of abandonment, basically, and I would go into 5-year-old brain, which for him was horrible, obviously. That was like a really...
I was always trying to, like, logic it out, and I'm like, man, what the hell? She isn't listening to my logic and my reason.
Yeah, could not get it to work at all.
But it did finally click when she did explain, like, I was going into 5-year-old mode. I'm like, oh, yeah, like...
That's literally what it was.
If that's what it is, then what am I doing trying to, like, you know, give you a list of...
Is 5-year-old mode the exact same as puppy brain? Is that the connection between white women and dogs? And trans women and dogs? One group wants to fuck them. The other group wants to be them while being fucked. Interesting.
Like, you know, things to
why it's not a problem.
Also, what a great way to
Ian
avoid
reflected on his
criticism
content cops and the
commentary.
damage they did to their targets like Tana and Jinx. The fact did not change that Ian was a tool to shame others. And now that he was being shamed for his partner, there was a deeper regret for bringing on shame to others. Like with Joji, Ian was shifting his efforts towards a different endeavor. But unlike Joji, it was not a reinvention, but an extension. He was now uploading more frequently on a second channel, Idubbz TV 2. Rather than create something culturally impactful or artistically meaningful, Ian was going the route of least damaging, one of passivity. In essence, he was creating a vlogging series that's driving narrative was relocating these scrolls in his backyard. And for the time, viewers were invested. He was getting millions of views in the series, and there did seem to be some ambition when it came to criticizing a specific brand of yogurt.
You just watched me eat 3 yogurt cups, and in that time, 12 animals died. They died from this. Not just any yogurt cup, a Yoplait yogurt cup. Yoplait, you know the little red leaves, the red flower petals on the Yoplait logo? Those are actually petals soaked in blood from the animals that recently died because they had their heads trapped inside of a Yoplait yogurt container. And Yoplait, we're saying no way. Hashtag no way, Yoplait. We are going to boycott your company until you solve this problem. And you don't even want to know what that means. I have an army behind me. What do you have? Where's your social media presence? This is your only warning, Yoplait.
The top comments are assuming that Ian's targets have changed from criticizing creators to going after companies that are worthy of a content cop. Logically, this would make sense. This could enact welcome change, and Ian would not need to temper his blows as he did when critiquing creators, though viewers would soon be disappointed.
All right, so about 14 days ago, I issued...
The problem with that is that actually, what he'll end up doing is he'll start attacking people that are not fair targets for him to criticize and attack. On one hand, he can criticize companies. On the other hand, what happens when he comes across a new up-and-coming mom-and-pop shop? Is he willing to use the weight of his attack to basically slander somebody who is smaller than him? This is the same contextual problem that any group has whenever they start getting big enough that they can start influencing sales and merch numbers. This, children, is what we call a big no-no.
To challenge to Yoplait, I asked them to change their cup design, come up with something new. We didn't hear anything in response. A lot of you, I noticed, thought that I had some sort of grand plan, some sort of grand scheme. Sure, I still want Yoplait to change their design. I don't know how I'm going to get them to do that. I'm open to suggestions from you guys, but I'm not this all-knowing wizard that can snap my fingers and make a large corporation like General Mills just decide, oh, well, he's spooked us, so we're going to change it. No, it's not anything extreme. Sorry, Phil. I'm not going to murder someone for a YouTube video.
Idubbz revealed his hand and showed that he was no longer holding the Joker card, or any card for that matter. This multi-episode series, tracking squirrels in his backyard, was only a vlogging series. Quote, this is the oddest pivot in content for a YouTuber. I feel like at this point, this series is just Ian doing yard work and getting content from it.
So basically, what happened is that people thought this was the build-up to a point of making a new style of material. And what ended up happening here is that this is people getting baited. 100%. They got baited by something that they expected to happen because they expected escalation.
I can no longer tell if this is a joke or if I had a stroke, unquote. The comments, while still engaged, were speaking of being confused at the lack of purpose of Ian's content. Yet there were other comments realizing that there was no purpose. Ian was moving away from his profession as jester as Ian showed displeasure towards his viewers.
Are we watching Idubbz squirrel content? I don't like Idubbz anymore. What's he doing? He's playing with his squirrels. I like Felix. PewDiePie's so funny. He makes noise. If you news anyone, it's fun. It's all good fun.
Ian did have ambition, just not with his vlogs. On main channel Idubbz, he released Full Force, a documentary that explores the day-to-day life of fallen content creator Airsoft Fatty. It is a colorful and bizarre exploration of the star Airsoft Fatty that also makes it a point to bring light to various supporting characters that are obscure in their own right. They all have different motivations and key personality traits that Ian fleshes out. The documentary, as an exploration of Airsoft Fatty, also exposes his lack of aptitude in any regard. This extends to house upkeep, cleaning, cooking, forethought. There is a looming feeling of dread as Fatty will inevitably be met with a terrible fate based on his innocence and ineptitude. But Ian does not further explore this. Instead, he celebrates Airsoft Fatty's innocence and positive outlook on life, which accurately highlights the tone Ian set for the documentary.
The best words I have ever heard have come from the worst version of an old cartoon used to watch, Yu-Gi-Oh! It's the most recent. The main character states that his father told him, when you want to cry, laugh. When you want to frown, smile. Because it's like, why go around feeling like shit all the time? Sure, you're going to have your days, but get up, dust yourself off for God's sake. We're humans. We're born to get back up.
Outside of the content cops, Full Force is the most viewed video on Ian's channel, and the top comments are all engaging with the video as an isolated documentary detached from Ian's former work, yet also express frustration at the smaller segments of viewers that did not engage with the documentary in the way he wanted.
Am I the only one who thinks Full Force is a Shane Dawson content cop? Are you mentally ill? This reminds me a lot of a tag photo I saw on Instagram where someone said, Idubbz did a documentary in only a month, what takes Shane Dawson many months to do. Let me explain what that sounds like in a more poetic way that you might be able to understand. No, I can't have a girlfriend right now.
No, I can't have a girlfriend right now. I have a job. I can't have a girlfriend right now. I got a job. Sorry. I work at McDonald's 3 days a week.
One could infer by Ian's lack of content cops, his Save the Squirrel series, his last ban unboxing for what would be several years, that he was taking a different approach. In late 2019, Ian uploaded World's Largest Toy Popper, creating a large toy popper that amplified its destructive ability. It is a video about trial and error and taking this toy to the limit of what a human can quote-unquote play with. This would sit as the third most viewed video on Ian's channel. The top comments were not only in full support, but also somewhat understanding in the direction Ian was taking his channel. Quote, man went from bullying YouTube villains to playing with rubbers. Never in my life did I think YouTube would promote an Idubbz video to #1 on trending. It seems like you genuinely enjoyed yourself doing this, and you weren't super cynical about it. Keep having fun, man. Unquote. Ian was succeeding in his transition that could not have come at a better time. In December 2019, YouTube removed Content Cop Leafy, a casualty of its new harassment policy and a warning to anyone that would attempt to revive that era of YouTube. This was an action that did not need to exist to deter Ian to returning to who he was. He was not even able to fully realize a new accepted version of himself because of what would happen the following year. On March 9th, 2020, at 10:36 a.m., Anissa announced on Twitter that she was opening up an OnlyFans. While her followers and allegedly Ian were supportive, there were a fair amount of people turning the situation into comedy, making memes and looking further into who Anissa was.
He was calling out a YouTuber that no one liked, everyone hated, and had a fan base of just children, and now he's been reduced to an absolute bitch boy, man. How does this even happen? There's memes all over this subreddit about how much he's a basic bitch, and there's a lot of people that are making summaries for why he's getting this much hate.
Whether this is just turned into a meme or not, a lot of people seem to agree. Like this video, Idubbz is a simp. Simp Dubbz. Play some kind of sound effect, please. Simp Dubbz. Then we've got, babe, it's 4 p.m. Time for my OnlyFans shoot. Yes, honey. You get me?
They don't feel fake, like, already. And I don't like extension.
Does she have fake tits? Oh my god, no way. So she has fake tits. Honestly, I'm not here to shit on her. I don't care. She makes content. She has people that enjoys it. That's all that gives a shit. Idubbz, I just feel like he's getting cucked. I just feel like he's just getting cucked.
Ian's community.
So what ended up happening from here, as his evolution became him trying to be softer so that he didn't get his shit clapped, is that obviously his audience started to beat on him. Because they started to make fun of the person who would find himself in such a position where he's considered a hypocrite. Pretty much obviously.
At large were either unaware or did not care, even though the memes made it seem like they did, and the YouTube search autocomplete appeared to feed them. Overall, his channel was hardly affected, but Ian was. If there had to be a moment where Ian's trajectory changed...
It wouldn't have mattered if his channel was affected. It mattered that it was personally affecting him. It personally affected him that people were calling him a cuck to his face, and calling him a cuck around his content, because he should be capable of either saying, babe, stop doing the OnlyFans, we're content creators, we can make money without selling our body, or him lean into it and go full scooch. But he was not willing to lean into it and go full Rebecca and full scooch. No. He's not going to do that because he's not a video gamer. So he couldn't be able to connect himself to those pieces of content. And when it comes to the material that he was doing at the time, he's not going to be able to jack into the influencer sphere because that requires him to have actual friends that are influencers. So instead, he's going to go the route of being, I'm better than everybody else around me. And basically saying, you can't criticize me, and you can't antagonize me. It is what it is. You accept it, or get the fuck out of my audience, basically.
It was this video posted March 28th.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Idubbz Complains. This is a very special episode where I get to tackle two topics that I've recently become very passionate about. That is a section of my audience who thinks they know me, and my opinion on sex work. My girlfriend started an OnlyFans account, which is a website where you can upload amateur porn. Anything from double penetration all the way over to lewd cosplay, and everything in between. And I think all of it is cool. Yeah, I know. I didn't think it would be a controversial opinion either. A good amount of people are just doing the reasonable thing and just making jokes and laughing about it. But there's a whole nother group of people who feel personally devastated and betrayed.
Ian was making a video targeted at his most deranged detractors, perhaps even just 1% of his audience. But his commentary would affect more than just that audience.
I don't know where you got the idea that I was cool. Do you think it was cool when I was playing with anal beads? It's cool when I play with anal beads. Do you think it was cool when I was running around in an oversized cop outfit?
Quote, you thought it was cool when I was running around in an oversized cop outfit? That was cool to you? Everyone, yes. I thought it was cool when you were running around in an oversized cop uniform. Unquote. In trying to challenge the taste of a socially inept individual, he was insulting his audience at large. The split like to dislike ratio was arguably not from the OnlyFans, but from the lack of understanding of how little his audience cared on either side, as all of the top comments do not care for the drama or for the OnlyFans. Ian also made the mistake in showing that one of the comments he was reading from had a single like. This was possibly the least thought out thing Ian has done on his channel. A part of the issue is that he overstates his own value and forgets what his role was. The jester was a public servant that could translate the public's grievances. Now the former jester called a town meeting where he targeted the lower citizenry that challenged his lifestyle while insulting the public.
And then future jobs, they might be a little bit harder to come by.
I think this is one of the most important opinions to highlight because it really demonstrates a severe lack of real-world experience when you're saying that future jobs are going to be harder to come by because of an OnlyFans account. Like, if you think this...
I mean, it does, Idubbz, and that's just an example of you not understanding the real world because you didn't have to work a real job after you were famous. But, okay.
affects your standing or your social credibility in getting jobs, you are so sadly mistaken.
Ian challenges the idea that employers run background checks, or that if they did and were not hired based on sex work, then the employer is immoral.
And I will also say, if you want to morally grandstand, one of the shittiest things that I think you can do morally is judging someone about what they did previously and not hiring them, even though they're qualified for the job.
To close the video, Ian expresses his desire to address the hecklers. Hecklers that the crowd were now beginning to appreciate.
Sell their body online fucking suck. That's the worst. Instead of ignoring that and just moving on with my lecture, it might be a better idea to point those people out and say, yeah, I actually don't agree with that shitty opinion. Because it seems like me just ignoring it has led to like a cultivation of a bunch of retards.
So in other words, I'm going to harass and antagonize people because I do not know how to control myself. And I will harass them as I see fit because fuck them. I hate them all. They should burn in hell. And yes, of course, I think it's funny that they should die and burn in hell. So being toxic. Which definitely doesn't help anybody at the end of the day. But just being toxic, just because you think it's okay to be toxic. For whatever reason, you know. Just stuff that you do.
In this video, Ian lost around 20,000 subscribers and greatly increased conversation around Anissa's OnlyFans. The goal was to be more obvious with his intent, perhaps to quell some dissatisfaction. The result proved to be the opposite.
I think people are way too fucking invested in internet celebrities, and it's just genuinely pathetic. Now, I don't agree with every point Idubbz made in the video, and I don't think that's a big deal. I don't fucking hate him because I disagreed with a couple of points, and I think overall, this shouldn't have even been a controversy in the first place. She made $40,000 selling no nudity on OnlyFans. It's fucking Instagram pictures. That's genius. It's free money. And then people calling Idubbz a cuck about how she's gonna get a new boyfriend from OnlyFans. Are you out of your fucking mind? Do you think the Easter Bunny is real too?
In this video, Idubbz kind of attacks his own fan base, so obviously a lot of them are not going to be happy with it, and I think that's why this has so many dislikes. But guys, listen, it's not all hate. There are a lot of fans that are still defending Idubbz and even other content creators. Like Idubbz's good friend, H3H3, he quickly responded on Twitter saying this: "The war against the incels has begun. Chad Army represent."
Even Leafy came back to comment on this.
Yeah, I know.
Dude, you're a fucking cuck.
Out of all the videos, PewDiePie was likely the closest to understanding what was happening behind the scenes.
For someone that's been stuck in drama, you know, what we're seeing is just the tip of the iceberg. What Ian and his girlfriend is going through is probably 10 times worse, with people harassing, digging through old stuff, private messaging, all this sort of stuff that kind of spirals up over a long time. Yeah, it's frustrating. I'd be pissed too. And I think that's the reason why he comes across as if he's pretending to be okay with this when he really is not.
And once it started getting directed at both of us, and it was this wave, almost like a content cop level wave of hate that usually would be sent someone else.
A content cop level wave of hate implies that you know that content cop was sending hate to people, despite it being just jokes and just criticism. Which kind of demonstrates the point that it was not a positive thing to have on the platform, especially the way they chose to run it.
Else's way. When he received that, I think his brain had to acknowledge holy shit, this is what it is. This is what it's like.
In some cases, for it to really impact.
Not even fucking close. That's not even fucking close to what it's like. What the two of you did by creating, air quote, as she inserts herself into the narrative because she says she was a part of helping write these things. What you created when you inserted yourself into the narrative and you made it a part of the goal to do what you did with the content creativity that came with making Content Cop is that you created an outlet for people to get behind a content creator's behavior. You then made it about, if you like this content creator, you like everything they do. When you then became a cuckold, sir, when you allowed for Anissa to make content, even posting content that she posted on a site known for the point that it's used by people to post amateur porn, you allowed your personalities and allowed your viewpoints to become aligned with a set of behaviors and a set of notoriety that you did not want to truly take on and deal with. Something that should have never been made public and should have never been announced was announced, instead of owning it and going along with the flow and just simply doing, ironically enough, the Adam Tutu and Lane of the Plug behavior. You decided that you were too good for that. That's really what happened. If you had gone the direction of saying, yes, I think actually she's made an OnlyFans, and yes, I think that's cool. Not only do I think it's so cool, I'm going to be inside of it, and we're going to be posting our first porn video. If you had gone that direction and you had done just like Lane of the Plug, where you decided to say, hey guys, get me to 1 million subs and I'll do a porn scene with my boyfriend and my best girlfriend, and we'll record a female male. If you had gone in that direction, people would not be able to antagonize you because they would have been more stuck up in the spectacle of your behavior. But because you made a spectacle out of embarrassing other people, people figured that it was acceptable to make a spectacle out of embarrassing you. And you didn't have an ability to meet it because you, one, didn't actually want to go in that direction and being okay with it. You were annoyed that people were making you aware of the fact that they could see the hypocrisy of your behavior because you made a name for saying these people are doing lower work that's hypocritical and they should be shamed for these ideals that they have and hold that they aren't consistent with. But then two, you allowed for people to basically rage bait you into going exactly the way that you would have never gone if you had originally had a goal about yourself that allowed you to actually make normal shit and it not be about who you are and who you're doing it with, but whether or not it's fun and people are entertained by it. So, on one path you have OnlyPlays, on another path you have Idubbz, on another path you have PewDiePie. You didn't go the PewDiePie path of just simply breaking and making peace with the fact that people decided to use you to do something like terrorism and just go and do something else. You didn't go the OnlyPlays path of remaining true to yourself and just making the content that you were happy with. And then if you wanted to do a pivot, switch up, and then you do something different. No, you went in the path of, I'm embarrassed by who I was. I'm not that boy anymore. And stop harassing me and my personal partner. You goddamn slur. And then people laughing at you harder and then going harder. That's not content cop levels of hate. So basically, if you wanted to see what it looked like if it was content cop levels of hate, you'd have to actually bully somebody much smaller than you who would have no avenue on which to speak. That would probably be content cop hate. Where anybody's behavior and reaction is not going to beat out whatever you say next. But, of course, that's not what happened here. You could literally have just ignored them and not spoken whatsoever. But you chose to speak, and so you justified the reaction people were having. Certainly some people came to your defense and saying, listen, here's how he's feeling, but it wasn't about how you were feeling. It's about how you decided to basically lash out against somebody that put you where you were. You became antagonistic and derisive of the very fan base that made you famous. And you told them, fuck you, I have the platform, and pulled the flatter behind yourself.
Impact you in a big way. Maybe it needs to be like a tragedy in your life, something very big that like really moves that needle.
So what was it for you?
For me, I mean, I would say like the OnlyFans drama moved that needle a little bit because I was like, ooh, okay, so this is.
So are you saying because your audience was suddenly revealed to you as, wait, I don't agree with what you're saying here.
They didn't just automatically like understand that I couldn't have this opinion about my wife or sex work or anything like that.
This content cop level hate changed Ian. He was reflecting less on the positives of the content cop and more on the negative feelings he gave to specific creators. He was hating being a tool of shame as he was now being shamed himself. And unfortunately, like many of his targets, he was stubborn to a fault.
It's good that you're this way. You're very stubborn. You're not going to let somebody tell you, like, when you're doing something wrong. You're going to, like, ride it out until you come to a conclusion on your own. You can't get him to do
that. Is retarded, actually. You see, you're doing something wrong, Idubbz. No, I won't listen to you. I'm going to wait till this whole thing falls apart, and then I will take an assessment after things happen, and I will break shit apart. Sometimes it is actually okay to get criticism in the moment. It is okay to take the Anthony Gramuccia line. Perhaps the bad content and the bad criticism will give you enlightenment on how to improve your material and your content. But actually, this has nothing to do with content. It has everything to do with your behavior or character and what you're willing to tolerate. No person, unless it's something that you described and talked about behind the scenes, should probably support their partner openly putting out content porn of themselves to monetize it to the lowest common denominator if they believe that this is something that is not what they should support. I don't think he ever said anything of this variety leading up to the event, but quite frankly, knowing where she came from, this was just her trying again to do the host squad thing, but specifically monetizing herself alone, rather than how Zoe Berger did it with all the girls in the host squad.
Do something until he'll just one day decide, like, I'm going to do this. The other thing she said is that you're a big sponge, empathetically. The people who used to love him for that, for saying what he believed in, no matter how it was received, they now hate him for that.
Ian, just as Leafy did, could not ignore the criticisms, even if they were only produced to hurt him. Instead, a resentment began to build.
And I think I'm realizing something. I think since the OnlyFans thing, you have been being defiant with your audience.
Yeah, probably.
And I get it. It's frustrating.
Yeah.
Like, you want to, like, get them to stop being...
Yeah. Well, especially when it's like an amorphous blob of people with all different opinions.
Yeah.
And, you know, you're kind of trying to figure out, like, what is majority rule here?
Yeah.
Ian is stubborn, resentful, and foremost, changing into someone that was less interested in his art, and more interested in forcing the desired perception. He was less and less making videos that were impactful, and coverage on him continued to be even less charitable and more focused on Anissa and her history.
His girlfriend has been exposed. That's right, some of the best examples would be this video that was uploaded on March 17th that is starting to go viral now, titled The Secret World of Idubbz Girlfriend by Creepshow Art. And in this video, it kind of highlights like her like allegedly stealing art and like having some bad takes about World War II. The front page of his Reddit, which I thought was fake, right? There were all these tweets of Idubbz' girlfriend kind of tweeting at you and flirting with you and thirst tweeting you, and I thought it wasn't real. But then, yeah, then I looked it up, and I mean, these tweets are real. I mean, there's a bunch of tweets, but I think one of the most damning one is one.
Are you trolling me right now, man?
I'm not. She tweeted at you in January 9th, 2016.
Jesus Christ.
Saying, "Why am I never in your videos? Do I need to lower the cost of money to get me to bend over?"
Through the mostly negative coverage of Anissa, it was the H3 podcast that brought generous perspectives on Anissa's past. However, Anissa in June on her own channel continued to fuel the flames.
Honestly, when I released OnlyFans, I didn't think anybody would care because, well, aside from, you know, incels. But a lot of people did care.
If you release a channel... Okay, first, what do you mean by care? I didn't think anybody would care. As in, I didn't think anybody would mind, or I didn't think that anybody would support me, because I didn't think it'd be that big a deal. Because, like, if you're gonna call them incels, that would be the target audience that's gonna be buying your fucking content. First off. Secondly, just make the work. They're going to say things anyways. You should be using it as encouragement to make more shit. How is it that you can't use that as encouragement to make more shit? It's because it personally gets to you. It's the ethical slut situation.
I think anybody would care because, well, aside from, you know, incels. But a lot of people did care.
Throughout the rest of 2020, the Idubbz channel was losing tens of thousands of subscribers. In July, he released his newest documentary titled Ice Cream Man on creator Dax Flame. The documentary set out to get a better understanding of what part of Dax Flame was a character and what part of him was genuine. Compared to Full Force, this was a far different experience. Inexplicably, the colors were washed out. The documentary lacks supporting characters, and a fair portion of the documentary is building up to a poorly conceived game show. Dax Flame was much closer to a normal person than Airsoft Fatty. There was not much chaos or a world to explore, and the documentary likely suffered because of it. Ice Cream Man stands at 7 million views, less than 1/3 of the viewership of Full Force. Then in 2021, there were no videos on the main channel until May. In all, Idubbz TV only saw 5 uploads for the entirety of 2021. This could be because it was a busy year for Ian. He had filmed a new documentary that had failed to come out this year. He had gotten married to Anissa, and he was organizing a boxing event, as explained in his last upload of 2021.
If he's down, we'll make it happen. If not, then he's a pussy.
Fast forward to present day, June 2021, not completely present, but this year, Ricegum reaches out to my wife, my precious wife, and you know what he says? He says that Idubbz is irrelevant and that he's fallen off. Get him to box me.
Ricegum had been wanting to box Ian since 2018. It was only recently that Idubbz claims he became aware of this and had been working to set up a boxing event, even going as far as to get LASIK eye surgery, only for Ricegum to be backing out, demanding a higher payment. In time, this fight would completely fall through. What remained was Ian's passion to run a boxing event for charity. While this would come to be, it would face an expanding list of problems. In the same way that Ian was a tool to shame infamous creators, infamous comedian Sam Hyde would be the tool used against Ian. On January 8th, 2022, Sam Hyde released a video titled The Truth About Idubbz. This was an hour 55-minute documentary covering Sam's side of the documentary Ian had filmed on him but had failed to release. Sam had allegedly bothered Ian on multiple occasions, both asking to be involved in his boxing event and asking when the documentary was meant to be released, as several months had gone by since the documentary was filmed in March of 2021. In allegedly spending $15,000 of his own money, mostly done to possibly sabotage Ian's product, Sam was looking to Ian's documentary to send attention towards his diminishing online presence. There are a few reasons provided early on in the video as to why Sam believes Ian will not release it, as most are tied to the documentary not going Ian's way because Sam is not like Airsoft Fatty or Dax Flame. Sam is not a socially unaware anomaly. Sam became popular as a comedian, but he also uses this to mask certain beliefs, as he is possibly a neo-Nazi. The moment one attempts to prod at his genuine outlook on life, he deflects it by answering in a comedically dishonest way. So Sam, understanding how Ian extracted entertainment from Airsoft Fatty, set out to make something almost entirely ungenuine. He would not allow himself to be made a fool in the same way former subjects of Ian's documentaries did.
I think Idubbz was kind of trying to punk me a little bit, and like make me look like a guy that had like fallen off, which I have. Like I've fallen off, like undoubtedly, but I think he kind of wanted to like. He wanted to come out here and see something depressing, and we like ended up making this kind of like funny thing. Stuff to buy, lots of alcohol, a bunch of Pokemon cards. Try to tell him what Pokemon is as if it's some new thing like crypto.
Sam is reading off the gaslighting document, a list of ideas and set pieces meant to create an absurdly chaotic environment, a sort of test to see if Ian would buy into the ridiculous world Sam was selling.
The fake girlfriend, she shaved her head for this. She looked fucking totally wrecked, and she was like going in Idubbz's pockets, like looking around in his pockets, trying to feel around and shit.
No, the first few minutes of them meeting, she walks up behind him and puts her hands like this in his back pockets, and he's already uncomfortable like that.
She smashed it. She was so fucking
no
good, man.
fucking way. Best cast member.
Just this girl.
Actress.
Like an actress type chick.
On day one of the shoot, Sam appeared to have overplayed his hand, as Ian was immediately suspicious.
You guys are doing this every day, though. It doesn't look like this all the time. This is a show, right?
What do you mean? Like the mess?
Well, no, just all the people, all framed, like what?
It took only 10 seconds to convince Ian.
Joey's my audio guy, Joey's my editor, Evan does 3D models, Chris does writing stuff. Wow. He's not...
With Ian, now in Sam's world, he guides him through the disorganized office, takes him on a ride in a vehicle he rented, and spars with him.
This is the other kind of fucked up thing, is that he's doing like YouTube boxing now, and I planted the seed in his head.
On day 3, there is an interview, the one-on-one that would be interpreted by viewers in far different ways. Many panned the change in tone happening when Idubbz asked about a DMCA Sam had issued years ago against Ian's channel.
What do you think? Did I snub you or slight you or something? What did I do?
Your memory's that bad?
Yes.
You don't remember?
I do not. Most people do not remember things like this, but this is probably something serious enough that most people should remember. Because DMCA is not a light thing.
Remember. Okay. Do you remember...
What was it?
Do you remember making a Kickstarter TV?
Yes.
Of, well, no, it wasn't Kickstarter TV. You remember making a pony game?
Yes.
Okay. There were some creators at the time who made videos about this fake pony project.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Were you one of them?
I was one of them.
What did I do?
Do you have any guesses?
Did I say fuck you or something?
No, you copyright claimed the video.
Really?
Yes. And then you sent me an email.
That might not have been me. Oh,
You don't
okay,
think so?
I sent you an email.
It kind of seems like something that you would do. The email was, I will release the copyright claim on your video if you can send me a video of yourself squatting 200 pounds below parallel.
Why didn't you do that? You'd be so much stronger now if you'd done that.
Yeah.
Damn. Did I create an enemy with that? Really? How are you gonna punk me?
I'm gonna make you look like an asshole.
Really?
Which isn't hard to do.
Is that really the case?
No.
Okay.
At timestamp 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 38 seconds, there is text on screen stating that the interview ended 6 minutes prior. This could be Sam signaling to his audience that after Ian brought up the DMCA and questioned Sam about his politics, that he began acting expectedly disingenuous. The rest of the video is more of Sam guiding Ian through his world. Ian, not pressured into releasing his side of the events, released his documentary on Sam the following month, titled Getting Away With It. Ian's version included moments not included in Sam's video. He also explains Sam's style of communication in what he calls the circle of irony, a moment that would be criticized as a long-winded explanation of Sam masking his intent. This is tied to Sam masking his beliefs.
Ready to be destroyed.
He's donated around $5,000 to the Daily Stormer, which is a neo-Nazi website, and you don't really do that as a joke, from what I understand about the world. So
no, you in fact do it as a joke. That's probably the one key thing that is important about pre and post OnlyFans Idubbz. He does not know what is a joke and what is a long-form play, because he does not know how to necessarily do a long-form play, such as this.
with the context that Sam openly aligns himself with the alt-right and white supremacy and misogynistic stuff, it's hard to write off any of the ironic stuff as just ironic.
Earlier in the documentary, Ian even petitioned Sam to cue his audience in as to when he is saying something sincere.
For the viewers, when you say something like that, if you're serious, you say 100% serious.
100% serious. How about this? I'll say, baby, Sammy's serious. You fucking retard, so now you know. So you don't have to guess, because you're autistic. So you need a picture book guide to tell you when someone's in a mood. Here's an angry face. Here's happy. And then get your guidebooks out so you know when people are in different moods.
This is only met with an insincere lambasting. Ian wanted to find out what was genuine and what was not, only for Sam to reveal very little of even his experience with him was.
Have you tried to get her any help?
No, seeing as she's a girl I paid $500 to shave her head and pretend to be my girlfriend, no, I haven't tried to get her any help. Should you want me to try?
Wait, okay.
I don't know her that well. It's probably not my business to get her off drugs. Also, I think I told her to put her hand in your pocket and pretend to be on drugs.
Shut up.
You think are you serious? You think I would date a girl that has her hair shaved like that?
Yes.
You think I'm a fucking mental case?
Yes.
No, actually, I've known her for a long time. And,
This is so upsetting to me right now.
You think I'm a fucking millionaire? You think I have a shit-ass office like this?
Shut up. This is your office.
Says who? You think I would fucking spill rock stars and Legos all over my office like a fucking animal and have 20 people in a fucking dentist's office? You know this is a converted dentist's office, right? That's why there's like paintings of like whales on the walls and shit. Ian, you shitty guy.
The documentary ends shortly after, with Ian concluding he did not get to know Sam as he kept his wall up. Ian also believes this does not serve to benefit Sam in any way. This would be the last of Ian's documentaries. Sam will later put out the belief that this was part of Ian's grand ploy to get back at the people insulting Anissa.
I knew from the first email what it was because I knew that he'd been getting a lot of shit from like 4chan right-wing type guys because of his OnlyFans girlfriend. And so I was just, game theory, what's this guy thinking? He's thinking he's gonna, the mascot, he's gonna make me look bad so that he can like get one over on the people that have been trolling him for having an OnlyFans girlfriend.
In a separate video, shortly after the release of Ian's documentary, Sam would fail to deny his donation to the Daily Stormer, going as far to say the documentary was accurate and neutral.
I think that it's accurate and neutral, his documentary. Like he could have made it snarky. He could have been, oh, well, this is the flip side. This is what actually happened. He could have done that. But the documentary was extremely well cut. It was neutral. It represented what happened.
Following the release of the documentary, Ian set his sights on Creator Clash, his charity boxing event. In this video, Ian announces creator Dr. Mike as his opponent and states that the two main goals are to make it as entertaining as possible and to raise as much money as possible for charity. In a Twitter space, Ian commented further on the event, stating Anissa was also meant to box but had gotten a concussion and was unable to. Additionally, coming off of his most recent documentary, Ian was questioned about Sam Hyde's participation.
We worked with Sam Hyde for a period, and it was tough. He was wanting to put on his own show, and he did, and it was funny, but he's not a super cooperative guy. He's very unpredictable. So involving him in our event just isn't a good idea. I think most people would.
This is where the lies started with trying to shut Sam Hyde out because he would not behave in a way that allowed him to be able to get money and opportunity off of it. And this is where all those smaller figures like Funky Frog Potion and Funky Frog Bait and Jahalare started circling themselves around him because they could be able to get cheap, free clout off engaging in the event, which started acting as like a gateway to the biggest stars on Twitch. At least amongst those connections of the WL and Poggers community, and any person that could be able to monetize openly clips off of places like LSF.
Business risk.
I think most people would understand that.
Yeah, it's a huge business risk. I mean, we're getting guys signing to agree to be within like 7 pounds of each other.
I totally get that, but I talked to Harley, right? Because Harley's a big guy, and who could realistically face Harley? Like, you need another giant.
I can think of a ragtag group of people that like Sam could probably box with in the future.
The reason Ian and Anissa apply to not allow Sam to box is because he is a business risk. He is uncooperative, not brand friendly, and half of the boxers would allegedly leave if he boxed, though only Dr. Mike is used as an example. Later, Sam himself jumps into the conversation.
I mean, I'm the guy that, Idubbz, would you say that I inspired your boxing career?
No, you did not.
Okay, okay. What did?
Ricegum. He DM'd me.
Target right now is Hassan Piker. Have you heard of that guy?
We have. I'm not a fan, by the way.
Yeah, I think he's cruising for a bruiser right now, and I'm gonna put it on him.
Sam likely did not know it, but Anissa was a massive fan of Hassan Piker, the infamous streamer Sam desired to fight.
I think also on top of that, because I met Hassan in 2016, we did like name's Austin. Real name's Austin.
Austin Show.
Austin Show, and we were talking politics, and it was the first time that I had met somebody that got it.
Sam Hyde, even in the Twitter space, was antagonistic. While Anissa was speaking about her background, Sam was deploying tactical, laughing emojis.
Yeah, I have a kinesiology background, nutrition background, so I'm able to kind of like
She was guiding me the whole time.
In April, Idubbz released another promotion for Creator Clash. This time, he was marketing the event not as the typical influencer boxing, not something haphazardly put together with creators who do not know what they were doing or don't care to follow the rules. He even stated he was going to be making a documentary of the process.
There will eventually be a documentary about the boxing event. You guys will see how serious everyone's taking it. We're not messing around. It's a complete lifestyle change.
And this being a more serious event, Ian could theoretically capitalize on it to obtain higher paying sponsors. As with any charity run event, expectedly the money goes into paying for the arena. The fighters, which mostly amount to $20,000 each, meant to be used for training, the broadcast crew for the pay-per-view, etc. While Ian focused more on explaining the charity aspects, Anissa was selling the event partly as a gathering of influencers.
Way more exciting VidCon, or like I want it to be like influencers can like care about this and fans can care about this and like you can go watch it and have like a build up, like maybe parties before and like stuff like that.
Another motivation for this event was to find out what the next thing was for them. An inspiration that came not from Joji's transition, but Ethan to his H3 podcast.
You actually said something to us that I feel like kind of got our brain going of like, oh shit, we need to start moving. It was like, you were like, yeah, I spent money on the set because I knew it was going to make money. And like, I knew it was going to make it work. I'm not worried about it. And we talked about hiring people and stuff with you guys. And like, it was a huge like aha moment for us where we were like, we need to like do something. Like the idea of us like doing something like this is
this is way bigger than we even thought.
This event needed to succeed, not just for the charity, but also to prove that Anissa and Idubbz were working well together and that they could set a goal and achieve it.
Hitting you where he knows that it's painful.
Yeah, that I've ruined his life.
You're basically the Red Witch who was fucking enchanted, bewitched Stannis, and well, he's saying you have no agency.
Yeah.
And he's saying that you're a witch.
Yeah. I mean, I showed up, 2016, and now here we are, and Ian is doing different stuff. Like, Ian as a person has not changed very much in like regards to his like moral stance on a.
He did and actively did. He not only changed in his moral stance, he changed in his entire engagement policy, because the engagement policy of no free clout, as well as deplatforming people by using left-wing talking points and left-wing hounds and goblins to do his dirty work for him, is very much a RedTube-esque invention. He just simply started offloading the harassment for other people for him, because, lol, they're not big enough for me to talk about.
A lot of things, but like Ian and how he feels about how he wants to put himself on the internet has changed.
But I think that was going to happen no matter what.
That's what he always says.
That had to happen.
Yeah,
those videos, like you said, no, they were a hit base, and when you look back at it, you cringe at it.
Absolutely.
With Fight Night in May closing in, there was stress building and fear of what would happen if the event failed to raise money.
That would be the worst case scenario. Is like you don't break even, you lose money, and nothing goes to your charity.
But everyone's calling it a charity event. I'd be like, oh no.
There was also Sam Hyde. Would he sabotage the event? Would there be retribution for not allowing Sam to fight? Sam had already had some direct but minor influence in the event. He trained fighter Harley of Epic Mealtime for a short period, though it is questionable how effective his training was, as Harley's main coach reviewed the footage.
What are you guys, boxing with boots? I love it. Entertainment. So right now he's showing Harley how to step into a right hand against a lefty, but Harley ain't fighting a lefty. And the guy standing in front of him, the guy with the long hair there, he's not a lefty either. So this is completely wrong. It's actually dangerous. Sorry, I'm being a dick. I'm just saying what I'm seeing.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Just a little more weight on this leg.
This is fucking wrong. This is dangerous. So right now this dude is showing him to put his head over his knee. while your head is over your knee, there's nothing good that ever happens from that.
Sam was banned the night before the event, as creator Brandon Buckingham reported.
So the night before the event, Sam was banned from entering. He already had flights, damn near $12,000 tickets, and an Airbnb for not only himself, but his entire crew. All gone to waste at the very last second. And at no point before the fight did Idubbz say, hey, Sam, you can't come, I'm gonna ban you. He literally waited until the very last moment, pulled his crew aside, and told them at a gathering of other creators that Sam was not gonna be allowed to enter. And not only would Sam be banned, but his entire crew would be banned as well.
It is May 14th, Fight Night. Sam Hyde and his crew have been banned from the event. The event is being run by a YouTuber who has possibly little to no experience managing something of this caliber. There are creators who formerly had no boxing experience, and Ian has set this event above other influencer-run events. The stakes were high, and the fighters and Ian were stressed. Fight after fight, Ian's match grew closer, and nothing set the tone better than Airsoft Fatty fumbling the national anthem.
For so proudly we've had as the spirits last week. Sorry, I got nervous, people. My bad. Let's just do this. Let's fucking do it. Ready? Let's give it another try.
I think this is probably the point that you could probably say it's gotten at its worst before what has come recently. Because you have here a content creator who goes from bullying people in his bedroom, like a bedroom feminist, to then antagonizing people IRL, to then being a creator that is getting the targets of his content to basically give him more free content, and then trying to eliminate his competition before they have a chance to actually involve themselves in any kind of content material. This is a very interesting decision and choice from somebody who's supposed to be changing himself for the better. I don't see how you get better from this.
Let's go. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light? For so proudly we stand, while the dawn's light fast asleep. While the dawn's light shines through the perilous flight. For so proud.
Fatty would go on to fumble the national anthem an additional time, but he has succeeded in unifying and bringing the crowd to life in a way that a performer could only dream of. This event was not perfect. It had its quirks. Some fights, such as the Dad versus Matt Watson fight, were heavily one-sided, but that was also the charm. This was an imperfect event that aimed high. It unified fighters and viewers, and if anything, it proved that with enough passion and care, even the biggest goals can be realized. Even though Dr. Mike had won, Ian had proved that he could run this event. At 100,000 pay-per-views, this event will go on to raise $1.3 million for the Alzheimer's Association, the American Heart Association, and the Healing Horse Therapy Center. Even with the success of the event and outside of the knowledge that it had raised that much money, Sam Hyde continued to rally against Ian, but mostly Anissa.
She's gonna ruin his life. I guarantee it. Mark my words. Mark my words. That woman's gonna ruin his life.
By chance, Brandon Buckingham was able to catch Dr. Mike right after the event, where he revealed that not only did he have no knowledge about Sam Hyde's banning, he likely did not even know who Sam Hyde was.
Did you hear that he banned Sam Hyde from entering the event?
I did not. Why is that?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I have no idea either, sorry.
He had like front row $10,000 seats, and then he said he couldn't come to the event.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what to say about that. That wasn't my call.
We have a sad Sam Hyde at home watching this. Want to say shout out Sam Hyde?
Sorry, Sam Hyde, that happened to you.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate your time.
Appreciate it.
Have a good one. Even the sensible, kind, and intelligent Dr. Mike knew that banning Sam Hyde of all people from the event was the wrong thing to do.
On May 23rd, Idubbz released a new video talking about the success of the event and the potential for a creator clash too.
You know, make sure you give this video a thumbs up because we really fucking killed it. Oh yeah, and I think it's also worth mentioning, with the success of this event, why not Creator Clash 2?
The following month, Ian would make an appearance on Hassan Piker's live stream, where Hassan revealed he was supposed to have a larger role in the event.
For those of you who don't know, they're the creators of the Creator Clash that we watched, that I was supposed to also attend, but I was too much of a chicken to
You're also
participate
supposed to fight in it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
When I said attend, I meant like fight. But then I was like,
invited you to watch.
yeah, that's true.
There is a possibility that Sam's banning was tied to Hassan Piker. He was a creator Anissa looked up to, and was the target of Sam, who had recently formally challenged him.
You got anyone you want to call up?
It's very much the case that he was banned so that there couldn't be any situation that Sam Hyde could create, so that he could be able to basically gaff his new friend. 100% that's what happened.
The heavyweight division.
Oh, you know it, lad. You know that Hassan Piker? I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Or in the ring.
No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him and wear his makeup.
Hassan would not fight Sam, citing the dangers in platforming him. As for Ian, after the fight, he only uploaded a few videos on Idubbz TV, a video about preppers and a video about fidget toys. The latter video performed terribly compared to the popper video. Rather than taking something to the extreme, he made something bizarre. A Thanos molded popper toy with Orbeez meant to represent the oil and pimples. He also posted videos of the Hot Seat, a podcast/talk show style series produced by Ian, and had Dax Flame as a host, but these were quickly removed due to their poor performance.
And so that's when we decided, like, okay, we need to put these videos on a separate channel that can grow its own audience.
Yeah.
Maximum Damage. This was the channel established to host the Hot Seat. It saw its first upload starting 2023. Though the first episodes would mostly break 100,000 views, they would eventually fail to surpass 20,000 views on average. Every one of Ian's projects or series were either being abandoned or falling in viewership. What remained was Creator Clash 2. Ian announced the event in January and set April 15th as a fight date. He set Emily Arena in Tampa, Florida as the location. This was a large stadium with around 21,000 seats. It was twice the capacity of the previous arena. Ian had big plans for this event, yet the threat of Sam still lingered as he continued to comment on Ian and Anissa.
What the hell is this?
Is that her last name?
He's taken her last name. Brother, they married in June, with Idubbz' last name changed from Washburn to Joma.
Ian, as he did prior, would make guest appearances on other channels to promote the event. These are two of note. In H3 Podcast episode 266, they spoke about the financials of Creator Clash, how it earned $1.3 million the year prior, how soon they learned the event was profitable, and why Anissa is still not fighting this year.
So last year was like 95% of sales were in the last 48 hours.
The pay-per-view? Yeah. I mean, we're going to watch it, but I'm not going to pay for it yet.
I played men's lacrosse as from 14 to 21 or 20. I got a lot of concussions from that. I have 11 minors and 2 majors.
Ian's appearance or words here were not at all protested. That much cannot be said about his appearance on Smosh Alike.
Another thing that ended up kind of guiding the path a little.
Bringing him onto the channel that had been long since abandoned from being the original Smosh, and instead a bunch of leftists talking about leftist comedy and humor and cringe.
Bit. I did not like the interactions that I had with fans. There were quite a few human beings that I interacted with. In person? Yeah, in person. That just sucked. They just sucked because I attracted a lot of people who sucked. Some people were, as I described earlier, were very much like antisocial, weird basement dwellers. And, the one time a month that they come out of their cave is going to restock on supplies at Walmart, and they run into me, their favorite YouTuber.
Which is kind of the lifestyle you were living in.
Yeah, exactly. I don't blame them.
And what would they say? What would they do?
Things that I am certainly not going to repeat. I'm talking bad words.
What Ian was describing were parasocial, socially inept fans. Every fan base contains sycophants or detractors or worse. George Miller had these same fans, though he described them more generously and rather than insult them, made it a point to appreciate the passion for his work.
When you think about the crazy faces to face or the pranks with, as you put it, the very elaborate fans, is there a story that stands out?
It's important to have a fan base that is that involved in you, and I respect that. Thank you. But yeah, sometimes it gets a little rowdy. In fact, the only time I want to be approached is when I'm with a girl, because it looks cool.
Ian's comments on his former fans was a small scandal and threat to the event. The larger looming threat turned out to be no longer looming. In March, less than a month away from the event, Sam Hyde, as he had done the year before, planned to partially train one of the fighters, being Froggy Fresh, formerly known as Krispy Kreme. Ian, unpleased with Froggy's interacting with Sam, reached out to him, and so began the largest controversy leading up to the event.
Was there anything before that?
I think the rift started when Sam retweeted me, and I got a call from Ian, like a call of concern. That was when the rift started.
So a Twitter retweet happened. Ian calls you. What goes down on that call?
So the first thing he says, like, hey, so I've seen some stuff on Twitter that's kind of concerning. What is your relationship with Sam Hyde? And I was like, it rubbed me the wrong way, like, immediately. The phone call didn't end super cordially. It basically ended like tense with me saying, like, dude, this is weird. I don't want to be investigated. Like, and then the phone call basically ended after a few minutes. Because I was like, it felt weird. Like, I honestly didn't want to be like on a phone call with him. So then I was like, so we texted back and forth for the rest of the day.
These are the text messages that Froggy is referencing. Text messages that took place on March 12th. Ian states he is trying to be proactive, yet is indirect. Froggy responds in not understanding the issue, implying that his motivation is that Sam has been kind to him. Ian responds, stating that he has been hurt by the things Sam has done. He is afraid of Sam associating with the event, and that there are unnamed others involved that are not comfortable with Sam. Froggy retorts by emphasizing that this is to a degree happening outside of the event. And while Ian agrees that Froggy can do whatever he wants in his private life, he states Froggy is a representative of the event. Ian specifically cites Sam training Harley last year and how that attracted a quote-unquote bad crowd, which Ian claims led to harassment online.
Actually, the better argument you could really make is that by him training Harley Morrison, you ended up having a better event because you tried to ban him by proxy, so the only person who was there as a representative of him was the person that he helped train, who dominated his other opponent. So you're more scared about his influence than you were about him being involved, which means you were worried about him showing you out and embarrassing you more than anything else. And because of that, it meant that anything that were to happen as a connection to that was going to be looked at as something that was going to make you and everything else and everyone else around you feel like you are being undercut. And because you're being undercut and you're being embarrassed and you're being shown up, you can't allow him to be in that position, because if he's able to do that, there is no way you can be able to counteract what happens next because of it. 100%. That was what's happened there. That was definitely the case of what happened involving you and your content. You did not want him to be in a position where you were going to be embarrassed by him, and you did want to give him control of the situation so that he was not able to make any kind of benefit off your material content.
Froggy again emphasizes that he exists outside of Ian's personal concerns. Froggy is now asking for a direct answer, and what the repercussions will be if he trains with Sam. Ian fails to answer directly, instead emphasizing Sam's harassment of him and his wife. Froggy turns this back on Ian and asks for understanding in that Sam is Froggy's friend, so he also has personal involvement. Froggy is becoming displeased at the idea of Ian forcing him to cut ties with Sam for what is now being framed as a personal feud. Then Froggy becomes irritated at the lack of a direct answer. He is now seeking a yes or no whether he'll be kicked from the event if he trains with Sam. The two begin to understand each other as Froggy clarifies he only plans to train with him and does not expect Sam to attend the event, which appears to be Ian's main worry. With this understanding, Froggy again asks Ian to be direct about what will happen if he trains with Sam. Ian says he does not know because he does not want to be rash, which is where Froggy states he plans to train. Ian responds with, quote, I don't understand why you're talking to me like this. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I explained to you the awful experience I've had with him. It potentially leads to another year of harassment.
It's because you didn't tell him specifically at all anything that would confirm that you were not going to ban him for him associating training with or getting any kind of help or any kind of clout from being around Sam Hyde. And you couldn't answer that question because you were trying to bully him into not doing it. Like, listen, bro, I told you how he's an asshole to me. He said my penis was small. Can you please just pick me over him? And I'm sorry, in the normal world of content creation, that's not good enough.
For me and Anissa, I can't take this stuff lightly.
It was already shit of you to try and do that in the first place. But for you to try to go about it the mealy-mouthed way and then strong-arming him as the creator of the event, this is what led to you getting that response. Which, how sad. How sad, Pagliotti. You went from being the man who makes everyone laugh to saying, please, can you just choose me as the better clown over him? He said he was going to clown my wife. He's got a cream pie ready for it. He's not talking about a pie. Please, just pick me better, please.
Can you guarantee that's not going to end up affecting? This isn't just someone I don't like. This is someone who is dedicated to disrupting an event we're running for charity, harassing its two main organizers, and sending his fan base to do his bidding. I just want you to know the pain he's caused me, Anissa, and our event. Unquote. Ian's attempt to sway Froggy failed. Froggy is direct with this issue, stating that Ian has no control of who he can and can't be friends with, and that he's going to still train with Sam even if he means being kicked from Creator Clash. In the final exchanges of this day, Ian clarifies that he never said Froggy could not be friends with Sam. He just did not want content to be posted with him before the event. Froggy responds by stating that Ian has no control of his life, especially when Ian has made arguments in favor of himself rather than the event. Quote, sounds like your personal problems are interfering with your business. Unquote. Froggy correctly assessed the issue with not only this exchange, but what predict the source of virtually all Creator Clashes 2's failures. 10 days later, on the 22nd, Froggy could be seen training with Sam on Sam's livestream, and on the 23rd, he further prodded with this video on Twitter.
If I don't hurt you beyond what anybody could have imagined, I will be so disappointed in myself that I will subscribe to Anissa's OnlyFans.
On Twitter, Anissa's mother, in response to a tweet about Anissa being on the phone, alludes to replacing an imp. Froggy quote tweeted this and another tweet. In direct response to the imp tweet, Froggy states, quote, better a imp than a pimp. Shout out your boy, Idubbz. Anissa, come get your mom, unquote. Anissa's mother would respond to Froggy, claiming he has brain damage and shrunken balls.
I got a text from...
And therein lies the problem. Therein lies probably the biggest problem of that particular connection of the Echoing Saga. You let your mother get involved into the world of behavior. She did the equivalent of stepping into a WWE ring as a heckler from the crowd and decided they were going to throw down against a person. And you got hit with a chair spot and then fucking speared into oblivion before being pulled out of the ring by your ankles and then fucking flopped against two dumpsters face first. Just wah, 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 wah. If you didn't want that shit to happen, you should have told her to keep that shit in the DMs and talk about that shit privately. Instead, you got your mom in the middle of the content, then got emotional about your mom getting involved in the fucking Hurt Locker. That, bitch made. Bitch made. Bitch made. Bitch made. Because she shouldn't be there. Her job is to be in the kitchen. I do not say that to say that a woman's place is in the kitchen. Her place was in the kitchen, away from this drama. But no, she invested herself in it. She caught a nice clean right hook to the mouth, and then you went here saying, "Oh my God, you went too far." We're already telling him behind the scenes that he better clean his nose up, otherwise you're gonna take him out of the content. But not directly, mealy mouthed.
One of the event coordinators that was just like, "Hey, did you get your email?" basically, and I opened my email and it was that, basically like a non-disclosure agreement, termination contract.
So you were then terminated because they had decided you had disparaged the event coordinator, aka Anissa.
I don't really know. It said I had offended event sponsors, I think, maybe even.
The official Creator Clash Twitter confirmed that Froggy Fresh was being kicked from the card, and that they would work to find a replacement for his opponent, Chris Reagan. Creator Clash failed to provide a reason Froggy was kicked. On Twitter, Creator Gideon offered to pay $100,000 if Froggy was put back on the card. There was an air of displeasure swelling and nowhere to vent it. On Twitter and Reddit, users were voicing their displeasure at the decision, believing it had something to do with Froggy's ties to Sam Hyde. As this was happening, Anissa and Ian, as per testimony of Ian's coach, were combing through comments, taking note of creators who were speaking in favor of them.
And because the Froggy Fresh drama went down.
And then this would be the interview with the coach, where you then said that they were just doing this to get a paycheck because they were paid by H3 to embarrass you.
They spent the whole time in my bedroom on Twitter reading all the comments, and it was the craziest thing ever. And that's when I was like, damn it. Because look at them, they were reading it, and Ian was like, "Oh, Tiffany 465 says this. I think that's a great comment." And then Annie's just like, "What about this comment?" And it was the craziest.
Like people that stuck up for him and didn't stick up for him. And meanwhile, I'm like, hey Ian, the guy that you just met is fighting in a world championship fight. Let's watch this fight. But he couldn't even watch the fight because they were so caught up in like the Twitter comments.
Yeah.
Creators like Nathan Barnett, known online as Dad, and Harley of Epic Mealtime were speaking in favor of Ian and the event. Creator Clash on the 28th doubled down, only providing this as the reason Froggy was kicked from the event. Quote, there were several violations made by Froggy Fresh during his tenure with Creator Clash this year, unquote. As was the case with Ian's text messages directed at Froggy, the lack of clarity in the statement led to more frustration. Even those that approached the situation generously would be met with non-answers. Even Froggy was on Twitter demanding clarity. Sam Hyde, now assumed to be at the core of this controversy, was continuing to jab at Ian and Anissa, this time by having a live watch party of Anissa's OnlyFans, though only him and his entourage could see it.
Does not to bring this up, but does Anissa still have an OnlyFans?
Oh yeah.
Really?
She's on Fansly, right? Because that was the sponsor of
the Creator Clash sponsor.
Is that his hand?
I don't think so.
What?
Whoa, wait a minute.
Don't, be careful what you say.
Yeah, don't say anything.
I won't.
Watch that. Chris, get in the frame here.
It's good, right? Yeah, it's real good.
What, this?
No, it's
not. No, it's not. Laker, get in the back right here.
I'm coming. What's the spread look like?
I'm coming.
I'm coming. Don't worry, I'm coming. What's the spread on a?
Yeah, go up.
It's a good spread.
Is it really, Julian?
Yeah, it's not a bad spread. I've seen worse. I've seen a worse spread.
That's not bad.
No, it's not bad at all.
It's not worth it, man. It's just not worth it.
The goal was to diminish Sam's influence, but Ian, in attempting to silence Sam, has only given him power. This still was only the beginning, as Ian's strategy, or lack thereof, would backfire spectacularly. In April, Anissa will be targeted even more aggressively. One of her videos was re-uploaded with the title, Idubbz Wife is Cringe, and where she recounts her history of being sexually assaulted to a remix of Last Resort by Papa Roach to the melody of September by Earth, Wind & Fire, all while dancing and flipping off the camera. This video would eventually gain 4.1 million views. Conversation around Creator Clash had partly devolved into conversation around Froggy Fresh, Sam Hyde, Anissa, OnlyFans, the money allocated to fighters, sex work, speculation on why Froggy Fresh was banned, and so on. It had ballooned to the point that even those only interested in the event would be faced with the ramifications of the ongoing drama, as became clear on April 15th, fight night.
Yep, because they wanted to be able to go to the fight, and instead it became a dissertation on who you were with Idubbz and whether or not you also supported Palestine. As we will hear from Swallow Entertainment, otherwise known as Anthony Gromolka.
Hyde situation. Security, like I said, security was crazy.
Amanda Gromolka.
At this event, at the creator-only spaces, all of that, and I believe that was mostly entirely because Sam Hyde claimed that he was going to show up with tickets that he had bought with a fake name in a disguise. I do know someone that I met at this event who did have a similar appearance to Sam Hyde, and apparently he was grabbed and questioned by security because there was a sheet with a bunch of photos of people to look out for to not let in. I never got a hold of the sheet, but most people saw it, most people discussed it with me. No one could confirm or deny who was and who was not on the list. Regardless of what you think of all the Sam Hyde stuff with Idubbz and everything, I just think the whole thing has gone too far at this point.
Paranoia of Sam Hyde attending the event bled into every aspect of the event. Last year, there were fans that dressed up as Garfield. Anissa had even taken note of them and asked for more this year.
They were just a fun character. Everyone loves Garfield.
Wait, what are we talking about? People show up in Garfield?
Yeah, there's a lot of fanfare at the event. People had signs, they painted their chests. It was like a...
What are we talking about?
So at
Garfield?
At Creator Clash, someone showed up in a Garfield fursuit in the crowd.
The crew outside of Creator Clash apparently got banned from entering, right? All you guys are not allowed in?
No, we're not.
And what was the reason they gave you?
No face masks, but apparently it's not in like the Emily Arena rules or anything, so.
Do you think it was a last-minute decision to ban face masks?
It was, literally. The head of security told us that they have a different policy than Emily Arena's policy, but it was not posted on their website.
So what do you think the reason is for the last-minute change in policy regarding face masks?
One guy said that he suspects it could be due to Sam Hyde. It's been going around Twitter that there was some leaked plan for them to sneak Sam Hyde in. This is an overreaction. I spent $800 buying all the tickets for this event. I spent like $450 on all the morph suits for this. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's like schizophrenic levels of paranoia.
The latter video comes from creator Brandon Buckingham, who documented the controversy and conducted man-in-the-street interviews.
You should have let Sam come. You would have had a lot more money for charity, but different strokes, different folks.
What do you want to say to Froggy Fresh?
Froggy Fresh, hey man, listen, I know it's fucking B-word and a half, but you had to train for that amount of time just to get kicked off, man. I just been singing prayers to you, man. I love your voice, no homo.
You deserve better. You deserve better than this.
Brandon Buckingham and creator Empleman made several signs that they planned to distribute during the event. As it began, there was no sign of Sam Hyde. Shockingly, the arena was far from packed. Even the segments the pay-per-view stream elected to show displayed in clear view the lack of attendance. If not the Sam Hyde debacle, then it was clear that signs of low attendance were putting further stress on Ian and Anissa. For the next 5 or so hours, there would be 12 fights, leading up to the final fight between Idubbz and his opponent, Alex Wasabi. Chris Reagan was the 4th fight. As Froggy Fresh was meant to be his opponent, the best Creator Clash could do was to match Chris with creator William Haynes, who was 6 inches taller and weighed 15 pounds more. William won this fight.
Yeah, you gotta give props to Chris Reagan. I mean, he's brave.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it, I guess.
Beyond the more passive signs of rebellion the crowd was displaying, fighter Yodeling Haley after her victory had this to say.
Now, we all remember the fight at Creator Clash 1. It was probably the best fight of the night, and in that fight you showed true grit.
With Krispy Kreme being Froggy Fresh former alias, this appeared to be a message of defiance. What's more, one of the signs had made it down to the 4 seats. This is when creator Rusty Cage took a picture of it and tweeted it out.
I see like some shenanigans going down. I take a photo of it. It's just people holding up a sign. It said Froggy did nothing wrong. Like
seemingly innocuous.
Yeah, right. I go to this like after event, and Anissa comes up to me. She comes up and says, that tweet was really not cool, and I just apologized. I felt kind of like a bitch. I was like, why the fuck did I apologize? What am I apologizing for? I don't even know this person. That's really not cool. Honestly, Anissa, it was very cool.
What do you think about Anissa confronting Rusty Cage for taking a photo of a Froggy Fresh did nothing wrong sign?
Yeah, that seems like a major violation. That seems like something that's really uncool. A lot of people are getting hurt because of that. Very uncool. So if I took a picture of a sign that said Froggy Fresh did nothing wrong, that's kind of an uncool move. That's not cool. But if I'm your friend and I give you a few days notice to go fight a black guy that's way bigger than you, that's actually a cool move.
It now came down to the main event, Ian versus Alex Wasabi. Though Ian had pushed for this fight, even Ian's coach knew his passion nor training were up to par, as he had shared his concerns prior to the matchup.
Alex Wasabi had a ring in his backyard. He moved a pro boxer in with him. He loved training. Ian doesn't, and he's like, this is who I'm going to fight. I'm just like, this is ridiculous. You're putting us in a hole. This is the opponent you've chosen for the second fight, and yet you put us. We're so far behind on what we need to do to show up to this event. But I still had him in good enough shape to where he outgassed him. He won the third round. One judge had it a draw, which means that he's won 2 of the rounds on one judge's scorecards, right?
Ian would lose this fight.
What would you like to say to all your fans and supporters that were rooting for you here today?
I don't know. That shit's hard. Really appreciate everyone. I know I'm not everyone's cup of tea, but I really do appreciate the support, and thank you for coming.
This loss was not the worst news of the night. Ian and Anissa, receiving the initial pay-per-view numbers, noticed that they were in deep trouble.
But we're sitting there waiting for the doctor to come in to stitch Ian's eye up, and we're trying to digest the idea that we only sold 50K pay-per-views, and we looked at each other and we were like, do you want to just fucking
kill ourselves?
Like literally, there was that actual thought.
It was just like, what the fuck?
What the fuck do we do?
Yeah, what are we supposed
happens?
to do? This is
You become better businessmen and learn how to actually bring things together, because then here comes the downside of the bad part of spectacle. The problem with spectacle, as I discussed earlier, is you have to get bigger and better. So, we saw him go from small-time YouTuber to friend of YouTubers to big YouTuber in his own right, but then he stops doing the content that made him famous. People say, oh my god, I can't believe he started cutting out his position. And then he has to start escalating his behavior, where he starts making examples of people that then get brought into the collective, where if he is allowed to harass them and bully them the way that he did, then it gives him the ability to basically yuck their fucking yum. All that so that eventually he gets to a secondary event from his first event. To escalate this, he would have had to have better fights, bigger fights, better opponents, and better broadcasting. He did not produce any of those things because he was more focused on trying to keep Sam Hyde out of the event. So, in the spectacle of what he should have done, he should have added more people. He should have added more people. He should have done more material. He should have spun the event with some actual scorecards and fights and some actual background. And he should have done it all with the point of building to an event. The biggest event he could have had was not himself, but unironically, Sam Hyde versus Inside Boy Hassan Piker. He did not do this because he did not want to, one, risk his fame and fortune on potentially being associated with Sam Hyde, for one, but for two, because if he did include Sam Hyde, he'd be judged as allowing a Nazi to build off his paraphernalia, and thirdly, none of the people there wanted to be able to actually be confronted by somebody who would be up and at their speed, if not better than them, at the purpose of making fun and making jest and making light of the content that he could have had off of the material he was making with them. So, he didn't want to be embarrassed by somebody who was a better troll than him. And he didn't have the chops to fight against that troll on equal footing. So he tried to ban him from the event entirely to prevent him from being involved. But then still had a dog shit piece of material to provide, because in trying to curtail all the necessary parts to keep Sam Hyde from being involved, which we all should know at this point, if you didn't, glad you can finally hear from me. In trying to do everything possible to stop Sam Hyde, he ended up demonstrating that at the end of the day, without having a target to be able to yuck his yum from, Idubbz is not really funny. He has lost the ability to tell jokes. He's lost the ability to have hard-hitting criticisms. He's lost the edge to be able to find the edge to make content from, because he is more focused on trying to stop people than he is in trying to enable people, let alone it be himself or people or the content creators off of his content, because he doesn't know what funny is anymore. And the sheer humor in putting his friend, air quote, his friend, a content creator, up against a bigger, black, guy to beat the shit out of him, and himself picking a bigger target that he thought he could be able to dominate, only to get his shit rocked within the rounds he was in. All of that was just to suit for his ego. And then to sell on top of that, you didn't have bad sales because of your inability to actually build proper hype for your event, because you thought that having a secondary event meant that you could go bigger and better, but not actually provide the actual boom to the spectacle. So people didn't want to watch because there was no actual emotional thing keeping them involved with watching. That is a problem. That is a problem. It's like you say to your kids when you're in high school, if you're a parent, hey, you can have a house party, but no crazy stuff. Obviously, what people want to do is they want to be able to do crazy ass shit in your house. But instead of a crazy ass party that is like Party X, if I remember the name of that goddamn movie correctly, instead of having a crazy ass romper of a party, you instead have the equivalent of a fucking sock hop or a fucking Bible study in your kitchen. That is not something people want to show up to and be a part of, unless they actually want to be a part of the festivities that way. Most of the people didn't want to do that. They didn't have any serious real affinity. They just simply wanted to see what's going to happen. When that was not the case, they fucking left. No one should be so stupid as to think that that was the smart thing to do if you're Idubbz. He knows what would have sold a better event. He just didn't want to do it because it meant giving up his pride. Okay. Had to take the trash out.
I have never felt so horrendous.
Yeah.
Like, we're having this conversation while we're waiting for the fucking doctor to come in and stitch your eye up.
Yeah, it was one of those moments where you're just kind of like...
We did everything we could right, and we cared.
No, that's not everything you could do that you did right. You did actually like 10 different things wrong, and they're related to what I said before I left the room. You did everything in your way to try and stop the actual injection of fun and randomness because you were trying to stop Sam Hyde, and thus made your event fucking boring to most of the people involved because they knew what they were looking for, and you didn't know how to build off that because you did not know how to answer what he had to offer.
Ian and Anissa did much wrong. They had the goal to remove Sam's influence from the event. What actually happened was a fighter was removed. His opponent had a severe mismatch fight. There was insubordination coming from at least one of the fighters and certainly the crowd. And lastly, this graph. In Ian setting up Sam Hyde as his antagonist, Sam Hyde would have his best performing month viewership-wise ever in April of 2023, the month of Creator Clash. As a contrast, this is Miss Social Blade, a fighter in the event. Not only did he lose subscribers this month, he also lost viewership likely to him removing videos. Viewers cared about the story of Creator Clash, the drama between Ian and Sam, and Ian had shown himself to be incapable of victory against Sam Hyde, against Alex Wasabi, and against a pragmatic approach. Though there were fans that were displeased with Ian for changing content styles, as there were fans displeased when Filthy Frank became Choji, arguably more fans were displeased at the fact that Ian was becoming incapable. This leads to the financials of Creator Clash. Ian and Anissa wanted an event following the fight to allow fighters to celebrate and to decompress, so they threw a gala. They also want fighters and VIP creators to have a safe and comfortable stay, so they rented out an entire hotel.
Talking about that long before about how they had to fly in all these people. First of all, they rented the hotel for over 300 creators and flew a lot of them in. When the first year it was much more scaled back. We just had a couple floors of like some place, like a nice suite place, but it wasn't extravagant at all. And then the second year they did that full hotel for 300 creators. They flew a lot of people in.
I got there and I saw the hotel and I was like, oh. And then I saw security and I was like, huh. And then I saw YouTubers that aren't even boxing. They have rooms and I was like, okay. And then I see that there's a ceremoniously burning of the money the next day. And I was like, interesting. Everything. Okay. I mean, I wish then I put up a charity that I cared a lot for. So I was like, okay, this is pretty important. And I was questioning every single decision along the way.
Did he kind of walk people through at one of these gala events going like, hey, I'm pulling you aside. Unfortunately, the event didn't make any money.
At the gala, no, we had no idea. It was fresh. It was brand new. It was like the accounting, I'm assuming, wasn't done at that point. We found out like months later.
And we had to sit there while we knew that we had lost money and go through all of that.
Yeah, that was really painful. Just hearing, like, having so many people come up, sort of asking, inquiring, like, so, like, how'd the event do?
Yep.
Like, you know, what are the numbers?
Yep.
And the response that I had to give everyone was basically like, oh, we're still counting. You know, it takes a while for them to come in. Don't have any official numbers yet.
Yep.
And that was true to an extent. You know, I could, you know, sort of hang on to some hope that, like, oh yeah, like it continues to go on sale for the next 24, 48 hours, something like that.
Yeah.
A hotel to host 300 creators, flights for those uninvolved, a gala. All of the money meant to go to the needy was wasted to celebrate the wealthy. If only it ended there.
Hassan and all those other people was going to translate to more buys, pay-per-view buys.
They didn't even promote. They didn't even care.
No, it made no sense to me. I'm like, people don't watch fights because Denzel Washington's in the crowd. They're not like, Denzel Washington's there, I need to watch the fight.
Right.
Like, it makes no sense.
Hassan Piker and his entourage did fly out to Florida for the event. Anissa has stated she is a massive fan of him and his group, and Sam Hyde hates them all. This could be a possibility, if not the reason, Ian had pushed back so aggressively against Sam this year, as Ian would say that Froggy, and to that extent Sam Hyde, were not matching the quote-unquote vibe of the event.
A lot of decisions before the first event, they like spoke with us about, because I know boxing, I've been around boxing my entire life, so I'm like, oh, I could help them with all these other things. And then for the second event, I felt like they wanted to make it much more like their own version of a TwitchCon, their own version of a VidCon.
That's what he said, yeah.
He was really mad the first year that...
It was him trying to make his own VidCon, if we're being serious. Creator Clash was meant to be a new Creator Con experience that could then allow them to gatekeep people from the beginning, which has been the reason why many people checked the fuck out in the first place, but then super checked the fuck out on the secondary. Because nobody wants to be a part of an event where they themselves don't have a chance to be included in the camaraderie. Some people are just watchers and they're just going to watch. But if you're talking about creators that are going to be a part of the event to add to it, you're basically telling them from the gate, we don't want your kind here, in the most bigoted way you possibly could. So, why would they then give their energy to selling the event and promoting the event as a positive thing for the space when the only people that it's benefiting are the individuals who are being included on the inside? And then the people on the inside, they don't actually care about promoting the event. They care about the fact that they have a free fucking meal ticket to fly out to wherever the fuck they want to and vacation however the fuck they want to, with no one being able to actually hold them accountable for a damn thing, because it's an event being had by a guy that's basically trying to buy them off and get them to like him more. So that, at the end of the day, what ends up happening as a part of that... Thank you, Dusty.
You're in public!
Murray Crimbo. The thing that he's trying to get them to attract for is basically their clout. He's trying to make an event that they themselves would call being around clouded streamers, and then being able to manifest off the fuck of it. Merry Crumbo and happy holidays, everyone. What is for every parent's favorite Christmas carol? Silent Night. What do you call an old snowman? Water! Shame on you and your dad jokes. But yeah, you wanted to make an event that was specifically designed to get a certain group of people invested and engaged and involved in clouding you up so that you could go talk to and be a part of all these other people without actually having to do any serious work to build that. You destroyed what the very spirit of what content creation was supposed to be, Idubbz. And by doing so, many of the people around you that they themselves were content creators that knew how to make an event and knew how to sell content, they could notice that you were doing it. And the way that you did it was very much demonstrative of a person who's locking himself and everyone he knows behind the hug box and deciding who's cool and who's not. And that then made you look like a bitch. I'm sorry, there's no other way to say it. It made you look like a bitch. You were scared. You were scared you couldn't punch back. So you did the next best thing. And you said, no boys allowed.
Like, because she would always talk about a certain group of people. It was like somebody named Pokimane and all these other people. And she would always talk about how she wants like them to be there and she wants to be a part of their group.
Many of these details would take years to come out. For now, Ian was recovering from the event and made an appearance on the H3 podcast. It was here that they revealed that the event had a massive pirating issue, alleging that several Discord servers had up to 30,000 people watching the event. They also spoke about someone reaching out to purchase Creator Clash and that Ian and Nisa had not made any money in the last 2 years. They did not take a cut for the first 2 Creator Clashes, but were encouraged to possibly take a cut if a third were to happen. Ian also wants something similar to what H3 has.
I don't know. It's inspiring to to see you and the whole crew build such a nice community. I look forward to doing that for myself in the future.
At the end of the episode, Ian teases at a content cop.
On my main channel, I'm going to be addressing controversies, and I'm going to be putting out a content cop.
Yes. Let's fucking go, baby.
Looking forward to. Oh yeah, people are saying it's the fabled content cop on H3.
Can I say something?
That's when my fans fell before your fans did.
My very first video I made on YouTube on the Starkiller channel was why Ian would never content cop you. And I was wearing Idubbz merch with a Teddy Fresh hat. And so it's wild to be sitting here with both of you.
Now here you are.
Yep.
That's very well.
Ian did not release a content cop, rather a video titled Addressing the Froggy Fresh Drama. In the intro of the video, Ian lies by stating the event was a success.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. Brief update, I am healed from Creator Clash 2. It was a success. Alex Wasabi beat me up.
Ian further in states he did not address the Froggy Fresh drama sooner because he did not want to jeopardize the success of the event.
And that all has to do with Froggy Fresh. The reason I didn't address any of this sooner is because I was terrified of jeopardizing the success of the event because there are a lot more people involved in this than just Anissa and I didn't want to fuck it up for them. These are people.
You in fact fucked it up for them because by not addressing it, you demonstrated a lack of leadership and a lack of trust in what you were doing. It became the case that by you not addressing it, you basically showed that you had absolutely zero confidence in being able to be the leader that would take the brunt and take the hits for everybody. And instead, it became you basically shoring everyone and selling one else up the river and being lazy as fuck when you did it.
People that I really care about, and I felt like it would be very selfish if I was like, I understand public perception right now, guys. I'm just gonna make a quick 10-minute video and I'll squash all the rumors, I'll squash all the beef. I have no idea what public perception for this video is going to be. That's why I'm doing it now, right?
As with Ian's decisions involving Froggy Fresh, this video too was poorly received. The top comment reads, quote, "At times like this, I'm so fucking glad Filthy Frank broke away and became a successful musician," unquote. George Miller said goodbye to his past in an artistic music video and through a separate video in the theme of the series. He gave his audience the chance to engage with a goodbye, but also art and entertainment as a vehicle for it. Ian, in this video about removing a beloved fighter from the charity event, decides this is the appropriate time to talk about his intent and former videos.
I need to bring you guys up to speed on where I'm at as a person and as a content creator. My philosophy for a while was, well, people will figure it out through the videos I make. But the problem is the videos I make, I sort of avoid speaking from the heart. I'm just gonna focus on a thing, on a piece of content. I think I have bad associations with sharing my life on the internet. I'm like, no, that shouldn't be my thing. Like, leave that up to the vloggers. But I think it's important to share where I'm at, so none of what I'm talking about in this Froggy Fresh video feels like I'm being hypocritical or, I'm misleading you in any way. I think a lot of the content I've made has been irresponsible and misguided. And I think I've hurt a lot of people with the content I've made. Despite many people being entertained by it, I'm not trying to take that away from you. And I think I've done a lot of bad, and at the bare minimum, I've just put a lot of negativity out there in the world, and I'm working on not doing that. But in this video, that's probably about all I can say on any of it. I don't want to detract from what the focus is, and the focus is kicking Froggy Fresh from the Creator Clash card.
Ian then reveals the main reason Froggy was removed was for collaborating with Sam Hyde.
The one indication I gave him was Sam Hyde, and I wasn't unclear about that. Anyone who's mentioned—
No, you were very unclear. You were very unclear to beat around the issue and basically say, please choose me. I'm the best one. I'm the best clown. Please choose me. If you choose me as the clown, I give you free candy.
The fact that Harley trained with Sam Hyde for the year previous, that was before Sam was saying this about my wife.
Ian then plays several clips of Sam crudely insulting Anissa.
So yeah, now that this guy is on the daily insulting my wife, I think it's pretty fair to, you know, not want to associate with him in any way.
Ian, earlier in the video, said he did not make a statement during Creator Clash because he did not want to poorly affect the event that involved others. Yet he also cites his personal feud with Sam Hyde as the core motivation for kicking Froggy from the event. Not at all how it could affect the finances and, to that extent, the charities. Despite Ian distancing himself from his past, citing being a damaging person, he was showing himself to be more selfish than he had ever been. The rest of Ian's video cycles through Froggy's crude comments about the event and its culture, Froggy calling Sam Hyde the most talented comedian alive, and Ian's reason for kicking Froggy, which is still centered around his personal feud. At the end of the video, Ian makes this request of Sam.
This is my request. I would like you to not harass me or my wife or anyone that we're friends with. Also, harassment encompasses all the little loopholes, all right? You can't just then like refer to me as a goblin and be like, I didn't say his name. I wasn't talking about him. I was talking about a goblin. That's not acceptable.
15 days later, Ian would expand on changing as person. And
here's a question. When you say, don't harass me and any of my friends, and then you try to become the literal friend of the who's who of Twitch, that basically means don't harass me and don't harass any of the famous people that other people would have to suck up to in order to be able to grow their channels and grow their careers. Which basically means, if you make fun of me, I will deplatform you from content. No? Is anybody else getting the same read on that behavior? Am I crazy for having that read? Because that's exactly what the fuck I think that means. If you... Let's put it like this. If you were to marry into my family, and you said to me, you are not allowed to harass me and my wife and my associates, but it's all the people in my family that are negative and toxic. I can't criticize you. I can't criticize my mother. I couldn't criticize my siblings. I can't criticize my bad siblings. I can't criticize the paternal siblings on the other side of the family that get involved in some real dumbass shit. That sounds like you're saying that I cannot criticize you and anybody else who's engaged around you. Put that into a friend context. You get into a friend group where I'm friends with people in there, and then they are friends with people that are in an entirely different social group. You marry somebody, or you get involved in with, and or have a child with, or you are somehow tied to this other person in that group, and you say, you're not allowed to talk about me or any of these other people. You are putting a veil of conversation. You are putting a veil of silence over all those people that I could be criticizing, and all those people that I could be talking about, and all those people that I could be associating with. Same thing if you tell me don't associate with these people. Like, I'm not allowed to have this person as a friend despite the fact that I knew this person before you did. That is a barometer of attempting to stop him from reaching. So if you do that, you are inherently being a bitch, yet again. Because now that means you can't criticize me and my friends. Okay, so who are your friends? Sean the Black, Denims, Frogan, Cutie Cinderella, Valkyrie, because she's dating Son Piker, any of their moderators and friends and fans. Pretty much the who's who, Casey Tron obviously, the who's who of the bad individuals that you should be against, I can't talk about, because they're your friends. Again, this is bitch made. That is bitch made.
Video titled, I Miss the Old Idubbz.
I've realized that I need to be crystal clear about what I believe, so there's no room for ambiguity. I am responsible for creating a lot of hurtful and damaging content on this channel.
Completely selling around his past identity, now cutting himself entirely. No longer is he the clown Idubbz. He is instead Ian Jomha. That man is dead.
And I've also created a culture of...
Hey, maybe... Oh my god, that's a horrible joke. Hey, maybe Leadhead was right, guys. Maybe this is what happens when you kill art. If killing art is you become a hypocrite and you can't take to the criticism that you give to other people to the point that you are a coward and you can't confront any of the people that you antagonize because your cowardice makes it impossible for you to do. Yeah.
Apathy and, I don't know, a lot of like cruelty as well. I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I am any better than any of these people that I was making content cop videos on, and I'm not. I'm a human, I'm a real human who makes mistakes, and, you know, I make a different set of mistakes than the people I was making videos on, but it doesn't matter. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate.
Ian appears to misremember his content cops. While there were borderline pointless ones, like the one on how to bring it up, the effective ones existed to penetrate a barrier the most egotistical creators had set up. The ones that survived their shaming had to embrace the criticism and separate it from hateful viewers that only desired their failure. Tana was an example of success. Leafy was an example of failure. but Ian had not reflected on the outcome for some time. He then presses on about wanting to succeed based on his personality and his lack of confidence around it. Ian also gives a blanket apology and a direct apology to Tana Mojo.
I'm not confident in my ability to entertain, and I think if I had to rely on my personality to entertain people, that I wouldn't have any amount of success. I was being very bigoted in a lot of my videos, and I justified it because, you know, I didn't think it was too serious, and I thought that people were going to see that I had good intentions, you know, but that's so silly, you know. Casual racism is still racism. Casual bigotry is still bigotry. I'm sorry to everyone that I made content cop videos on. I still don't like the majority of you, and that's fine, but I can recognize that you did not deserve the hate and harassment that I sent your way.
Outside of his videos, Ian often did tweet racial slurs or threats of assault, if only for the sake of being offensive. He is delisting all of his content cops, only allowing them to be accessed through user reuploads or from this Google Doc he set up. Ian also states that any revenue from this apology video will be donated. Halfway through the video, Ian gets to the other part that changed him, the part that exists outside of Anissa receiving harassment.
Now I want to talk about events and situations that have happened over the past 5 years of my life that have led me to the place I'm at now. One year I was at a convention and a bunch of fans were, you know, wanting pictures, and this particular fan came up to me and said, I know you probably don't like transgender people, but can I, you know, get a picture? That smacked me in the face. I was like, oh, holy shit. Why would you think that? But I mean, it was fairly obvious. I was being cruel, hateful, bigoted, and being very uncaring about people's feelings. That is a very fair assessment to make.
Ian, later in the video, addresses his controversial clip from the Anthony Padilla podcast.
And it's me calling my fans antisocial and basement dwellers, and I was like, I didn't like, you know, interacting with my fans. I just want to be clear, like, that was my realization. It was my realization upon, you know, meeting more and more fans. I was like, oh shit, you guys are struggling. It was easy for me to identify them struggling when they were outside of my body, but the antisocial basement dwelling incel that was inside here, I couldn't acknowledge that. I couldn't recognize that. So I needed to meet.
So you're explicitly saying that you were an antisocial incel because, well, I was making content, and thus the antisocial incel inside my mind. He was trapped and beating on my head, waiting for my egg to be cracked for me to become a proper leftist. Okay. That sounds like cope. That sounds like deep cope. Because where was that transformation when you were making the move from smaller content cops to larger content cops? Where was the transformation then? Where was the criticism then? Wouldn't you have come to that realization long before you had gotten to that point? When you made the jump from Keemstar to Tana and then to Rice Gum, you would have realized it then. You wouldn't have realized it now that you are building this whole paradigm that requires leftist individuals to be attached to you. That is bullshit.
Or to be held up to me. I think only in these past couple of years have I gained the ability empathy, and I'm very ashamed to admit that. It sounds really pathetic to say at the age of 32 I've acquired empathy, but I have, and I've realized it because I just like can't help myself but like feel for other people's pain and suffering now.
Ian then makes a massive mistake.
And I just want you guys to know that you can unlock ability empathy if you experience more life. It might take you getting hurt a little bit, but it's worth it. It is so worth it.
In his arrogance, he professes that his audience can too learn empathy, as if his audience at large was devoid of it. There is a glaring issue here that Ian has failed to consider. He changed not based on the common man, but because of the parasocial. The fans that lack the ability to interpret or have innate curiosity. He changed because socially inept antisocial fans came up to him and acted in an inarguably antisocial fashion by spouting racial slurs in a public setting. He also changed because a possibly parasocial fan, as there are many at conventions, believed Ian to be an innately hateful person. Even Anissa in the past understood that these forms of fans or detractors should not be considered.
Oh my god, me and Ian had the most uncomfortable fucking interaction. At like, we were on White Ave, we were in one of the shops, and these two girls come up to us, and like they're excited that he was there, which is like great, cool, whatever. But like one of them was like, just like looked at Ian, she's like, I fucking hate that slut 10. And Ian's like, holy shit. Like, this is like, what the fuck? It was like, we didn't know how to respond. Like, Ian's like, oh yeah. He's like, what? It's like, yeah, I made a video on it because, I didn't like her being hypocritical, but he doesn't hate Tana. He doesn't hope that Tana dies in a hole.
What do you want? Okay, so, yeah, exactly. It's like, I just think these people are dumb.
Yeah, like, you can disagree with them. Yeah.
Despite Ian being heartfelt, viewers interpreted this video and his
Casually understand that she is talking to Chris Ray Gun. This should help you understand why Chris Ray Gun went from a Bernie bro into being directly attached to all of the leftist creators that do the exact same thing as the Act Man. That's how it starts.
Overall changed in different ways. Some simply boiled the hate to Ian no longer being edgy or bigoted. Others gave a breakdown of his history and how Ian is not disliked for a single event, but for a compounding list of transgressions. What remained true was Ian was more hated than he had ever been, as would continue to be the case. Some of the top comments on Ian's video point to his decline being based on his inability to be funny rather than offensive. Quote, you weren't funny because
Which is true.
Were offensive. You are just a funny dude. You can be the self-aware you and still be funny. I don't miss the cruelty. I just miss the effortless humor. I miss when you can make opening a box entertaining for 9 minutes straight. The content doesn't need to be apathetic and cruel. What I miss most is the ridiculous and shocking nature of them, unquote. The following day, H3 streamed and spoke to Ian, moving on to whatever his new form is. This could be the moment Ian makes peace with his past to focus on his future, as Ethan claims he went through something similar.
He's unlisted all the content cops. I think he was a little hard on himself in that, but I totally respect just wanting to own it all and move on.
Yes.
Like, he's just full out, you know, palms open. I'm not hedging my bets, I'm not making any excuses, it's just all down.
I watched it yesterday too, and I personally feel like this is what I've wanted to see from him for so long.
When you come through on the other end, you know who you are, and your fans know who you are, and now I've never been more honest. I've never been more authentic, and the fans that watch, they like me for who I am, who I really am, and I can say what the fuck I mean always, and I don't have to do what like Charlie and Boogie's doing, where I don't have to like say it all the way.
You have to cater to some people, so you got to worry about how you phrase yourself.
100%, exactly.
Charlie also spoke about Ian's video, speaking more to Ian's strategy of change, and that Ian was accepting the worst of his perceived crimes, as if he was always meaning to be racist.
I'm sorry to immediately come in here with the Phoenix Wright objection, but I completely disagree with the sentiment that it's weak or passive to change your content and expect people to see that as a reflection of yourself. That's pretty much the optimal way of handling any kind of situation in which you're not comfortable with either your audience or the content you've been making. By changing the content over time, you're changing the audience over time as well, obviously, right? It's still, I think, a little ridiculous to make it seem like it was this big of a deal that it warranted a whole apology video in which he makes it seem like he'll never truly find forgiveness and he'll never forgive himself for it, for saying the slurs in the videos and making the content he did. Because again, like, he's talking about it like he's a fucking reformed racist, like he was actually a racist and now he's not, when I don't think that was the case.
Charlie's video was poorly received. Quote, being quote-unquote ironically racist can and will attract genuine racists. Making a 21-minute video about how his 10-minute apology was too much and unnecessary is peak irony. This is so tone-deaf, and I hate that you can't see the damage he's done and accept that he was wrong, unquote. On Charlie's Reddit, users echo these sentiments. Quote, I was like 15 when Content Cop was popping, and it had a direct effect on me and my friend group. It made us feel like using certain slurs was a lot more okay than it was, unquote. These comments emphasize that while Idubbz may not have been looked upon as a racist, his content did encourage them to engage in what could be considered antisocial behavior. As for the Content Cops and Ian's apology, this is what Tana had to say.
I'm not talking. It's pretty much the same feeling and opinion that I had when people came to my content and tried to make this exact same accusation of me, which we discussed the other night during that during the movie showcase of Wicked for Good.
About anything in regards of the things he said, but I'm more so just talking about like his actions to me, like, you know, him showing up to my show, him kind of putting me on blast, him inevitably making me kind of canceled and lose subscribers and have to apologize and all that type of stuff. I kind of think I'd like deserve that, and maybe that's like dark like to say, but like I don't feel like I'm owed an apology, and maybe that's because I've accepted it so much that like people always ask me, you could go back in time and like make that never happen, like would you? And I always say no. I think I would be a completely different person if I didn't have that. I think it like I was on track to just be so on my high horse and like egotistical and like nothing could go wrong, that something going wrong gave me such a dose of reality that like this might not last forever. Like you need to be held accountable for actions.
There was conversation about Ian's video for quite some time. In the meantime, Ian opted to stream but would not find much success. Keemstar in a tweet compared Ian's viewership to his former rival Ricegum, who outnumbered his viewership by nearly 20 times.
Well, see, that's Twitch though. That's not reality. That is a projection of something that you use as a push out of saying, listen, this guy's more famous than you. And it's like, bro, it's relative. None of these people are as big as half the people that are doing Minecraft. That's not exactly reality if you're being serious. But okay. I suppose, if we're going to go there, I suppose.
And though Ian had made amends with the past, it was now the present that was haunting him, as demonstrated by this video uploaded in July.
Hello everyone. I have some bad news to share with you. I really don't want to share it. I feel terrible. This year has been a rough one, but this is the path that I chose, so I think it's best to be transparent. For Creator Clash 2, you know, despite it being a fun event, and despite good fights, and a lot of creators sacrificing a lot of time, money, and energy, we lost $250,000 on the event.
Ian then explains why he thought this event would do well. He thinks it was because he brought on more fighters, invited influencers, and because people were aware of the first Creator Clash, then they would be seeking out information on the second one. The top comment on this video reads, quote, I felt as if I didn't even really hear about Creator Clash 2 until it nearly had begun. Meanwhile, for the first one, there was a lot more hype generated and advertising done, unquote. Ian did release several videos promoting Creator Clash 1. These 3 alone add up to 5 million views. Then, these are videos where Ian promoted Creator Clash 2. Together, they don't even make up 2 million. The marketing was certainly an issue, as creators were not contracted to promote it. This could also be a reason why an event that ostensibly doubled in size failed so terribly that it only got 50,000 pay-per-view purchases. That is half of the first Creator Clash. Ian also claims pirating was a large issue.
We didn't have any anti-pirating.
I don't think the pirating is going to be the biggest thing that's going to hold the event back. I think what's really going to hold the event back was the fact that nobody had a reason to actually care about the people there, and that if they just wanted to say, bro, I watched it, they're going to pirate your shit. That's really the thing at the end of the day that's going to get you the most. They're going to just say, why would I want to watch the event and pay money for it when I could just freeboot your shit? Because it doesn't matter.
Right.
At least in their minds, in their eyes. They don't have to pay money. They're not the ones running the event. It costs them nothing. It's just a thing for them to watch, rather than it being a cultural thing.
Piracy measures we weren't prepared to deal with what ended up happening. Amongst the 800 pirated streaming sites, there were between 1.3 and 3 million viewers.
Ian then moves on to expenses. He lists the larger arena, a larger broadcasting team, the entire hotel he rented out, and the gala.
We also had events the day before the fight and the day after the fight, so that, you know, fighters and friends and family could come together and process their trauma. Yeah, some of these things that might seem extraneous, in my opinion, were entirely necessary, and I wouldn't change it for the world. I mean, as evidenced by the pay-per-view streams, it wouldn't have made a difference.
The creators at this event did not know the disaster they participated in until much later. Ian would end up eating the $250,000 loss, and to fundraise directly for the charity, he would upload the full Creator Clash 2 stream, which ended up performing poorly compared to his other videos. And separately, Ian would do a 24-hour live stream to raise money. The live stream, as per the green number on screen, ended up raising a total of $141,000. It is also where this clip comes from.
It was millennials and their IBS, I swear.
Okay.
Yes, the Idubbz shits on himself content.
It's fucking insane. TikTok.
Well, I want to ask Radjor a question first.
Okay.
Radjor.
Wait, we should get Radjor in here.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you can.
Well, if you can. I just want to ask you if you've always been shitting your pants.
No.
Because since I've known you, you've always had, like, IBS. You've always been shitting yourself.
Yeah, well, you know.
Viewers would take this as Anissa humiliating Idubbz. On Twitter, she stated, quote, "Shitting pant is not a literal term. It's just an expression for someone who has tummy troubles. It was me asking his best friend in chat if Ian always had stomach issues. You guys just take everything out of context to fit your weird narrative." Unquote. This would not be the only time Anissa would speak on Ian's foul movements.
We had stopped for Tim Hortons, and he had gotten donuts and a double-double. In Canada, we don't use oil-based creamers. We use cream creamers. So the combination of the gluten from the donuts plus the lactose caused him to have an emergency. Like, he had to, like, stop the car, and, like, he thought he was gonna have to go in the woods because it was so bad.
As was the case in 2017.
For once, the Canadians did something actually meaningful and interesting. They made him shit his pants and possibly deal with the biggest embarrassment any American this side of the fucking border possibly have dealt with. America! America!
Ian's fans, now more so detractors, were coming through Anissa's stream looking for similar content.
America, shit, yeah.
Oh shit, I clicked it, shit! That's what you get for clicking on it. A barrage.
Anissa could be seen on Twitter arguing with other creators. Eventually, she expressed a desire to delete her Twitter. Instead, she deleted that tweet. Anissa, in focusing on addressing her detractors, was making sure those people would continue to be in her audience. As for Ian, it was late 2023 that something definitively had changed.
Today, we're going to be ranking and reviewing these Cheez-Its using the spectrum. The generational spectrum.
When I watched it, when you were done editing it, I was like, oh, holy shit, like, he's figured it out. Because I couldn't say anything to you about the energy change that you had decided to kind of, like, I don't even think it was subconscious, I think. But the last, like, couple of years, I would even say, your energy has shifted in your videos, and people would say it. So when I watched it, I was like, oh, holy shit, he's figured it out. I was able to, like, bring it up to you, like, okay, now go look at the Cheez-It video, and, like, tell me.
The Cheez-It video is such a great example
of
of
that. You can see the difference between this one and the Cheez-It video, and you watched it, and for the first time, you're like, oh, yeah, there it is.
It's so fucking weird.
Yeah.
It's so weird, because it isn't in, like, it wasn't in my face at all. Like, I can see it now, I can see the difference, and it's really kind of sad, because it's an energy and it's a vibe.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, if I think that's what a lot of people have been picking up on, is like, oh, the vibes are off.
Yeah.
I think it's important to, you know, care about the content that I'm making and care about the impact that it has. And I made that choice.
Care about the content I'm making and that the impact it has. As though criticizing people who clearly need to be criticized isn't important content that would have a big good impact, as the impact that it gave you originally was literally your career.
And it kind of hurt to realize, like, oh shit, like, now everything's different or whatever.
It was low energy Ian fumbling through boxes of Cheez-Its, ranking them on an arbitrary rating system, not based on comedy or commentary. Ian had likely become so afraid to offend, to say anything, that he had regressed to saying nothing at all. Even the tamest bad unboxings were a commentary on the unboxing trend at the time.
Bro, these are insane. These make you go geyser mode.
Quote, "I'm glad that Idubbz is keeping his content fresh with revolutionary bits like geyser mode. I honestly don't know what audience Idubbz is for now, but this is postmodern Idubbz." Unquote. Ian did try to bring one of his series back, which was legit food reviews. In this video, he would eat what appears to be a condiment off forest foliage. Though this was a series built on critiquing food reviews and the large-scale criticisms of those channels had long passed, viewers were far more receptive to this video. Quote, "Idubbz challenging the limits of his immune system, like the good old days." Unquote.
That was one of my main concerns, is I was like, I don't want to come back and just do the same shit
Yeah.
that
I've been doing, because that feels so Uncle Rico and so like lame.
But that's the thing, is that people want that. They want you to relive their childhood.
Yeah.
When they see that pairing, that group together, they're like, oh, just like old times. So like they expect to see the same shit again.
Yeah, because I was even apprehensive about doing like a legit food review where I'm goofing around in the woods.
No, I
'Cause
had
I'm just
to.
like, I don't know, like I'm fucking 34.
Man,
Which,
I had to pull teeth to get
Me
Ian
too,
to do that. Like, you really want to stay true to like your beliefs and who you are, and you've always been that way. And I think that like comments were coming in and saying these things, and you felt like you don't know what's right for my channel. You don't know what's right for me, and that's just you. Period.
Right,
Like if I tell you to do something, you're gonna be like, you don't know what's good for me. I'm gonna do the opposite thing. And I think.
Well, Anissa, you wouldn't know what's good for his channel because you don't know how to make content. That's the actual problem there. You don't know what to do for content. You don't know what makes good content. You don't know how to suggest good content to a content creator's mind. And you, at the end of the day, are more worried about establishing harm and thus evading something that could bring a downer to the person than something that is actually communicative of the actual energy the content creator, ooh, a reliquary key, actually would have in their content. You are more worried about potential overlap than you are being funny. To the point that you are not funny. That is the problem for you. You claiming ownership to half the shit that he did in the past and saying you had a hand in it, that does not change the reality of most people's expectations of you involving yourself in material. For better or for worse. I wouldn't even say that that's level of cope. I would say that's actual fucking delusion. There's no way you've deluded yourself into thinking that you can take accountability for that and that you're not going to be looked at like you're a fool.
I think that is what has happened between you and like your viewers. It's like your viewers are like, well, stop doing this, and then it's almost like you're like, I'm gonna do more of this.
Ian is still stubborn. There are detractors for certain, but there are also viewers that want him to succeed. There is this dichotomy in claiming that he is empathetic and has elected to understand people, yet when others reach out, he builds barrier upon barrier to not internalize what they are saying. As viewers have expressed, they want faster-paced, more captivating content. They want less of Anissa and more Idubbz. He did the exact opposite of this with his newest podcast titled She Ruined My Career.
She ruined my career.
This was the fucking
What do you think
piece of
about
content that nobody except the Kano Casino could be able to make content out of. Because realistically, if you're listening to you bitch about his problems and about your life and about your worldview, there's nothing interesting that's being gained from it. Because you're not even leaning into the concept. You're not breaking yourself off from your Yoko Ono. You're directly giving her a chance to have a microphone instead of her proving herself. It's like if I had Star directly control all of my content in a way where she was directly responsible for how I made things. Certainly, that doesn't mean I ignore her at all times. Certainly, that doesn't mean that I put her on the hotspot. But it does mean that, babe, my name's on the channel because she's not the creator of it. She can be supportive of it. She can have the ability to tell me, I don't think this is a good idea. But at the end of the day, I control it. Similar to the Idubbz doesn't listen when he's given stubborn communication, but the thing there is that you would just listen to the communication that was actually in tune with what it is you're there to create. A preserved collarbone. And the thing about a lot of Idubbz' shit is that every single time he's doing any kind of material, she's attached to his fucking hip. She's there answering questions for him, like he can't speak for him fucking self. How often is that going to be the case that he's going to defer to her to answer for every single little thing that he needs to speak towards? And the apparent answer became everything and all the time. So, people just, they tuned out. They didn't listen to it. The only people who listened further was the Kino Casino. Because basically, you are going online and posting your else publicly for everybody to fucking hear. Why wouldn't they consume that? That's actually premier content. And since they're not afraid of being seen as horrible, offensive, gross trolls, when most people are just like, bro, this is dry. This is dry, and I can't get money off of doing this. I can't entertain myself doing this because I'd rather do something else. They could monetize that for everything it was fucking worth. And from there, you basically had absolutely no avenue except one. And that avenue was, how can I get this person to basically become an easy lolcow that I can make fun of and yuck my yums from? Hello, I'm gonna do this Windows. How could I be able to make this money and make this content that I can yuck my yums from? And without that connection, nothing. You have nothing to show for it. Nothing to show for it. No graded material to be able to get off of it. Nice cranium. No ability to yuck your gum from it. No ability to get better content creation off of it. No actual energy keeping you affinity to the content because you're entertained with it yourself. And then other people are entertained watching you do it as well. You're just sad on the inside. 100%. There's 100% sad on the inside.
That as a podcast title. I mean, we've already discussed this plenty.
Yeah.
For you and me, this is the,
Yeah.
This is typical.
Yeah.
I think it would be nice. Well, would it be nice to cue people in on that?
Yeah.
A little bit more self-aware kind of.
I think so.
Topic.
I think that it is important for people to understand that it's not coming from a self-defense type of place, which I think some people do think that's where it's coming from, but it's more so coming from I love the idea that one day no one will have any idea
what that means,
where it came from.
Right.
I just think that's cool.
Right.
Right now everybody knows where it came from, but I would I'd like to think in 10 years we're Joe Rogan level.
Right.
And then everybody's yeah, it's just a name. I don't know.
Right.
The femme fatale lore that you see in fiction a lot. I think I want to clarify She Ruined My Career was not my idea.
Yeah.
That was your...
That was me decision.
Yeah. And you were very passionate about it. And I've learned over the years that when Ian gets really passionate about something, you have to accept it.
This was a name chosen as a quote-unquote tongue-in-cheek comment on how Ian and Nisa are...
Here's a question, Nisa. If Idubbz was to get really passionate about being a parent, when it's very clear the two of you want to be dinks, double income, no kids, are you going to give him a child? Serious question. Because I think you wouldn't. I don't think anybody who actually cares deeply would think that you would. Because it does not appear to me like you're able to stop yourself from speaking on half the issues you get involved into. Because it is you pushing yourself onto the topic. Despite the fact you don't need to do this.
Are sometimes viewed, but this was also a challenge. In aiming the podcast to be a success akin to the Joe Rogan experience, it gives motivation to detractors to not allow this to happen. Rather than upload this on its own channel, they began uploading it on the Maximum Damage channel, the same channel the soon-to-be defunct Dax Flame hosted Hot Seat. This podcast would end up being a grand failure. It would not even be the most popular talk show on Maximum Damage. The episodes would continue to be criticized, which caused Ian to dig his heels in further.
What it is, I think in general, is it's just me being flippant, a bit instead of accepting the fact oh, it is true, I maybe hear a comment bro looks fucking lobotomized in his most recent video, he's talking so slow and this and that, or on the podcast, and I'm I would be flippant. I would be well, you don't know what you're talking about. I literally, all these videos you've been watching, bad unboxings and things, I cut that shit up to a disgusting degree, and it makes me appear very quick, and it makes things it just makes the whole thing a lot more captivating, you can't look away, and so when something is a bit more calm, I'm no, but that was I intentionally did that, and so instead of being fair point, it does come across that way, I'll take that into consideration for, the audience's sake. I became, I think, a little bit, belligerent. Stubborn.
Ian was correct in his assessment. He was belligerent. Hence his first video of 2024.
On today's episode, I'm going to be complaining about the cart narc. Now, if you're not familiar with cart narcs, it's basically this guy, Sebastian, who works for a radio show, who had the idea to shame people who aren't bringing their carts back to the cart corral.
Ding car doors, spots taken up, grocery prices raised sky high because employees have to go out and spend their time hunting down carts. We are publicly shaming those dicks who don't take back their shopping carts.
Truly, because humanity is not limited by what man does or what he sticks his cock into, but whether or not he addresses the time-old ordeal that is to be honest for any person to engage in. Do you take your cart back to where it should be? Do you put the cart back in the cart corral? Do you take it back to the storefront door? Or do you walk off and wait for somebody else to do the work for you?
You curved your cart. You didn't take it back to the cart corral where it belongs.
Ian was making a video on the channel Cart Narcs, a public shaming of those who do not adhere to a simple social norm. This, at its core, is a very simple yet effective shaming. The cart narc makes the simple request that customers put their cart back, and rather than eat the shame, some customers become belligerent and make the situation far worse and more entertaining for the cart narc's viewers. Ian does point out that the cart narc himself can be crude and will continue to harass victims until they leave.
To pretend that Agent Sebastian isn't being an asshole and he isn't being an unreasonable piece of shit, come on.
So you're harassing people who leave their carts? Polite ask. We're not harassed. It's a polite ask. We're sweet and loving about it.
He's being lazy bones in a couple other ways. Oral hygiene and such.
This is the thing with these lazy bones sympathizers. crackheads. Like maybe you were like just off homeless dudes all day. That's why you're tired. Is that why you're tired? From giving a house to homeless men for charity, because it's a charity thing. We're sweet and loving about it, very polite.
The car narc will often push further by applying magnets to their cars. The channel delivers what the content cops did, a shaming and outlet for viewers' own grievances. Though Ian takes issue with the car narc's content, Ian does something far crueler than what the car narc does. He takes away the victim's agency.
Yes, it's very easy to call these people unhinged. Another word you can use is disabled. Their brain isn't working like yours or mine. For some people, they feel like they have to answer the door. If it's really worth it for someone to not take the cart back to the cart corral, their life is not fucking roses. Their life is not pleasant.
Ian, having a building detractor base did not...
That's not the problem. The problem is that, much like June the King is explaining here, the problem, Idubbz, when you get to the level of where spectacle and harassment cross with each other, you have created this incapability where a person is capable of actually addressing a problem or defending themselves, because when it's being brought by you, it's coming with the weight of God. The way that it would if somebody were to get a fucking implication from police officers telling them that they have to be arrested because they're behaving in such a way that is making people worried about them and their mentalities. You are imposing a serious level of dissatisfaction onto them, where there is no way that they can proceed forward without potentially being embarrassed or being antagonized as a part of that, because everything that comes from what happens next is a part of your desire to basically shame the fuck out of them, just cuz. Call it whatever you want at the end of the day. You're inherently asking for something that you are not privy and or promised to have. And as such, what happens next because of your behavior is the direct result of you and anyone else that chooses to behave like you in that instant and moment. You just decide, bro, I'm just asking questions, while an entire army full of people behind you reinforce your dichotomy in your behavior. Doesn't feel like you're just asking questions, bro. It doesn't feel like that at all.
Denying agency by pinning Anissa as his handler is the same line of thinking and believing that the car narc's victims have no control of their actions.
That's another comment we get here and there is you don't know what was going on in their life. They must have had a terrible day.
I think that guy had some serious stuff going on.
Yeah,
regardless of your interaction with him, I think I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
Either mental issues or
well, it seemed like he was a contractor
drama.
or something. Like he seemed to be gainfully employed. But yeah, maybe not. My motto is no violence whatsoever. People say, well, that was a small guy. You could have taken him cart narcs. Like that's not the point.
Yeah.
So we need to beat guys up. But this guy was such a little guy, and I was like, okay, I let him swing at me once, but it was overheating because it was like 105 degrees.
That sort of like flippant behavior makes me want to it makes me want to be violent. It makes me want to be very violent.
Ian has not changed. He has not developed empathy as he has touted. Like in his content cops, Ian makes all the considerations for the would-be victim, yet completely fails to consider who the car narc could be outside of his channel or podcast. He is cherry-picking moments to favor his perspective as he had always done.
I know because I've made the same videos and I feel, not the exact same videos, but I understand essentially picking out the right thing to target so that people don't have sympathy for the victim or the victim.
You know how to provoke someone to have behavior in front of the camera that will cause a reaction with the audience.
It's essentially a sweet spot where it's like, you know, given like a slightly different set of circumstances, Sebastian wouldn't, be one called like they say it a bit ironically, what a hero. He wouldn't be called a hero, and these people wouldn't be like super villainized for leaving their car down.
Yeah, it's the Karen phenomenon as well. Of the videos that I've seen, there are times when I'm thinking, that person either is being triggered, it doesn't justify their behavior, but they're not in their right mind, one. Two, they could literally be suffering from psychosis or schizophrenia or something. Like, there's a percentage of people. And
well, that's what he says.
I mean, it's entirely possible that they just don't know how to react when they're on a camera, which most people wouldn't, because they wouldn't be prepared to be on a camera like that. But I think you guys are forgetting the concept of not having a crash out moment. I think that's the more important part there. Not crashing out and becoming disassociated. Because that's kind of the thing there. The disassociation. The losing yourself.
He says that, not all disabilities are visible, so I can only go with what I can see.
Ian uses a one-sided argument that if used on the car narc would make his argument fall apart. Should Ian apologize to Keemstar or even Leafy because perhaps their actions were caused by mental illness? The car narc could also be mental.
Yes. He would have to. Is this being caused by mental illness, or, better one, is it being caused by the sudden rapid fame of being harassed by people who have no desire to get to know you and simply want to make content off of you because of how you're behaving? That's the more deeper part. That's the more interesting one. Because the problem at the end of the day is Tana somebody who's going to learn differently because you decided to put her on the spot, or because you decided to connect to them in a way to explain why it mattered. Maybe in the argumentation against people like that of Leafy, he wouldn't have stopped just because you had some talk no jutsu with him. But it's very possible that with some of the targets that you decided to target, you could have been able to connect with them if you treated them like they were human beings. And instead, what you decided to do is that you treated them like a throwaway. You treated them as an individual that you could use as a stepping stone for your career. And when it was easy and acceptable and normal for you to simply walk away from the situation and take no accountability for what happened because of your behavior, you just escalated. You picked new targets. You picked new targets that it was acceptable to attack and nobody would question. And in doing so, you created the opportunity for all these people to just be on your side. Because listen, I'm being targeted. I'm being harassed by evil, degenerate, alt-right Nazi. Why you help evil, degenerate, alt-right Nazi? Are you Nazi yourself? And you ask that question of people that don't have the ability to tell you to your face to fuck off. And in doing this, you end up making them into targets for the lack of consideration, for a better word, your harassment campaign. You create the harassment campaign, and then you turn around and say, I can't believe that you made me do this. You made me do this, as you hold a knife in your hand, actively stabbing the shit out of them, while they can't fight back, gurgling blood, saying, please, sir, I'm just a smaller content creator. I'm just a smaller streamer. I'm just a guy. See, you, people like you in the world are the reason things are bad. The worst kind of victim blaming you could probably ask for. The worst kind. Because nobody can tell you're wrong. Just like victim blaming in the other direction. It's not victim blaming, we're victim asking questions. Why is it okay when you do it? And why is it bad when anybody else does it? Because pull the ladder up behind yourself. And also, you really don't like them. Therefore, it's super bad when they do it. Because you have a reason that's based in all of these different nomenclature breakdowns. And they don't have one. So, yeah.
Mentally ill. What this video exposes is that Ian does not envision himself as the hammer, the card narc, but rather his victims, the nail.
When you hit me with like, I'm your teacher, or I'm an authority figure, and I'm telling you, or I'm suggesting to you what to do, like the themes are like very similar to how I was spoken to when I was...
Example, he says, I'm telling you what to do, then switches his language to, I'm suggesting to you what to do. He knows that he's actively taking a position where he is authoritating to you how you're going to behave. And any normal person, if they were to react the way that he does to content, they would say, no, go fuck yourself. You don't tell me what to do. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. But when he's saying it to you, he's saying it because I'm coming from a soft place. I'm coming from a positive, kind-hearted place. Please, I'm saying it for your benefit. When the only person who benefits from the silence or from the changed behavior is an individual who wouldn't take the same advice when it was given to him. And, hilariously, didn't for several years. It's a very, very interesting, very telling behavior.
Maybe doing something that I shouldn't in high school or whatever. So it's very obvious why the way he does things is triggering some people and why they would just go off.
This is what Ian says while closing the video.
I know we love to make all their actions malicious, but it's just not the fucking reality. They're not thinking about you. Not thinking about you isn't the biggest crime. We do it every fucking day.
Not thinking about others is the core of antisocial behavior, something that leads to the worst crimes. Furthermore, Ian puts up examples of what he believes are lesser crimes. One of these is road rage and aggressive driving. Ian, a few months prior, made a video complaining about cars and roads where he directly contradicts his feelings about this.
This video, I feel, is a great example of showing you the dangers of road rage and how it can affect your mind. It can make you think that you're like the main character in this world and that other people don't exist and aren't experiencing the same traffic that you're experiencing. You can do a lot of illegal shit in your car, but generally you can get away with it 99% of the time. I don't like that. I don't like even having that option. I'm like, I want everyone to follow the exact rules so that we can do everything effectively and correct.
For all the aforementioned reasons, Ian's car narc video was poorly received.
My car narc one was not really well received. It was like the perfect kind of in the middle topic where like half my audience was like, this is cool. He has always annoyed me as well. And then the other half was like, Idubbz, you're lazy bones. These people are pieces of shit. Like, they need to be called out on their behavior. Like, this is necessary.
Idubbz TV in the window of 2024 would average just over 1 million views a month. Out of the 8 public videos he's posted on his main channel this year, not a single one would surpass 1 million, pointing to viewers preferring his older videos. On Maximum Damage, though the uploads were far more frequent, Ian almost only uploaded the She Ruined My Life podcast. This series' viewership began at over 300,000 views monthly, and it would slump to just over 50,000 views monthly later in the year. The couple would only continue to feel the strain of this failure.
I think I hold a lot of self-hatred for coming into his life.
You're worried that you ruined him.
Yeah, and it is like it's a common.
You literally, in fact, ruined him. You made him become somebody with troll's remorse, and as a troll with remorse, he did not actually become a better person. He became a worse person that was an even shittier version of himself. Because instead of becoming a better person and learning that the behavior was wrong, he learned to pick out better targets. That is what you did. That is what all leftists do. You didn't change your behavior, you changed your targets. Because there's no bad tactic, just bad targets. The sad fact is that I don't even think you can necessarily say that a lot of his content before then was specifically political. But the way in which he chose to pick his targets and pick his recreation was political. He made it into a statement of who he was as a person, and that by not doing this thing anymore, he was a good person. And then continued the bad behavior and demonstrated that it affected him to a point that he could not say anything differently about the content, because he could not actually address the deep set concerns that was you solving basic problems and having basic concerns and making basic efforts.
Theme, you know, people were saying it before that video even came out, and
they definitely were after.
Yeah, and I've asked him this a couple times, like if he could go back to being the way that he was and thinking the things that he was and have all the money again and all the, you know, success and whatever, or be where he is now, like which one would he choose? And he always tells me, like, you know, now that I know what I know and I'm feeling what I'm feeling, I can't, like, the idea of going back is not an option.
This recurring character is Creator Psychology in Seattle, a fitting guest as Ian and Anissa would often express their feelings and not much more on this podcast. The podcast also failed to comment on anything larger that could perhaps attract potential viewers. The potent stench of failure had become too great. It had attracted those hungry to critique. As Ian had once done with uninspired content, streamers Andy Forsky and PPP through the Livestream King Casino selected this podcast as a common target.
It's never
Yes, sir.
Because we're going to see this podcast is shit. Oh, it's terrible. It's never going to blow up. It's never going to grow. It's only going to shrink and shrink and shrink. And the people who do watch it and do know what it is are going to be people who know exactly why it's called My Wife Ruined My Career.
So this is like our first folder, right? When we start the show. Hey guys, here we go. Right.
Oh, damn.
Naruto.
It's a Naruto croc.
It goes on for 20 minutes?
Somehow, they discuss the croc in depth and in detail. They talk about how the croc spoils Naruto for like 10 minutes. This is the content they have. That's Joe Rogan experience level. What is this shit? How do you sell this to somebody? Sell me this show. Sell me this show. How do you sell this to somebody without making it a hate watch? Like, what is, like, okay, remember there was this guy, the Content Cop? Yeah, I kind of remember him. Okay, well, he doesn't do anything like Content Cop anymore. Instead, he just talks about doing chores with his wife.
She Ruined My Career, even in its early episodes, had an enormous issue. Where episode 2 got 25,000 views, the Kino Casino's commentary of the very same episode garnered nearly double the viewership.
Because they're actually giving people what they want that you won't give them. You won't give them the content where you are showing that you want to be truly deeply invested in the core experience that is supposed to be a part of your content, which is that you are trying to get people to change their behavior and to become better people. You're trying to get them to demonstrate that it is possible to become better people, and that becoming better people started one particular way versus another. And instead, what you ended up doing is you created an outlook where nobody could be able to be on your side because they just don't give a fuck. They just don't give a fuck. They just do not care. And they do not care because they aren't attached to the situation in a way that makes them think it's good or cool. Period. 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 Nobody cares about your content because they don't like you. They don't necessarily have to like PPP or any Worski, but you can't answer the things that they're addressing because you and them are stuck in a way that you cannot get across the problem for. It is very interesting. It is very, 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 very interesting. how bad this is. When you're really considering what it's worth. This is really bad because they can address something that you cannot, and you have to also pretend that they are invisible. So you have to go the route of being a deplorable. And that just doubles the numbers inherently. Because the equivalent of saying, no, actually, is happening because your behavior from episode to episode reflects the reality of you trying to ignore the outside stimuli that everybody can be able to find and recognize.
P was correct in assessing there existed a larger viewership of detractors than fans of the show.
Is this like a segue into the Apple conversation?
Apple conversation.
Yeah,
Get ready, it's the Apple conversation.
I was waiting for this one, folks.
Oh, man. Anissa is unable to visualize anything in her brain. Her brain does not work. She is not able to see an apple at all. So she is a 5. She can't even imagine the outline of the apple.
And on one end of the spectrum, you have someone like Anissa, based on her description, that there's like nothing going on in there. There's no visuals
There's
at
nothing
all.
going on in her brain. Is she not? Yes, there is nothing going on in my head, sir. Like, the mental illness here is insane. Only Losing Me Back really nailed it here. I have no brain, and I must pontificate. Like,
As Kino Casino's influence became greater than She Ruined My Life, as their episodes were now hitting below 5,000 views, to triple the viewership on Kino Casino's channel, speculation began on whether Ian and Anissa knew of the casino.
I have to flirt more with my husband on the podcast so people stop making hate videos.
oh, yeah.
Yes. It's like he reads the comments, right? Remember, he used to get he said this. He said the comments are really important to him. And what's 99% of the comments?
Listen,
now?
Officer Waffle, I have been agreeing with you that there's no way they watch the show. But the thing is, they get a lot of comments about us that they delete.
Yeah.
So there's a reason for that. And on their paywall show, they're talking about how they do watch the haters. They watch people that clip them, and they're seething about it. First of all, like, it really, like, the hatred doesn't even have as much to do with Anissa as it does with the fact that Idubbz content sucks now. He does. That's the truth. If Idubbz was still putting out content cops that were on the level that he put out back in the day, most people would overlook Anissa.
On May 16, 2024, the channel Cold Ones, composed of former Cancer Crew members Max Mofo and Chad, uploaded a video testing YouTuber products. This video sits at 7.5 million views. In just 53 minutes, the two would go through 37 products. Whether this meant a taste test, playing a game, or reviewing a shoe, they speedily interacted with every product, showed the cost, the creator attached to said product, and the year the product released. As a direct contrast, Ian uploaded a video titled Discovering the Most Epic Influencer Brand Collabs. Ian's video begins with some structure but no substance. It begins with him scrolling through articles while providing superficial commentary as he does not review any of the influencer collaborations. The video then turns into Idubbz prototyping nonsense influencer collaborations with little to no context to understand the inane joke he is making.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, guys. This next one is inspired by a tweet that I saw. This isn't original, but this is gonna be a lot like a Wheaties box.
You are basically calling Pearl Davis a white cheddar Cheeto, which is a formulation of calling her a cracker because you do not like the fact that she showed up in the talking scene amongst the red pill conversations while being abrasively annoying and only finally figuring out how to dress herself so she was semi-decently approachable and presentable. Which is the equivalent of the exact same roundabout jokes that you were making about the majority of the retaining of that content. Which is you making fun of people and saying, ha ha ha, cracker, ha 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 ha, cracker, cracker, cracker.
Alright guys, this is a brand collab that no one asked for. I think everyone wants. Clearly this box isn't feminine enough.
Ian had a similar idea to Cold Ones, only the execution was far from desired. The current view count sits at 367,000 views, meaning that Cold Ones' video received over 2,000% more viewership than Ian's video on a similar concept. What's more, the top comment on Ian's video rejects the video and instead asks for a fan mail bad unboxing. As for Cold Ones and Idubbz, viewers were looking closer at these two channels, partly because of this image at Max at his wedding. It is a recreation of a much older image where Ian could be seen in the back. With these two images, it was pieced together that Ian did not attend Max's wedding and soon delivered an explanation.
Yeah, I talked to Max about the wedding situation.
Because his wife's tattoo was more important than joining his wedding.
When he was first fucking sending out invites, I was like really uncertain of how that was going to work out because I had some kind of important plans here in the States. So we went a month earlier to kind of, you know, give him and Kat our well wishes. That's why I was in Australia, and it's kind of also why we didn't do Cold Ones, is because he was ramping up for his wedding stuff.
Fans and detractors speculated as to why Ian had specifically missed this wedding when George Miller could attend despite being on tour. The accepted answer was Anissa's tattoo appointment, though it could also have been talks for a potential Creator Class 3, as Ian stated in his podcast that likely took place in the time frame of Max's wedding.
We just got back from a trip to LA, where, I mean, our only reason to go there was to visit some friends, talk a little bit about potential Creator Clash, and for Anissa to finish her back tattoo.
While speculation on their friendship would run wild, Ian did make an appearance on Cold Ones in an episode published June 6, 2024.
Our special guest, Ian. Ian has flown all the way here to Albania to test these gadgets in this undisclosed location and studio kitchen with us.
Ian, across this episode, was less animated than the two co-hosts that were in their element. The comments were not shy in pointing this out. Quote, "It was so kind of you guys to bring on this freshly lobotomized boy. He almost acts like he's present and living in the moment. It's so sweet of you two to invite your lesbian aunt on the show. She didn't contribute much, but she seemed to enjoy watching you two have fun nonetheless." Unquote.
So you started doing kind of like more Ian content and Idubbz content on your YouTube channel, whether it was subconscious or not, I'm not sure, but I think you started to like go, okay, well...
This is a good point, because that was my intention when I went to Australia this time around, is I said, like, I want to come across as authentic.
Yeah.
I don't want to be like a crazy, exaggerated person, because it doesn't feel right for whatever reason. I feel really bad that I didn't, I mean, it's a good experiment, I'm glad I did it, but I really wish that I had known that that energy is, I think, kind of needed for something like a Cold Ones video.
Though Ian's friendship with Max and Chad were no longer being questioned,
That's not the problem for Cold Ones. That's not the problem for Hot Ones. The problem is that you didn't have a personality. You had no interpretation, no behavior, no anything of your own to bounce off the energy of the other people that are on the camera. You were scared of having a reaction, so you had no reaction, and it came off worse than if you had been a coke fiend. You were scared of what we would do that would have a thing, and you tried to do it as an experiment, and or you were just completely shocked and completely out of your element and didn't have a reaction to give to the behavior that you were going to be participating in. So you just simply were deer in headlights. We have all been there, we've all had butterflies, we've all had stage fright, especially when we're getting back on the fucking saddle of content. But that's not a fucking excuse. Not for you! No! It should be riding a bike. And the fact of the matter was that it was not like riding a bike for you. You were embarrassed. You were out of your depth, completely ass-broken, completely disintegrated, and it was boring. That's all it was, sir. It was boring, it was lazy, it was embarrassing, and you don't want to feel that embarrassment anymore. But you didn't own it. But you didn't own it. And by not owning it, that's pathetic.
There was a friend, or rather friends, that were going through a feud of sorts. H3H3 and Hassan Piker, once co-host of a podcast, separated because of not-so-different opinions in what is happening in Israel and Palestine. After a year of attacking each other through their streams, Ethan set out to make an expose similar to that of a content cop. This released January 31st, 2025. In February, Ian was asked by a member of his Discord for his opinion on the content nuke. Ian responded, quote, "We ain't talking about any of that. Just a sensitive topic is all." Unquote. Perhaps this was for the best, as Ian the same month announced Creator Class 3. Here, he also admits about lying about making a documentary of the whole thing.
We're all getting punched in the head. I'm documenting the whole thing. There will eventually be a documentary about the boxing event. I'm just gonna be real with you. That was the biggest lie I ever told. But seriously, I was intending to make a documentary. It just, I didn't know what was going to be important. I just have like 100 hours of me sparring and shadowboxing in like 4K. It's the most boring shit ever.
As for Creator Clash, Ian explains that he is running a Tiltify charity campaign alongside the event. That way, if it did fail, money would still be going to charity. Ian appeared to be taking a more pragmatic approach. He even stated publicly in his podcast that he would not be touching the H3 content nuke, possibly to avoid the drama seeping into his event.
I'd love to hear your thoughts. No, I'm not going to give you our thoughts on the H3 content nuke. I refuse.
We don't, let me put it this way. We're very busy.
And yeah, if we let any of that enter our fucking lives, we'd kill ourselves.
Even though Ian was opposed to commenting on it in depth, on Twitter he was still talking about it in jest.
What is this? I think that it's...
It's like it's a good option there.
I think it's fucking... I like Idubbz, he's a good guy, but I don't like this stupid. It's not a fucking petty beef, it's like, this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. And also he's way out of my weight class.
Still on Twitter, one of Ian's former editors, known as Froggy Tonic, was constantly tweeting against Ethan and Neela, though Anissa stated that Froggy Tonic was no longer working for Ian and hasn't for a long time. Even so, Anissa could still be seen being chummy with Froggy Tonic on Twitter.
Listen, I've been dealing with this shit for like
and continues to do this to this day, where they just simply open up randomly and just accept it, just as crazy as Jay Stock talking, like attacking Destiny or anybody that is affiliated with the Destiny.
Years at this point. The part that got to me about this is just like, this is apparently someone who's like a professional career as an editor, who's worked with my friends on the previous Creator Clash, edited everything for them, who they still interact friendly with.
The disdain for Ian had gotten to the point that someone had vandalized Ian's Steel review of vandalization. However, the situation in March evolved into something far worse and far more personal for H3H3.
This morning we got a visit from Child Protective Services. I told this story on the show a few weeks ago about how when we adopted Olive, she had Giardia. And then the next day, Sonny started having diarrhea, so we suspected he might have giardia. Seeing as that he's an infant, he's crawling around, he's putting everything in his mouth, etc. Makes sense, right? It's obvious. So it turned into this whole snark narrative that our house is a mess, that there's dog shit everywhere, that Sonny is eating shit and getting giardia, and that, you know, etc., etc.
He was checking the house and like, where do the dogs go potty? Because we heard that there's poop on the floor.
The house is spotless.
Our house is so clean.
To summarize, Ethan adopted Olive, a dog. Olive allegedly already had giardia, a parasite. Giardia can be transferred through direct contact with fecal matter, from surface to surface, or just through water. Ethan, in a separate video, talked at length about how he believes that his child and perhaps he got the parasite, though he would later claim it was never transferred to anyone and only Olive ever had it. With everything escalating, so did H3's pressure, demanding the support of Ian and Anissa by the disavowing of Hassan's tangential community.
The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it, and I said, he's like, I don't care about this guy, he's a nobody, and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right? And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Just say he doesn't, like, at least say something like, he doesn't work for me, and I strongly disagree, and I support Ethan and Hila. The problem is
that she doesn't.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
She actually...
She thinks they have a point.
That's the problem.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
I mean, yeah, this was kind of like a line, what happened today, that should never be crossed, even by, like, the most cynical, toxic people.
People are saying this thing like Anissa ruined Ian. Like, no.
That's pathetic.
Ian ruined Ian. Anissa ruined Anissa. Ian ruined Ian. They're both adults.
I agree.
They make their own actions. Ian sucks for the same reason right now. He could say something
Spineless.
too. He could say something too. He has his own following.
Well, Ian knows it better than
mouth.
anyone.
He's been with us.
Yeah.
He's seen us with our kids.
Ethan and Neela, furious at their children being targeted, attempted to find the source of the call. 3 days later, on March 10th, Ethan released a video believing this stream was a source.
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion,
Yes, the stream with George talking on denims, watching it, and the entire chat saying CPS, CPS, CPS.
It's a
We all
shit
know
on the
that
floor,
it
something
is
that is
the
probably
case.
related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons. So I would assume he doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it, or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something, but they contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called giardia.
Now, at this point, as he continues, notice the chat is almost in complete universal agreement. Call CPS. Call child endangerment. CPS, social services. Bro needs to unironically call CPS. That's child endangerment. Okay, if his kids have giardia, they need to be taken away. Actual worst father ever, etc., etc. I'll let the chat play for you, but you can see just how crazy this community is. And once again, this is Denim's chat from the 1st. The call came on the 3rd.
This is why Ethan believes the call may have come from this community. Beyond fleshing out the characters behind these streams, Ethan and Neela did insult Ian and Anissa for their lack of support, for ruining their own lives, and for believing they are fair weather friends. If there is anything that has been shown to motivate Ian, it is demanding something of him. Ian will also attack anyone insulting Anissa, 2 things H3H3 was now doing. As such, Ian in his podcast did not seem pleased about this development, and in the same podcast, Anissa also astutely assesses Ian as a lolcow.
Ethan's upset with I think some of our connections, and we've tried to reach out to Ethan to talk privately. Basically, it just seems like we're at a bit of an impasse. So
at the point at which you were dealing with things coming from Bad Empanada and the majority of the rest of the H3 snarkers and people stalking them, cyber stalking them on content, this was the point where you then just became a fucking asshole that hid behind other people and made a fucking joke of everything that you did. Hello. Welcome, Callum. You just did everything possible to remove yourself from the situation without actually having to take any true accountability with what you were doing. And now you're just simply pushing off any responsibility entirely because you were that much of a fucking coward. Period. You were just that much of a fucking coward that you couldn't handle shit. And you decided it was easier to just let him suffer. What kind of friend you are, man?
we want to stay out of the drama as much as possible. We don't want to pile on and add to anything. So this is our, lukewarm addressing of it.
Yeah, the door's always open. I want to really drive it home.
Lukewarm addressing of people choosing to say this man is endangering his children and his family. Yes, that is exactly how that works. Ow. 1 second. I need to double check dinner because it's almost ready.
We don't condone harassment of
We
any
don't
kind.
condone harassment of any kind.
Of any kind, okay, period, which is why we have not stuck our foot in any of this, because it is not productive. I don't...
If you didn't approve of harassment of any kind, you would have told everybody, stop attacking my friend, please, and then you would have asked your friend behind the scenes, hey man, I understand these guys are doing shit to you, but I don't like that this is getting to you. Try to contain yourselves. You would have done something like that. That's not what you did.
Don't think it's helpful, and these are real people who have real feelings.
I don't really expect them to come to bat for me or anything if they don't agree with it.
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't expect them to speak up, period, on any of it.
And this is like the cycle, because it is a cycle. You go, they don't have all the information. If I just clarify and give them the information, then they'll, like, back off. But, of course, these people don't give a fuck, like, the information. So they take the information and they twist it, and then you get frustrated. And you're like, maybe they don't understand that I'm not a bad person, and they need to see that, like, emotionally this is making me sad.
Yeah.
So then you, like,
cry about
it. And then they fucking think it's funny. And then they take that, and then you get into this cycle of, like...
Yeah.
And it's you know, some people call it, like, a lol cow, which has become, like, more of a common term. And it makes me sad because the people who are, like, farmable, in quotations, are people who clearly do not have the tools to, like, take care of themselves.
No, the people who become the targets are the people who are incapable of logging the fuck off. If you are somebody who was more than happy to be a part of the events of what was going on, but now you're angry because you're the middle of the targeting, it means that you were somebody who really, really benefited from being able to decide who was an acceptable target and who wasn't. When you weren't considered an acceptable target, or that it was bad for you to be considered a target, that meant that people could see and hear you cry about it, and people were just like, oh no, we have to stop, she's crying. But now, it then becomes the case of, well, why the fuck am I going to listen to you? Because here you are over here doing all this other bullshit. So, you're clearly a hypocritical individual. No, we're not going to stop. We're going to go further because you demonstrated that you'd go further. And then it's a case of, well, I can't stop myself from being involved with this because I feel really bad about it. But no, you feel more bad about the fact that there's attention being brought to it than that the situation is happening. Because you could have stopped all of it at any point in time by simply talking to your friend, but you didn't. You considered that your personality and what it cost you at the end of the day was more important than all the other shit you could do. And really, there's no one to blame for that but yourselves when it comes to that fact of the matter. Because you are the ones that decided that this is how it's going to go, and you can't bring yourself to decide that it's not the case that you could have said something earlier and said something about it to prevent it from happening, but you instead decided to go the pace of saying, well, actually, all these people are not worth you talking to because none of them will understand what we know to be the case. Like your knowledge had a deeper importance than most of the other individuals involved in the situation. Whether they were supposed lolcow trolls monetizing and yucking your yum, or just people asking questions. You couldn't tell the friend and enemy distinction, so it was all acceptable to completely blow off, and your new friends involved were the ones doing the behavior. Can't stop them, can't criticize them. If you criticize them, they might not think you're cool enough. So, at the final decision, between the people that could be from something like, say, the King of Casino, about whether or not they are progressively the trolls hunting and harassing you or whatnot, and you telling all of your greater friends, listen, we're not down and cool with this stuff. We don't consent to the fact that you're doing this. We'd like to stop. At the end of the day, them harassing your former friends so that they could get content out of them and make content off of them was more important than you saying to your friends you had before, listen, I don't accept these things that they're doing to you guys, and I don't think it's cool, but I also don't like how you guys are speaking back. You didn't do none of this shit. You stayed quiet, and then you picked your target when you saw the dust settle and you thought they were the bigger winners. Simple. Simple as that. You made a decision based on optics and based on potential gain, rather than your actual principles. Because you have no principles. You sold them fucks away the second you chose to sit down and monetize your fame in order to make money off of a Sun Hiker. That's not my opinion. That is the fact. Because it is what you have done ever since. You are not concerned with any of that nonsense that you claim that you are. You are concerned with the fact that you were put there and you were made to feel. And you don't like that you were made to feel. You were reminded of what it was like to be a lesser person, a lower person, a smaller person. You don't like that shit. You hate it with a burning passion. And it is the case that in not liking that experience, you decided to get real buck wild about it. And now here you are, crying after the fact, because your popularity is not big enough to get people to leave you alone.
Twitter, FroggyTonic could be seen asking Ian for a content cop, believing that it could create momentum for Ian. In reality, this could be one of the least thought out things Ian could do. It would only guarantee a burning of a long-lasting friendship. It would make it appear as if he was siding with Hassan and his distasteful cohorts. It would attach a large drama to Creator Clash 3, and Ian has stated endlessly how he does not want to be the Hammer. How returning to making a content cop would prove how little he has progressed as a quote-unquote Uncle Rico attempting to capture a long past time. Then again, these are reasonable things to consider, and Ian is not so reasonable.
Then I go camping. People on the internet were talking about this camping trip. The trip was set up by my coach as something he wanted to do in his life. He likes camping. Ian's like, hey, I want to come. Ian came down from Seattle. He joined us. Odd Ones Out was there. Alex Ernst was there. Steven, another YouTube boxer, she was there. It was a bunch of us. On this camping trip is where Ian tells me, hey, I'm doing another content cop. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And he goes, yeah, it's on Ethan. And I was like, Ethan Klein? And he said, yeah, it's on Ethan Klein. And I thought, oh, no. Why would you do that? I'm thinking, oh, my God, dude. Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to cause trouble? Because now I'm thinking, this is going to ruin Creator Clash 3, and I'm going to get screwed again. Yes, I can tell him I'm concerned. I truly thought it was a work. It was like a WWE promo thing where like they're going to have a fake feud. They're going to make up right before Creator Clash 3. Genius promotion. I watch a lot of wrestling, though, so I probably was thinking incorrectly.
Ian's motivation, as Dad claims, does not exist outside of his own desires. It does not exist to promote Creator Clash 3 or serve as a well-thought-out dissection. Instead, Ian's main motivation is himself.
So Ian and I are walking around getting firewood, and he's like, yeah, Ethan said a bunch of stuff about me and Anissa, and I need to respond to him, so I'm gonna make a content cop. He puts the thing out, and he screws every single person. He screws Real Good Touring, all the business professionals who are making this event with him. He screws me, he screws every other boxer. Everyone was screwed from Ian's dumb video because he couldn't wait 2 months.
Ian's content cop on Ethan released April 16th. To Ian's credit, in the introduction, he was assuming his former role of jester by opening it up with an impactful yet whimsical skit.
I've been lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that. That's not even in the content nuke, and he was right about that too. How did he know everything? How? Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Even Ethan could not deny the intro's entertainment value.
This is actually pretty entertaining. I'm not even fucking tripping. This is kind of fun to watch.
The video then turns into an enormous mound of nothing.
I don't even know if you can call this a content cop. Like,
True.
This is like a static, nothing happens, shitty editing, no sketches, no jokes.
I guess they call these slop videos now?
Ian talks about Hassan, his community's endless convoluted dramas, how it relates to Ethan Klein, and why Ethan should improve. It is overall a structureless, confused product that opens by trying to be comedically inconsiderate, then follows it up by an hour of believing he is being considerate. This content cop works if the viewer is Ian and only Ian, as it is made for him. Everyone else was disappointed.
That content cop, even by my biggest haters, they're like, oh yeah, that content cop was weak. So why are you acting like it's gloves off time to endlessly harass someone because it was so... Was that it? It clearly didn't end his career. Like, it was just a fucking video of me expressing my grievances.
Even Ian's final blow was a dud. The content cop was meant to end with Creator Psychology in Seattle rescinding his A+ grade for one of Ethan's apology videos that Ethan totes. Except Psychology in Seattle does not do that.
Okay, Idubbz, I hear you. You're in the room with me right now. I hear you. I hear your request. I understand it. I can understand where it's coming from. And I guess have a policy that when there is a grade for an apology, I am just grading that discrete apology as I see it.
Unfortunately, Kirk did not change his grade, but that's okay because this is the internet. I think something that's very important to me in bringing back Content Cop is to be fair. I think that was something that was not illustrated in previous Content Cops that I think should have been.
Ian, as with previous Content Cops and the Cartnark video, was inconsiderate. He failed to provide Ethan's motivation in that his children were targeted by who he believes to be Hassan's community. The main way Ian relates is not through attempting to understand the gravity of having children, but rather through his own partner being attacked, which was not at all the main issue with Ethan and Neela.
You know, I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Neela. Like, fuck, like, it's really hard to be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to...
I mean, it's very easy to be a person that's online watching people attack your partner. You let your partner fucking handle it. That's probably one of the dumbest fucking arguments that I've ever fucking heard when it comes to people handling interpersonal drama that is caused because somebody else entered the ring. Earlier, I said the stupidest thing that you could have done in that one situation involving her mother with Creator Clash 2 was to have your mom trying to talk shit about people, and then she got mad that she got too close to the situation, and the person in question had savage words for her. Like, you involved influencers into your event. Influencers are going to act like influencers. That doesn't mean they're going to be disrespectful to every single person under the goddamn sun, but it does mean that they're going to get very, very annoyed very, very fast with people who are going to go out of their way to act as though they don't understand how this entire sphere of influence works, and then get angry that they are the butt of the joke. You, quite frankly, got mad that you were the butt of the joke. That's it. That's all there is to it. You got mad about being the butt of the joke, and you can't handle being the butt of the joke. You also can't handle your girl being the butt of the joke, which she inserts herself into the drama. She is now involved. She is in it. I'm talking in it. So there's no, I can't believe you guys would bully my woman type shit. You talk about it. You allowed her to put herself in a position where this was what was going to happen. And now she has to take it and take her fucking lumps. If she can't take her fucking lumps, then she can't be involved in the content, and she has to take that as the position that is a part of your, as a part of the dynamic of your relationship. She cannot be involved in the drama, because if she gets involved, it's going to become an entire thing. And instead of accepting that for what it is, you made it instead an indictment on everybody else's character. In the most fake and gay way you possibly could. That's just horrible. And no one did it to you. You did it to yourselves. But you're going to blame everybody else. Because everybody else is supposed to treat her well. And no, we're not. It's very much a DM's girlfriend situation. She has no desire to want to be involved in the work, but she wants to take the credibility and the accountability for the work. Unless she actually had something to do with it, she does not get to have that claim. But you want people to treat her nicely because you guys can't treat my woman unfairly. Very cringe, very gay. Very gay, very cringe.
To their defense, that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
You're just that's not even relevant to our relationship. Like, you're talking about yourself. You're making it about yourself.
Ian's content cop was not received well, especially by those who finished it.
Dude, I don't even know what to say, bro. But I know he's probably like watching people's reactions or whatever, and it's like that. And probably like, guys, I really didn't want to be harsh in the video. Off the rip, I didn't want to be harsh. So dislikes, I still give it a shot. Okay, and this was like the most nothing burger of all time. You can shit equally on everybody in this video in a manner that is the same as this or more, and make a better nuke than whatever the fuck this is.
Every single top comment is highly insulting towards Ian, not in a directly derisive way, but rather by not engaging with the product at all. A demonstration that is an insult to art. A statement in how little people cared about Ian's personal plights that would also surely affect Creator Class 3.
And the side narrative of this is the war in the Middle East. The most controversial topic in the entire world. The war in the Middle East is the side narrative to this content cop. These are the owners and the creators of Creator Clash that decide to get into this conflict.
Ian had created a space where people had given him multiple chances and sat through his ramblings to understand his perspective. Yet Ian had failed to extend this same openness to criticism. And with 7 million people exposed to who he was, this content cop was providing detractors ammunition to point out Ian's strong statements and their contradictions.
Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we want to burn today? You're making it so fucking obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's called the H3 Podcast. It's always been my emotional dumping ground. What are you talking about? It's my show. I can take a dump on you. I'll take a dump on anyone. By the way, give the context of why we were angry. You just said burning more people.
Not what podcasts are. There was a way to...
Are you the arbiter of what a podcast is? Sorry, I'm pausing it too much, but this claim is insane. I didn't know that. Ian is the decider of what podcasts are. Oh, I defer to your expertise, sir. With 3,000 episodes per 3,000 views per episode, clearly you are in a class of your own, sir.
Ethan, alongside reacting to the content cop, also made a video summarizing his reaction where he revealed he was sent 2 human skulls.
There's something that I've never talked about publicly, but around the same time, we received 2 human skulls in the mail at our home, which led us to having a very pleasant interview with the FBI.
Although Ethan fails to go into depth on the human skulls in this video, these skulls likely came from a website that works to sell bones, presumably for scientific study. On April 24th, Anissa attempted to advertise Creator Clash 3. Virtually all the responses were more interested in citing the failures of Creator Clash 2 and the recently released Content Cop. This was the breaking point. On the 29th, Harley announced he was leaving Creator Clash. A strong blow considering how staunchly he defended Ian and Anissa in the past. Harley turned out to be just one of many fighters who were dropping out of the event, including fighters strongly connected to the H3 podcast. In May, Ian released a content deputy on H3. He also announced that Anissa and him were no longer going to be running the event, as someone else would be taking on that responsibility. Soon after,
thus effectively abandoning your quote baby. So forget complaining about the situation that's caused by the fact that she inserted herself into a situation. Nice divine. That she inserted herself into a situation that she could no longer be able to even handle the emotional weights of. But you both collectively run away from the thing you created because oopsie boopsie, our feud with our friends and former friends has decidedly gotten people upsy daisy about us. Oh no! Oh, how are we going to be able to bring money in? How are we going to be able to bring attention? Nobody cares about our personal dramas. How dog shit. How droll.
This Discord message of fighter Freddie Wong putting forward his frustrations from inside the event leaked. Quote, in the wake of the new announcement video detailing the change in ownership structure of Creator Clash, or to be more accurate, the brief statement detailing changes in the ownership of Creator Clash, followed by 20 minutes of continued re-litigation of what I'll charitably call quote-unquote internet nonsense, there remains some lingering questions that I, as well as I suspect other fighters, would appreciate clarity on. Unquote. Freddie is asking for communication to be a priority, as fighters were getting their information at the same pace as Ian's viewers. He is asking for something to be in place to protect the reputation of Creator Clash, as Ian, even detached from it, is still damaging the event, and to that extent, the fighters who are only focused on the charity and not the ongoing internet nonsense. Freddie is also asking for a timetable to replace fighters that are dropping out of the event, what the PR strategy is and who is in charge of it, and how soon the website will update to reflect the attending fighters.
And now I've realized, like, I can't really have my cake and eat it too. It's
Only
either
now?
you're gonna talk shit like a foul beast on the internet, or you're gonna have a charity event. You know, it really can't be both. I'm very proud of the event that we
And
made with
so
Creator
he
Clash.
then proudly said, I'm a little piggy, I roll around like a little shitty piggy in mud, oink oink oink, oink oink oink, I love being a little shitty piggy in mud, fuck everybody else who was attached to this event, I'm gonna continue to fuck you from the distance, oink oink oink, oink oink oink, I love nice dirty nasty mud,
Clash. It's still happening,
No, it's
June
not.
28th.
This event is not happening. Obviously, I'm making a prediction. I don't think this event is happening. I think this is going to go down as one of the most monumental failures.
On May 24th, it was leaked that Creator Clash was being delayed to a date far into the future. Then, on May 29th, the Creator Clash page was updated with a new transparency FAQ page. Underneath the Do Fighters Get Paid tab, it states, quote, a further 34% profit share, originally allocated to Ian and Anissa, is also being redistributed among the fighters following their departure, unquote. Ian addresses this on Reddit, stating he was too vague in his initial explanation. In a later video, he would state that this 34% would have been donated. As for the Reddit post, Ian states the event was for profit, not for charity, and only the Tiltify that ran alongside it guaranteed money for the charities. The comments are mixed, some appreciating the clarification, others are referencing Ian's poorly received content cop. This same day, LA Beast dropped from the event, and viewers pieced together that Freddie Wong had also dropped from the event as he was absent from the Creator Clash roster. It was also discovered that ticket sales had halted and Ticketmaster was stating that the event had been cancelled. Yet, the following day, Aaron Hansen, the owner of Real Good Touring, stated that Ian had given their entire stake in Creator Clash to them. As Ian and Anissa had detached themselves from the event, the fighters can now safely air their grievances and how the failure of the previous event affected them.
It's for a good cause, it's for charity, and then when you go and do it and no money is raised for charity, that sucks.
Yeah, I've been pretty candid with you about this, Aaron, about like how disappointed I was and how like burnt I felt by it. And I was talking to a separate fighter who's not in the room about this just yesterday. It was like, you worked so hard. I had a family member who was in the hospital with cancer at the time, and the thing that like
Wonderful. And right here, Alana Pierce, newest buy-in to the dregs of the horrible behavior. Notice how all the people involved are individuals who basically use their money to basically get over being included inside of the criticism that would normally come to them by instead becoming hosters of events instead of participators in events. So they can choose who's there and choose who gets famous.
like kept me going, that stopped me from quitting and just going to was it was like, this is for charity, you're raising money for charity, you're raising money for a good cause, you gotta keep going, and it was so hard. And then when I found out that we didn't, I think I cried. Like, I was so disappointed.
That's really sad.
It was
it's super sad.
Very.
Alana Pierce corroborates that she, like Harley, was not aware the event lost money until Ian made it public.
There was just like some handling stuff that like we didn't find out that it didn't raise money for charity for a pretty long time. Like I think that maybe, I don't really know, maybe Ian and Anissa were like scared to tell us or something, but I didn't even find out through them. I found out through one of the other fighters and I was like, what? I really feel like I should have known this. And so I felt pretty bad.
The fighters were not the only ones speaking out. Ian's coach, Michael Briggs, and his wife, Kate Yang Briggs, as shown several times throughout this video, had much to say about Ian. Very little of it complimentary.
And so I was super psyched that this is going to be a way for me to help build my husband's brand and also put the work out there. But it never came through. And so when he most recently put that video out saying that he told the big lie and he was never going to put out a documentary and all he has is a ton of 4K videos of him doing stupid shit or something like that, it was actually very hurtful to me.
That's your footage that you he's talking about your footage.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
3 years. Yeah, 3 years with
Wow.
One of the people they flew in was Froggy Tonic, and they flew him in from France.
That's insane.
And Froggy had told us that he was there to salvage the documentary.
Yeah.
And that was super offensive to us.
And that's when Froggy Tonic told me that, yeah, Ian and Anissa brought out his whole crew from France.
His whole crew? I think it was just him.
Well, he had a few people that were holding the cameras, his camera guys. Because the interesting thing was that usually when like someone is a videographer, they would be the one filming most of the time. But it was interesting to me that
He was just directing?
Yeah, he was more directing.
This fucking did I think he's Spielberg?
Froggy Tonic, the first domino to the failure of Creator Clash 3, was not only flown out, but also invited to Gala. While most attendees dressed for the occasion, Froggy was not most people.
Since you mentioned the Getty, that they flew the Getty images in, the only one I've seen is this guy. This is Froggy Tonic.
Froggy!
And he showed up here. I think he mistook the event for
Froggy never did anything wrong!
for some kind of communist gathering.
Did you guys see him there at the gala?
I didn't see him.
I saw him.
Isn't it so insane to wear that outfit and not be seen?
Yeah.
Isn't that unbelievable?
Wow,
like
that
you,
is
you did all that, and no one. I too did not remember seeing that person.
That is fucking ugly.
Reasons Michael Briggs was on the podcast was to clear his name.
So first of all, Ian never even reached out to me at all for Creative Clash 3. That's one of the big things I want from this is to like, because what happens when Ian messes with you or messes with these other people, a lot of it comes back onto me and either my YouTube channel or my Instagram, where people start putting a bunch of comments on my stuff. It's probably happening to Harley. It happens to everybody that's related to it.
Michael also spoke about the training, who he was training, and Ian's poor hygiene.
How are you sick of boxing? Like, you obviously hate boxing. So yeah, so it's hard for me as a coach to just get him to train. Also, like half of the sessions we'd have to train Anissa. So every session, instead of being just training for Ian for a fight, I would have to take half of the session and train Anissa.
So whose idea was that?
Hers.
And then during those sessions, she was ogling another fighter, which makes everybody think that she was going to cheat on him. Full circle. Full circle.
Yeah. But the thing about it is, Ian goes along with it, right? Because I feel like if Ian would have said, hey, no, I need the time to train, it might have been different. But he's just like, oh, no, she needs to train before I train.
But she didn't even fight. She wasn't even fighting.
I don't want to just talk shit about him, but like there would be times, for example, before the first event, where he was talking about getting tonsil stones.
Yeah.
And he was saying he was going to get strep throat because he had tonsil stones.
Ew.
And I said, Ian, tonsil stones don't cause strep throat. Tonsil stones are because you're not brushing your fucking teeth. Hard for me to want the best for him when he didn't want to train.
Now, do you have any commentary about his potential body odor?
I mean, I say it's true. I smell it all the time. It's horrible. A good example is this, because Michael's so nice, he doesn't want to say it. But here's the thing: when we're in fight camp, he does 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening. Okay.
For the first fight he did, he cut out his 2 days, and that was the most important time to be doing 2 days.
Yes. So he would smell so bad that when he comes back in the afternoon to train, he doesn't shower in between his sessions. And so like the coaches that are training other members there would just like look at us with the weirdest face, like a stink face. And then Michael would try to take Ian to the corner where there's not a lot of members of the gym, so they don't have to smell it.
I try to take him to the open doorway.
Yeah. So that does happen. I'm not lying. It's true. He doesn't shower. The reason why we moved away from LA was because he had all these friends that wanted to use Ian and just take from him.
Oh my God,
so,
she's so doing textbook isolating him.
Yeah, she's isolating him. And literally, besides me and Michael in the gym, he doesn't have any friends.
Wait, this
and
is actually really sad.
He has no friends as well. It's ridiculous.
That's why I would feel bad for him.
I want to say here that I, the capitalist, will once again be ponying up for the right cause. It is not right that he stiffed you guys.
And then Idubbz would use this as a case of example, say, well, they went there to ghost trash me for money, instead of the actual reality, which was you didn't pay them the bonus that you promised them, and then said that actually there was no bonus. I never promised you this. Because spectacle.
I'm going to be sending you guys $5,000 for the bonus that you never got.
Whoa.
Because he should have never fucked you guys.
That's insane.
In one of the last segments of the podcast, Kate Yang Briggs speaks of reaching out to Ian and Anissa to amplify support for a bill against child marriage, but was promptly ignored. This matters to her more than the average citizen because she was a child bride who sold into marriage for $6,000 to an abusive husband.
Protect children like me and survivors like me. The bill in California was actually trashed the day before I was supposed to go down.
Are you saying in California you can get married at any age with parental consent?
Yep. So
I did not know that. I did not know that.
On July 7th, Creator Clash 3 was officially cancelled. Fighters continued to speak out against Ian and Anissa and the permanent damage they thought they received for the sake of charity.
Well, this is a video I didn't want to make, but here we are. You didn't know, Creator Clash 3 is cancelled. It's completely over. It's done. It's not happening. I don't know if it's from the boxing, but it happened one night when I had a very hard sparring session. When I turn my head now, I see bright flashes on the side and left of my head. I'm seeing them right now.
The following day on Twitter, Anissa tweeted, quote, "Okay, I'm just going to come out and clear something up. Ian won't be happy I'm doing this, but I think we need more transparency. Ticket sales were abysmal before the content cop. Promotion wasn't going how we had hoped. Charity wasn't getting the numbers we wanted." Unquote. While Anissa spoke of her and Ian's possible detachment from this year's event, fighters were speaking of Creator Clash 2 and 3's failures. Hundar on Twitter stated, quote, "My bicep does work even if it looks mangled. Thanks. My take is that every time I look at it, I remember that the charity that I repped received no money and that my year without the full use of my arm benefited no one. And that same team had the gall to make CC3 even worse." Unquote. Chris Reagan tweeted, quote, "Sad but not surprising. My heart goes out to the fighters. The first event really was a special thing. I wouldn't have signed up for the second one if I didn't firmly believe that. The second one is when it started to fall apart. Very poorly managed. And 3 is just a shit show." Unquote. Nathan Barnett, in a deleted video, would state that Idubbz blocked him, Harley, and AB, which were fighters in Creator Clash. Idubbz had virtually no friends or allies remaining. It had gotten to the point that even Boogie2988 was more liked than him.
This man has made every mistake there is, and he is destitute. He's lost it all.
That's a lip major.
It is. It's
very highbrow over here.
It's a comedy of errors.
Yeah, fair.
It's a comedy. It's a tragic comedy.
It resembles that, yeah.
Ian had lost. His channel viewership post-Content Cop was falling. He had only been losing hundreds of thousands of subscribers for the last 2 years.
Oh my God. Let me go back. Back.
No, you don't have to.
Last 2 years.
Oh my God.
What is this? What is this? Fucking furry shit? Why do they have him doing the furry dance?
Let me go back.
No, you don't have to.
No, this is important.
Where Ian could have existed more passively on Twitch, he was not that sort of person. If anything survived within him, it was his stubborn nature. He needed to punch back because he is a lolcow.
I think people will be happy because I'm working on a video that does I don't know. I think it speaks a little bit to the people who want to see me kind of, I don't know, stick up for myself a little bit more and be a little bit more fucking violent.
This video released September 9th, and like everything Ian had done in the past 6 years, it was not at all well received.
Today, I'm going to be doing the thing that everyone tells you not to do, and that is feed the trolls. One of the more important things I want to talk about is my relationship with Anissa. I thought more people would be able to catch on. I am quiet, stoic, not talkative. She is the opposite of that. She is loud, very talkative, social. We've been together for nearly 10 years, and all of it has been online for the public to see, and there are still people accusing her of cheating, accusing me of being in an abusive relationship. None of this is true, and there is no evidence for any of this except, like, I guess body language experts coming on and being like, Idubbz is being stoic here, therefore he's in hell.
Okay, hang on. Watch the change there. Watch the change there.
I don't know what the fuck that was. I have never gotten.
Look at Ian in this moment. Oh my god.
Like, he looks sad. No, he is disgusted at her. He's depressed. He's so disgusted.
Working on.
He looks disgusted with this. He looks so uncomfortable. He's like, should I?
In the bell, in the distance, you hear the ringing of a bell that's going, whoa, buddy! In the distance, hearing PPP trail off into the night. The best press you could have ever done for him. Again, because you couldn't match the spectacle of their spectacle.
Be here. He looks so uncomfortable. Look at this guy's body language. He doesn't want to be there.
Look how miserable he looks. Dude, he looks miserable. Dude, he looks like he wants to kill himself.
And even when I smile, you guys still, like, contort it into he's so uncomfortable or he's smiling through the pain.
Oh, he's so uncomfortable. He's smiling on his face. What? But inside his eyes, you can see his pain.
If you listen to freaks like this guy I'm about to show, it makes sense why. They are obsessed.
Anissa wants to have sex into having sex with Anissa. I think he wants to bang Anissa. Anissa was horny and wanted to have sex with this therapist. Well, Anissa figured herself to it.
Yep. You think that makes her pussy wet?
Buddy, was she getting plowed?
That's what I'm saying.
What we're describing here is two grown men who are fantasizing about a stranger and his wife and what they do in the bedroom or don't do in the bedroom. That is creepy, weirdo shit.
And here we have Idubbz with the bull, folks. There's Idubbz with the bull.
For some reason, this stupid fucking loser and his dumb as rocks wife decided to go on the H3 podcast. They already spilled their guts. They were getting paid like $5,000 to go on this podcast.
Michael Briggs and his wife were not paid to go on to the podcast. Rather, Ethan surprised them with that money. Following this video, Ian went live on Twitch attempting to address his detractors, including the testimony of Michael Briggs that would be clipped for moments like these.
We live in a small 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment, and I had to go buy extra tables and chairs so there'd be room for me, Michael, my 2 sons, and my friend, and Ian and Anissa to sit. And we went out of our way to do all this for them, and they just treat us like we're just, I don't know, gone with the wind.
I'm glad you guys are seeing it. It actually feels like I don't have to say much here. Like, yes, we were being nice. We went over to my coach's and his wife's Thanksgiving. It was the one time where we said, okay, we'll do a little extra. We'll do more than just show up to the training.
Ian was now covering the people that enjoyed bullying him and watching his life spiral out of control. The contempt for him had encouraged this audience to be built.
I briefly want to talk about the concept of being a lol cow because these fucking losers, they love the concept of like labeling someone a lol cow and then like bullying them and watching their life spiral out of control.
It's not the labeling of lol cowdom that makes a lol cow. It is the intense need to counterpunch. That is what makes a lol cow. It's a subshooting of A-logging, right? You have people who A-log. You have also-rans. You have the people who are being told to commit and hero because their life has nothing in front of them that's supposed to make it valuable, assuming that they have no actual desire and traits, only to be seen on the internet. And then you have the various tiers of influencers that have their own personal dramas. Amongst those that are the lol cows are the people who cannot let shit the fuck go. Because originally the goal of lol cowdom is that a lol cow is to be milked and you do not tip the cow, as that is the delicious tardcum that feeds all of your entertainment needs. They are a feeder. You feed off of them to destroy the milk. And thus, the lol cow that the milk comes from is a primary sin of anti-feeder behavior. When you are a lol cow, you are basically as autonomous as a herbivore animal. Brain, empty, no thoughts, because you spend most of your time doing the yapping, the talking, the chatting, the yaponomics, the blathering, because you are more focused on trying to talk than on focusing where you are. In other words, mindlessly replying, constantly, to every barb, every jab. You stick your head up and you get nailed like a duck in a duck hunt. People hold you up by the neck saying, I got one! Because it is not about labeling you a lol cow, it is you behaving like a lol cow. Just like how you had your lol cow behavior in the past, you demonstrated the same lol cow behavior in the future. And that is embarrassing. For you and for your family. and friends and associates. Because you don't consider that the worst thing that you could do is continue talking. You think the worst thing you can do is what you're currently doing, and it's not. It's the fact that you're still talking while making a fool of yourself. And that is embarrassing. For all the reasons that it would be embarrassing. For the people that you're considering it from, you think it's not that big of a deal. Because it's different when it's them.
Control. They won't, say as much. They'll just be like, yeah, we just do it for laughs. The whole thing's entertainment. It's just just innocent guys just having a laugh. So now I want to look at two different clips from these guys. There is the fat one and his cohort who are listening to Anissa describe, essentially having a hard time online, seeing people mock and make fun of her dad with Alzheimer's.
They were laughing at my dad for getting sick on some of these forums.
What did you think? What did you think about it? Because you shared it online?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what people are going to do because they want to get a reaction out of you.
Yeah.
I don't think they probably even really believe the stuff that they're saying, but they know because it's extreme and edgy that it will cause you mentally spiral like this. So that's why they do it. And you're telling them that it affects you. So guess what? They're going to keep doing it. This is how the internet works. It shouldn't be, but that's how it is.
The whole time, he's not saying that he is a perpetrator of bullying her. What he's saying is that other people are doing that. But he is doing it actively. In this video, he is bullying Anissa. And in other videos, he's literally bullied and made fun of her dad who has Alzheimer's.
With a late-stage dementia patient who is an extremist Muslim, and he sees his daughter covered in tattoos, married to Idubbz the cuck.
It's plain as day that he's part of the problem, but he fucking refuses, like a coward does, to take any responsibility for him being part of the problem.
Ian had not just become a lolcow, he had transitioned entirely to the other end of the content cop. He was now pointing out that the jesters known as the Kino Casino critique, but also dance. This was a victory for the casino. They had successfully lampooned and trapped a whale, and they were celebrating.
Yes, sir.
Look at this shit. Celebrate good times. Come on.
Oh my God.
Look how happy they are.
Look how happy they are.
We're really happy all the time, but this one, you're right. We're very.
Exceptionally happy. I love it. I love this shit. The guy's dressed up as the Colonel, and the other guy's a fucking fried chicken. That fried chicken costume's actually really underrated. It's so funny. Holy shit, dude. The cap on your fucking head. It's so surreal.
One is fried chicken and the other is Colonel Sanders. Why are you taking these guys serious?
Well, dude, it's backfired because I love these guys.
The VOD of the Kino Casino responding to Idubbz is the most viewed video on their channel. It is here that they would spend 2 hours picking it apart.
There's no fucking reason in the world why we should actually be featured on the H3 bucket. No. In all sincerity, we are the lowest sector sewer dwelling.
It's the meanest, grimy.
Good.
Look, he's sad.
Look, he's sad.
Why wouldn't I
The guy's trying to cope and be like, I'm not sad, I'm stoic. Bitch, you can't cry on camera multiple times because you're getting cyberbullied and claim to be a stoic badass. He has 7 million subscribers and routinely gets hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views on his main channel. Why are you addressing us? He just blew us up way bigger. I mean, I'll be real, we couldn't buy the publicity that he just gave us. I can't believe what he did. Thinking in any way that there's a single viewer of Kino Casino who's going to watch that video and go, oh man, I didn't know Ashton talked like that. People always compare Joji, leaving Filthy Frank behind, to Idubbz leaving, the content cop behind. The difference was that Joji didn't perform humiliation rituals on himself and his audience.
Yes, that is the main issue. That's the main goal. Alongside a couple other things. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the spectacle of something like that of Idubbz was based entirely on a monetized source that eventually ran out of people to monetize it. You ran out of targets that were acceptable, you ran out of places and people that were acceptable, you ran out of energy that was acceptable, and you had to start tone policing yourself. Meanwhile, Filthy Frank was not necessarily about trying to prey on the public and take something out of them and monetize the reactions based on the shit that they were doing, but on the fact that the majority of the content was specifically about and explicitly entrailed on how it was a commentary without having to victimize people to make the point. If it was a part of the content, it was not the sole point of the content. And the pressure that came from the stress of that, he, for either health concerns or just moral concerns, got out when the gig was good. And he didn't have to forever do apologetics about it till he was blue in the fucking face. Nobody could be able to do that to Doji. Perhaps if they did, maybe the case would be different. But no one could be able to do that in that margin because that's not a thing that people at that time are really trained and or capable or specialized at doing. Meanwhile, Idubbz, one of the best to quote do it, basically was being scrutinized for the fact that Pagliatti became a fucking yuppie. He became a socialite yuppie who put a lot more concern into how people talk to him rather than why people were talking to him. And never the twain shall meet again. No consideration, no thought, empty brains, only come. Empty brains, only come.
He didn't shame people for enjoying the content he made. He didn't whip himself through the streets for making the content that he made. He didn't. He just moved on. And if Idubbz had just moved on, made whatever he wanted to make, his fans would have come with him, at least a certain contingent of it.
What would have gotten Ian out of this rut was a new audience achieved by succeeding in a new direction. There was potential with his documentary series, but this fell apart after his Sam Hyde documentary. He could have been known as a creator running the world's largest boxing charity event, but he mismanaged it to the point that even the fighters and his former coach now dislike him. In September, there was even a second H3 stream with Michael Briggs.
He's not a good person.
No.
He's really evil. So that's the reason why we came forward with the information we had, because Ian needed to know that he cannot continue this way forever. Someone's going to hold him accountable.
Idubbz was once one of the most prolific creators on YouTube, for better and for worse. He made videos that served as a bastion of shame for the shameless. These were fast-paced and captivating, and within them was a message to remain inspired, creative, and consistent. But when the time came to change and improve, he only devolved. Instead of carrying his inspiration and critical attitudes to his newest projects, he turned that hatred inward, then outward to anyone that shared in his older qualities. There were always segments of his audience that hated and loved Ian for his superficial qualities and an image of him that never matched his true intent, as is the consequence of being an artist. Instead of painting, he has now joined the ranks of the uninspired as if it was his ability to think critically that brought harm. He is now incurious and spiteful. He has lost the ability to dream, think, and do. This is the core reason why Ian has fallen and is widely disliked, as he is the inverse of what he once was. He chases a superficial, glowing reputation while attempting to mask the rot within. And there is only one market that enjoys celebrating failures. In this way, Ian's story is about a jester that became lost, only to find himself as the butt of a joke.
100% true. Based and real. And the real question is, where will he go next? What will happen next? How can he proceed after this? I can tell you what the answer is, but instead, I'm going to give you a prognostication. Consider the following. Take from what my chatter just said. Give it 24 months, Idubbz and Nisa will break up, and we'll find out that Idubbz is broken, and Nisa will make a Google Docky about how he was abusive. He is a Twitch broadcaster now. He doesn't make real content on the platform. He makes something else entirely. In making this content on the platform, we ask ourselves, what exactly is it that he does that is meant to be interesting, other than the fact that he exists and he's making that content in a way that people could recognize that he is who he is. What happens after this? What I can take from it is that the stuff that's about to happen next for him is the direct result of what happens when a lolcow is finally milked dry, which is that they eventually crash out and they get arrested. Their life is permanently ruined, and nobody can remember their name without ever bringing up the thing that they did that is embarrassing, which serves as a point of contention. Or he has to do more things to give himself more attention. So, more spectacle. Maybe he starts making OnlyFans videos with Anissa, and he truly involves himself, becoming the new age Adam Tutu, like a new virus spreading across the both of them, from Lena the Plug and her husband, who already seem like they're about to get a divorce as well, because they had a kid, and then they tried to do more shit involving pornography while raising a kid, and that's been a shit show. Or he tries to reinvent himself into something that he can't be, and it ends up embarrassing him to the highest degree, because he can't do what people like myself or Idubbz of old could do, or what any new age figure in the scene could do. He's unwilling to let go of his former fame, and instead must contend himself with the likes of Pay Money Wubby and all of the VTubers and LewdTubers and VTweeters like Naira TV for the attention of LolCow of the Month, LolCow of the Week. And in trying to contend with these people who he now must contend for views and attention for, he becomes even more of a joke, and even more of a hateful being, that it contends with the level of hatred that even Dale is getting right now, which is to say, low tier god. Maybe even Jimquisition, which is to say Stephanie Sterling. In attempting to find a new way to divine himself and trying to reinvent his image, he becomes the very thing that he claims he was never supposed to be or never would have been, which is yet just another jackass on Twitch that does the worst behavior for the most attention while sitting next to Hassan Piker and his ilk. And perhaps maybe that's what is destined for him. That's what's waiting for him on the other side of the bend. He is just going to be a victim of the raping that he received as a part of his behavior here. And that he's not going to be able to take the accountability that comes with his actions because he doesn't want to. He doesn't think he has to. And sure, he could choose to do that, but he could also choose to not be a piece of shit at the end of the day. Unfortunately, being a piece of shit to the left wing is basically having bad jokes because being a piece of shit is with no house. So he becomes superficial. He focuses on money and money alone. Ow. Becomes superficial. He focuses on money and money alone. And all those things together then rots him from the inside out even further. To the point that if he was to become a father, he'd be a horrible father. If she was to become a mother, being attached to him, considering that they both belong to each other, they would be a horrible family. Nothing good would come of his behavior. Nothing good at all. But of course, what could I know? I'm just a black guy. But I don't think that I'm wrong here. I do not feel that it's the case that I am wrong. Because it feels like that is exactly what's going to happen to Idubbz. He's going to continue with his behavior the way that he is because he just cannot handle the fact that this is what his life has become. And what happens because of that, or what will happen from that,
I need more time.
Who knows? Who cares? It won't be our fault. We'll have done everything we could. But he will go down in history as another walkout, whether or not he goes the route that has been predicted for him, or he goes down the other route, until he decides to cut himself off from bad influences and bad friends that have led him to where he currently is. Will he learn that lesson in a fair amount of time? Again, only history can tell. But what I can see very clearly with my two niggardly eyes is that however it chooses to come to him, if he is to find salvation, he must find it in something that he actually enjoys doing, that other people can't control for him and take from him. Otherwise, he's gonna be very impressed. Very impressed indeed. How long are we at? 7 near hours. Damn near a whole 8 hours, chat. Plus and minus me having to go out to the kitchen to cook for dinner for Christmas. Alright. It is time for me to go. You may not hear from me tomorrow at all. But I will return, same Carl time, same Carl channel, to entertain you today as I will next Tuesday. Goodbye. Remember to take your antacids and keep your Pepto-Bismol nearby to the table. Get an extra turkey leg for me, kids. Goodbye.